I've been waiting for this.
Everybody! Yay! It's finally Umineko Thursday! And I see Miranda, you're like, what scene is that from? That music earlier? So, I have 2 movies unlocked in this movie part of the menu so far. And this one is just the one that, this first one is just the one that plays when you start up the game, which I could play if you want me to. And then the second one I got after I finished episode 1. Hello, B.
This was not my intention.
And since I'm a minute early, Miranda, do you want to see these? I can play them for you. Did I increase my bitrate? I don't know. Why do you ask? Does it seem really bad? Oh, I don't think well, whatever I did, I don't think I did it on purpose. Let's see. Oh, okay. So this is the one you were asking about earlier. This is the one. Okay, sorry. Maybe my internet is like super strong all of a sudden. All right. Anyway. This is the one you were asking about before. This is the one I got after chapter 1. I mean, episode 1. Yeah, I hope it's just a temporary problem. Oh, were you asking about the manga? I thought you were asking about the music. I misunderstood. Oh, so you mean that? That? I don't know. Several Shibas made it. I have no idea where it's from in the manga. Were you asking about anything? Yeah, I have no idea where it's from. Several Shibas made it. And I thought it was terribly funny. So I wanted to put that in the starting. That is a secret from me. I don't know. I've never read the manga. Right, so I remember. Actually, I only remember clearly because I watched the VOD recently, but they broke into the chapel. They broke a window to enter the chapel and examine the bodies closer because nobody checked out the bodies very closely because everybody was throwing up and freaking out. Light spoilers, but once I get around to episode 6 or 7, you mean like when I'm almost through the entire thing in a year? Look up Animal Crossing crossover with Umineko. All right. I will, someone remind me when I get that far, because that sounds up my alley. All right, are you guys ready? Let's get into this. Okay. No matter how many times I see it, it's awful. I sympathize with all my heart. Shannon-san, please get the key. Even though she has passed away, Madam is a lady. Right, they're trying to get the key. I cannot touch her. I guess he means he's not a doctor either. Goda, so polite. Yes. Shano, I think probably with Goda, it's more like, oh God, please, I don't want to touch a dead body. Shano nodded sharply. Such a gentleman. Internally, he's like, oh God, I don't want to touch a corpse. I don't want to touch a corpse. Shano nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. Hashtag Goda may have done a few things wrong. Ew, that's yucky. I'm gonna make the teen girl touch this dead body. Yes, precisely. Hashtag blame Goda. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Right, they're like a group of 3 now, right? Since they really had... oh yeah, they tried to get Genji to come with them, but Genji was like, I must be here at the house so that I may answer my master's summons at any moment. Right, that's why... thruple, most problematic age gaps. Rowan, this just makes it worse. Goda's like 40. This makes everything worse. Okay. Also, anyway, since they hadn't wanted to break one. Alright, George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they had searched for another way in just in case. But in the end, that only proved once again that there was no one that anyone could slip in through. And emphasized further how inscrutable was the chapel's locked room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped, since they had left it earlier. Of course, even George could not approach that horrible Halloween party again. It was only natural. So they make Shannon do it, because it made him remember once again the sadness at losing both of his parents at once. And Goda, thinking of the possibility that their bodies might have changed in some horrible way now that half a day had passed, didn't want to let George approach. Ooh, they might be getting juicy. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her. She's like the opposite of Mike Rowe. She doesn't want that shit. But now, she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Despite Goda's prodigious skill, he had gotten into trouble, lost his job, and had been left out in the streets, and then Natsuhi had given him a new life. Even though it had just been a casual employment for Natsuhi, Goda must have felt that it was a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsuhi. Well, at least Natsuhi has somebody in her corner. At least there's somebody who would ride or die for Natsuhi. Damn. I guess Jessica too, but that's about it. So he probably didn't want to lose that feeling, even though she was dead. And also, corpse is icky. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsuhi and the rest had changed completely. Uh-oh. Goda, Natsuhi, yes! They're gonna cut Kraus. And it's gonna be like so easy because they live in like completely different parts of the house. Okay. Small bugs that had sniffed out the smell of death had started to gather. No, it's gonna be worse than I thought. No. Ugh. And they're gonna be attracted by all the candy and sugar too. It really wasn't something you could look at directly. Oh my god. Why do they have to make Shannon do this? Madam, excuse me. Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsuhi had kept the key to her room in. Right, they wanted to get in the room because of Natsuhi's mirror. They thought might be a spiritual tool they could use against Beatrice. Oh, okay. Probably in this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it. It's here. The key to Madam's room. Shannon held up the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. As George and Goto watched her, their eyes opened wide. That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. No! Is there something behind her? What's coalescing behind her? Uh-oh. Because Shannon hadn't noticed. Different kinds of bugs are gathering. George and Goda, watching from afar, had been able to notice it first. Because when Shannon had held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had billowed up from around the table. They were countless gold butterflies. Because it was the first time George had seen them, to him, they might have looked fantastical, but Goda already knew. He knew that those gold butterflies, far from being beautiful, held sway over something disastrous. And that gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in.
Shannon-san! Hashite!
Shannon-san! Run! Huh? Shannon also realized that she was about to be swallowed up by gold butterflies. You think they can do this? You've seen Princess Mononoke? I think it would need to be like 8 films. Like whatever the fuck they're doing to Fate Stay Night. Oh god! The way they do Goda's food? Oh yeah. Shannon also realized that she was about to be swallowed up by gold butterflies. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. As she did, the gold butterflies danced around Shannon in unison. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up! Not butterfly-vor. Damn it, what is this? Are these the gold butterflies you guys were talking about? Outside, quickly! You bastards! He says he's gonna come up and try to punch some butterflies, just like how in the Pugilist quests in Final Fantasy XIV, they're just like, go punch some bees. Outside, quickly, you bastards! Damn it! Damn it! George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the group of butterflies. And while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. Oh no! However, they needed good footing to get out of the window, which was surrounded with shards of broken glass. When they had entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that, but now there was none. Oh, they're gonna get cut up. Let's go out through the door. There's no time to look for footing. Is there time to open the door? It won't open. It's stuck. Give it to me. Damn, this ancient piece of crap. Maybe Maybe it would have been faster to go to the window, guys.
ジョージ様お早く
George-sama, quickly!
そうなめるな
Damn it! You want a piece of me? Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies. Okay, that's a little better than trying to punch flying bugs. Swiping your jacket around might actually be effective. Get their asses, Goda. I know, right? Let's go, Goda! Let's go, Goda! But he was vastly outnumbered. It was doubtful that it even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the virtually broken handle. Its age showed and it didn't turn well. Brute force alone won't do it. It needs the right angle or some trick. Uh-oh. Not my shaders.
ジョージ様
George-sama!
くそー
Damn it!
この化け物どもが
You monsters! Just then, Goda saw it. Beatrice sitting outside cackling madly, yeah. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table. No, floating above it, backed by a stained glass window, laughing, the figure of the witch. So he's gonna see Beatrice. And also, this is, they're like, all right, everybody draw fan art of this right now. Ryukishi like, I better see this. I better see this online immediately. On Pixiv immediately. Okay, okay. Backed by a stained glass window, laughing, the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the witch laughing in the center of the golden whirlwind, allowing the gold butterflies to attend to her whims. Come on, shaders, you can do it. Beatrice! It should have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly the witch of the portrait herself. Oh god, I just realized I forgot to make an instant button for the giggle, for the cackle. I'll have to do that this next week.
A test of your reflexes.
For real for these guys, my god. It's almost time for dinner, is it not? I am already the host of this mansion. So I must give you a warm reception with a wonderful dinner. And how perfectly ideal. There are 3 of you. My, how truly convenient. Oh! Hold on. We rely on Goda to save us. This will henceforth be known as mistake number 1. Oh no! Okay. Oh my god. Alright. So. Okay, so there's the first 6. Those here. Okay, so then. Kanon and Jessica. Then. Yeah, she just needs 3 more after Kumasawa and Nanjo. So if she only needs 3 more people for the sacrifices. So she's like, oh, perfect. I'll kill all three of you. Oh no. My, how truly, truly convenient. Mistake number 1 was parting from the full group. Bad end 2. It opened. World End Dominator. Wait, this is the song everybody talks about. It's happening. It opened. Goda-san, quickly. Oh, it's jam time. Are you sure you want to just stand there? If you think this place is suitable for your cemetery, then very well. I'll praise your spirit for wanting to stay by your former master's side, serving them even after death. The golden whirlwind enshrouding the witch burst. It was like an evil hand had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The group of gold butterflies attacked with a whoosh sound. Oh, I gotta turn this shit up. Hurry! We can't stand here. You're right, they would. George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to themselves. Lower the bit rate? Oh, sorry. I've changed nothing from before, but in the future, I'll see if I can lower it a little. George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to themselves. Standing here now would be the same as a frog being stared down by a snake. They had to resist. They had to fight this incarnation of the new, brutal, and frightening order that had enveloped Rokkenjima. Yeah, hello. Yeah, sorry about that, Marinda. I haven't changed anything from before, but also, holy shit, this track. Yeah, this is the first time it's occurred, and I'm like, I've always heard people name drop this song, and I'm like, oh my god, it's happening! When I saw the little thing pop up, there was no time to take out their umbrellas. The three of them dashed out into the pouring rain. They never realized because they didn't turn around, but the gold butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well, and this hampered their ability to chase after the three. Okay, good. The three people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. Yukai. How nice. If it wasn't like this, it wouldn't be interesting. Wait, I didn't hear about this in Pokemon. They unlocked the door and flew into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsuhi's favorite gentle incense remained in the room. However, there was no time to let that calm them now. Where is it? You said it was in a treasure box, right? It's just something I heard. I never knew where it was, actually. I think it's probably in her dresser or in the corner by the bed. Shannon claimed that because of her woman's sense, but in the corner by the bed there was only an incense burner, a half-read novel, and a pair of glasses. Oh, Natsuhi has reading glasses! Why do we only know this after she's died twice? But the dresser was elegant and had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she had kept some of her valuables there. Auntie Natsuhi, I'm sorry. He began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. You only really start seeing a person once they're gone twice. No! He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He pulled out the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box, and the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy. Maybe it's this box. It's locked, and I can't open it. At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled, as though various small objects were inside. But it was locked and wouldn't open. Normally, you'd hide the key somewhere nearby. But maybe some people always take it with them. I don't know! There's no choice. Let's break it. But we can't do it recklessly, right? We might break the mirror inside. I don't know. Those traditional Japanese mirrors are solid metal. I don't think it's that much of a risk, but... Isn't there some tool we could pry it open with? Damn it! Goda looked all over the room, trying to see if there was some tool they could use. And he noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they had entered. He approached the door to close it, and noticed the abominable shadows of people approaching from the darkness, beyond the darkness in the hall. But wait, what if that's Rosa and Battler? No, the phrase shadows of people wasn't right. All right, never mind then. Because that referred to human shadows. You can't call the shadows of beings that aren't human shadows of people.
George-sama!
George-sama! Hurry! Goda's voice trailed off. It was the shock from seeing a procession of those not of this world. He was a servant, so he knew all of the servants that worked for the Ushiromiya family. But he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants. They weren't servants working for Ushiromiya Kinzo or Ushiromiya Kraus. The goat men! There's many of them! They were new servants who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, and who had goat's heads and bright, boiled eyes of lava and energy swords. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed 6 of the new servants, he saw her pierce the darkness as she came. Of course, she was clad in the gold butterflies that were her symbol. Goda hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, the instant he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though it had been knocked back by a spring or something. Yagi-kun! Yagi-kun tachi. Sambiki. Or 6 of them, right? So is this going to, like, is this gonna drive the people who are anti-magic crazy? It was like, how many springs did she load into these locks? How many doors weren't actually locked? Did this drive people nuts? It almost gave the illusion that some prankster on the other side of the door was opening it every time he closed it. Distance-wise, they shouldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. Then who? How? It just felt like playing with a broken toy. Click! Boing! Click! Boing!
閉まらない。
It won't close!
閉めても開いてしまう。
It opens even if I close it!
どうなってんだこりゃ。クソクソクソクソ。
What's going on? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
鍵がわらわを拒むと思うか。
Did you think a lock would stop me?
その部屋の新しき主をその部屋の扉が拒むと思うのか。
Did you think the door to that room would inhibit the room's new master? It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even as he struggled, their footsteps continued to approach. And when not just footsteps, but their breath, too, could be heard, Goda gave up on the lock and rammed the door with his shoulder, making the lock his own large body. Ah! Poor Goda.
ジョージ様、早く早く早く。
George-sama! Quickly! 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 What if the mirror doesn't even do anything? They're so fucked.
ジョージ様、これはどうでしょう。
George-sama, what about this?
レターオープナーか。
A letter opener.
そっちの方がいいね。貸して。
That's better. Let me have it.
万年筆じゃうまくいかない。
The fountain pen isn't working. George took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. It looks like it's working.
早く早く。
Quickly! Quickly! Poor Goda. The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. It wasn't a war cry for this test of strength. He was terrified. Poor guy. He was simply terrified that, except for a single wooden door, he would be touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching them directly, because they were on the other side of the door. So it was natural that if he did touch them directly, Goda's cry would turn from something brave into a shameful and yet very real scream that would make glass shatter. He's so moe. Cece's right. Uh-oh. Goda couldn't believe what was right before his eyes. Going through the door, an arm, almost as though it was sticking through the surface of water. All right. Explain this, anti-magic bros. Slipped through as though it was perfectly natural and stroked the back of Goda's hand as he desperately tried to hold the door closed. Ah! It traced slowly up his arm to his chest and then his chin. By now, Goda's scream was not even vocalized. He could hear a sweet, whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but judging by the sound of the voice, it was a young woman. But there was no difference in the fact that it was a voice from one not of this world. Beelzebub. How cute! The door is an illusion made by projecting light against the screen smoke, and Goda is just so incompetent that he can't open a door. But they unlocked the door with a key to get in there. What happened to that door? Hey, you see it, right? Your light flashing before your eyes. Tell me when it's over. Thanks.
終わってるのね。
Over already, huh? Oh no! Goda! That obscene arm burst apart, and they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small like steel, or maybe a beetle. When it buried itself right in the center of Goda's chest and stopped, for the first time they realized that its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. No, Goda! He was doing so good this time. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, and the new masters of this room were welcomed in. What the fuck are George and Shannon doing? It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted them. The goat attendants entered one after another. 6 of them. Then that witch entered, and the gold butterflies entered. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, which fell and piled up, turning it into a world of gold.
Shannon.
Oh, she's back in her dress.
ルーレットはそなたとジョージを選んだ。
Shannon, the roulette has chosen you and George.
解放の日に感謝せよ。
Thank me for your day of release. Oh, that's come around finally. All of that stuff from earlier in the chapter is going to come to a head right now.
未練はあるまい？
I assume you have no regrets.
ないよな。
None at all, right?
惚れた男から婚約指輪をもらって夜も共にしないうちに殺されてしまっても未練なんかないよな。
Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for and then being killed before spending a night together. That isn't a regret at all, right?
女の幸せを教えてもらいたかったんだろう。
You wanted him to teach you the happiness of being a woman, didn't you? Beatrice, this is so inappropriate, even though I know you're staring them, you're literally about to murder them right now, but still. Which is also inappropriate, but still.
ああ、シャノン、ダメダメ。垂れてるぜ。お前の口元から未練が。
Oh, no, no. Shannon, it's hanging. Your regret from your mouth.
だらだら垂れてんのが見えるぜ。シャノン。
Are you implying that Beatrice doesn't have manners or couth? Maybe a little. I can see it dribbling from your mouth, Shannon. Oh, Tau Technical, thank you so much for the raid. You're here at a wild time. Wow, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, what a time. Hello, hello. Let's see. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. You were playing Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal. How was that? How was your stream? Well, if any of you guys ever intended to play Umineko no Naku Koro ni when the seagulls cry, you might be about to get some spoilers to the face, so be careful. But anyway, welcome in. I'm Katie. I'm usually a needle-felted Gumi, and I stream lots of story-driven games such as this one. Yeah, that's like one of the English translations for the title B. Yeah. Although I think on Steam it's Umineko when they cry. You beat the game? It was a childhood nostalgia from 20 years ago? All right, congrats on finishing the game today. Well, if you need to go take a rest or you want to open another tab so that you can enjoy the sick beats without being spoiled. Actually, no, it's gonna be spoiled anyway, just because I'm gonna be reading this stuff out loud. But yeah, if you need to go take a break, I know, right? Isn't this a bop? But anyway, if you need to rest, absolutely, I totally understand. Give me winding down, but still hang in here. Thank you so much for the lurking, then. And thank you so much for bringing your audience over to me. I really hope you enjoyed yourselves. Did I ever play Legacy of Kain? I've heard of it. I remember reading a lot of online stuff about it when I was like a teenager. You love doing narration yourself, so let's see how you fare here. Oh, sure. I hope you enjoy. Ratchet and Clank games? Yeah, I know about Ratchet and Clank, but I haven't played much myself. But I know that people think they're really good and really enjoy them, but I've never actually played one. And Legacy of Kain, I think I felt like it was a bit too mature for me back when I was learning about it, because I was like a teenager and it seemed kind of scary and for adults. So so I never like tried to ask my mom to order it from Amazon or something like that. But if it gets like a good reboot somewhere, I'll look into it. Easily scared after you watched me play Bloodborne? Oh no, of course not. Oh. But yeah, maybe I'll try Ratchet and Clank and Legacy of Kain someday. But anyway, go ahead and relax. How technical? I'll try to be entertaining. Thank you for the raid. All right. Crack. It was the sound of the lid to the treasure box breaking and opening. What's the deal with her face? She's having a lot of fun. Why is she disfigured? She's unhinged. When George turned it over, out fell accessories, charms, various small objects that Natsuhi had treasured when she was a girl. Mixed in with those was a pouch that stood out from the rest. Oh, it must be a really tiny mirror. I forgot it was that small. Yeah, she's a witch, exactly. She was cackling. He picked it up and checked it immediately. Rift apart. That sounds familiar. You don't need to know any of the backstory from like 12 different games across 3 consoles. Oh, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart? Yeah, that one got really good reviews, I think. She's just mad bee. I would have thought that was obvious. Also, she's enjoying her moment. 1,000 years is a long time and witches get bored. That's the most recent one. All right, cool. I had heard about it and it got really good reviews, but I didn't know if I'd need to play any previous ones. So that's very encouraging. I'll look into it then, Tao. Thank you. All right, he picked it up and checked it immediately. Y'all are running out of time here. This was it. I found it. This is it. One move short. Die!
So.
Damn it! All at once, the gold butterflies attacked George, who was painfully, slowly, George, goddammit, trying to remove the contents of the pouch. God damn it, George. What the fuck is this? What am I looking at? Scorpion guts. Just then, it seemed like, for an instant, a bright red flash lit up the room. Yeah, Wade Beatrice didn't have a 5-minute monologue to give the heroes a chance to prepare. That's not fair. I know, right? That red flash seemed to wipe out the gold butterflies that were raging around the room, with a circle drawn, within a circle drawn with Shannon at the center. Therefore, it was a very divine scene. Wait, so the mirror actually worked? Almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in the ceiling in this world of gold. Oh, this is very dramatic. George, who was curled in a ball trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what had occurred. Oh, Shannon, let's freaking go! Then he noticed that Shannon was blocking the way to him, shielding him. Oh, this must be the magic shit that she was trained to do by Kinzo. So I guess Kanon was a sword and she's a shield? Is that what's going on? Then he noticed that Shannon was blocking the way to him, shielding him with a serious face that she had never shown him before, as she glared at the witch and the rest. Sorry, Stella's blocking the screen where I'm looking for comments. Come on, kitty. What is this, fate? It's getting that way. It's getting that way. It's actually good. Man, serious shade on Fate Stay Night. Yes. Yeah. They made sure to call attention there right when she was introduced.
忘れていた。
I'd forgotten.
そなたもまた金蔵の優れた家具だったな。
You were also Kinzo's excellent furniture. Of course the powers are coming out when she's defending her man.
それも
Plot
彼女
relevant.
にだいぶ熟成した。
And you've matured much more than Kanon.
カノン君をよくも
How dare you do that to Kanon-kun? You know, this is so sad thinking about when they were having fun at the beach at the beginning of the episode. And now it's come to this. Are the orbs pivotal? No!
殺したことじゃない。
Not the fact that you killed him.
よくも亡骸を消し去り、その名誉まで汚そうとしたな。
How dare you erase his remains and even try to disgrace his honor?
おやおやシャーノそれ怒ってるのか
Oh, come now, Shannon. Is that what's making you mad?
カノンに会えなくて寂しいならわらわに頼めよいつだって会わせてやるというのに
If you're lonely because you can't meet Kanon, just ask me. I'll bring you together anytime. No! Don't do this to her! When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 goat attendants glittered gold and changed into Kanon. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Kanon's face. No, it's the same as before in the servant's room. However, in those eyes, there was none of that sincere glint of Kanon's. They were only the clouded eyes of furniture that did nothing but obey the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes. And he finally understood why Goda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they had seen in the servant room. Ooh! New Shannon sprite! Is it fun?
ああ楽しいぞ
Oh yeah, it's fun! So it's like a bubble surrounding them, the shield?
死が引き裂いた二人を再会させるのはいつだって楽しい
It's always fun to reunite two that have been torn apart by death, like the epitaph. Now, George, do you believe the servants about Kanon? I know, right?
死で引き裂いて一度合わせて二度もう一度引き裂いて三度楽しめるのだからな
Because I get to enjoy it thrice. Once tearing apart the two by death, once reuniting them, and once tearing them apart again.
さあカノン姉と遊んでやりなさい
So, Kanon, play with your sister.
もし痛めつけられたら思いっきり苦悶の表情を浮かべてやるといい
If she knocks you about, show her a face with as much anguish as you can manage. Beatrice, you're so mean. From the imposter Kanon's arm, a strangely shining trail extended. It planned to tear Shannon apart with that. Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her heart, apart with a single stroke.
許さない
I won't forgive you.
一度ならず
The organists having the time of their life, I know, right?
許せない
We're dishonoring the dead, not once, but twice. I won't forgive you. No more beach picnics, Beatrice!
ほざくな弟に殺されろよシャーノン
Stop babbling. Go get killed by your brother, Shannon.
きっといい夢が見られるぜ
I'm sure you'll be able to have a good dream. No, they're fighting. As the imposter Kanon drew several purple trails, he had definitely attacked Shannon. But when he flew at Shannon, it felt like some kind of invisible wall had been set up in front of her. A bright red ripple trail was left on the wall, and it repelled the imposter. Ooh, she's got a good shield. No, it didn't repel him, it smashed him! Oh! Let's go! Shannon! The girls are fighting! They are! Even though it's not, even though it's an imposter, still. It knocked him back, turning him into golden dust, into pieces, scattering him. Let's effing go, Shannon! The figure of the foolish furniture, who had mocked Kanon's form and even disgraced his honor after his death, broke into countless gold butterflies. And then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces until they were no longer butterflies but a spray of gold, and then disappeared.
Shannon.
By the way, George, until this moment, didn't think magic was real. And now he's seeing his fiancée do this. I think he's having quite a time.
ジョージさんはそこから動かないでください
George-san, please don't move from there.
中心軸をずらしたくない。
I don't want to shift the central axis. Whoa, what does that mean?
これ
Take that!
驚いた。
Malta, hi. Oh, I tried to adjust the volume, but take that is still really quiet. I'll have to figure that out. This is a surprise! Honey, when did you get into magic tricks? I know, right? When did you get an AT shield, honey?
Such devastation.
Incredible.
Was not my intention.
Yes. This is a surprise.
虫一匹殺せない面をしてこれだけの力
Ooh, there
を
you
見せたか。
Yeah, don't you dare underestimate Shannon. Even though you make a face like you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power.
なるほど。霊境がそなたに力を貸しているというのか。
I see. So the spirit mirror is lending you power. So the mirror is actually helping? Oh, hell yeah, she got a buff. Let's go.
しかし、その霊境の本当の力を引き出すには準備も時間も足りないな。
So Natsuhi's mirror actually does have spiritual power, according to Beatrice. Okay. Shannon is trying so hard. Let's see if she can do better than Kanon. I think she's already doing better, honestly. Nobody has gotten hurt so far. But you don't have the preparations or the time to draw out the true power of that spirit mirror. What an image right now.
そのどちらもわらわは与えはせぬ。
I won't give you either one. I won't give you a 5-minute monologue so you can adequately prepare. The spirit mirror George gripped was letting out a divine radiance and displaying its strength not to submit to wicked power. That radiance was no match for the witch's sinister nature. Beatrice 2 genre aware, nerf please.
これだから家具は怖い。
This is why furniture is frightening.
予期せずしてタンスの角にぶつける足の小指のような気持ちよ。
That feeling, like unexpectedly hitting the corner of a cabinet with your little toe. Oh god, that's so real.
これだから家具は怖い。
This is why furniture is frightening.
家具だ。家具、家具
You furniture, furniture, furniture!
私は家具じゃない。
I am not furniture.
そしてあなたを今はとても哀れに思う。
And I think you are very pitiful right now. Ooh, you tell her. No more beach picnics for you. So there's a lot of okay, so there's a lot of context, hours and hours of context, but basically Shannon the maid, she is a servant of a house, but her master is really into black magic and stuff, and so he taught her, so he opened an orphanage that's basically supposed to be like the employment for the servants at this mansion comes out of that orphanage. And so the education they receive at the orphanage is really dehumanizing. And so they're not supposed to think of themselves as people, but like the master of the house's furniture. Like, you're here to pour the tea. You have just as much use. Yeah, you have about as much autonomy and self-determination as the little side table or my armchair, right? And this extends apparently to magical bodyguard because apparently he also taught them offensive magic. Not all of the servants, but Shannon was one of the ones that he did. But yeah, that's about why. And so Beatrice, all chapter has been like mocking her about it. What? Cheeps, hello! I hope you're enjoying. I can be your head rust any day, babe. Oh, to Beatrice right there. What?
1000年の魔女に100年も至らぬ家具が今何と言ったか。
I wonder, what did this furniture, who hasn't even lived 100 years, just say to a witch of 1000? Oh, did that get to you, Beatrice? You feel insulted? Oh?
あなたはとても哀れな人。
You are a very pitiful person. Unfortunately, Mirinda is correct. Oh, she is into that. Oh my god. Anyway.
愛し合う二人に未練がないわけがない。
Of course, there will be lingering regrets between two people who love each other.
でもあなたの期待するような未練はかけらほどもない。
But there isn't even a scrap of the kind of regrets you're hoping for.
語るか家具の分際で
You dare speak, furniture?
ジョージと結ばれたくてわらわの靴を舐めた日々を忘れてわらわにそれを語るか
When you say that, have you forgotten the days that you wanted to be tied to George so much that you licked my shoes? See? There it is. She is into it. Just Join looks interesting and pretty women. Yes. Welcome, Cheebs, to Umineko no Nakukoro ni. You drop kick her, but then your feet would be too close to her face. Oh. She'll probably kill you if you do that. Be careful.
愛に生き、泥濘を這うが人間。
Living with love and crawling in muck is what humans do.
それを嘲笑い、見下しているつもりで、あなたはそれにはるかに劣る。
Yes, this is part of the When They Cry series. And there are some Higurashi references. I've only watched like the old Higurashi anime, and only like the first half. But whenever there's a Higurashi reference, people have been telling me what they are when they pop up in here. But yeah, this is the second When They Cry series after Higurashi. And then I guess after that is Kikonia, I think is the current one. Or maybe there was a fourth one I forgot about, but yes, this is part of that series. It spoilers how much or little this has to do with Higurashi, but suffice it to say there is at least some overlap. Gotcha. Whether that is a little or a lot is not clear at this point, though. Gotcha. For sneering at that and thinking you can look down on it, you are far inferior to them.
私は
Also, sorry about the audio pauses.
今こそあなたを哀れに思う。
I'm doing this on a Nintendo Switch emulator, and the shaders often have trouble loading. And that's why there's like audio pauses and stuff like that. Especially now. I think you were pitiful. Hey, it's legal! I purchased this copy. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Literally just played on a PCS6 too. I legally purchased a copy on the Japanese Nintendo eShop. Anyway. Especially now, I think you were pitiful.
愛し合う二人にとって添い遂げることに
Oh, you used
ど
your
れほどの
okay.
意味が
You used your own game from 20 years ago too. Gotcha. See, we're all good. We're all good. We're not being naughty. All right. Especially now, I think you were pitiful. How much does it mean? How much does it mean for a loving couple to consummate their love? Okay, good. Shannon's like, I don't give a shit. George is probably like, wait, Shannon, I kind of probably wanted to do that. Shannon's like, we don't give a shit.
意味はあるきっとある
It does mean something. It definitely does.
でもそれはあなたの言うこととは全然違う
But it's completely different from what you're saying. Anyways, you'll be burning your 4 terabyte drive full of emulators and games. Oh my god.
もっと新鮮にしてあなたごとき邪悪が口にする資格もないほどの新鮮な意味がある
It means something more sacred, so sacred, that one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly.
だから私にはすでに何の未練もない
So I no longer have any regrets.
ジョージさんと愛を誓い合った
George-san and I have sworn our love to each other.
その証として指輪を受け取った
As proof, I accepted the ring.
それで永遠の誓いは完了した
With that, our eternal vows were completed.
あなたがどんな邪悪な魔法や悪意で私たちを災難だとしても永遠は汚さない
No matter how you torture us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace that for all eternity.
綺麗事を詩人のように語るな
Don't speak as a poet like it's so neat and clean.
愛は情欲なんだよ少女漫画見たく綺麗事ばっかりで語れねえんだよ
Love is lust. It can't be talked about with only pretty words like in a shoujo manga.
男どもはお前の匂いに惹かれて群がるウジバエどもなんだよ
Men are flies and maggots that get caught in your scent and gather around you. Is Beatrice talking from her own experiences? Girl, what did you go through?
そんなこともその年でまだ理解できねえのかよ
Do you still not understand that at your age? Beatrice, she's only 16. Like...
お前は失望するぜその後ろのメガネ男のどす黒い欲望一度でも覗いちまったら
You'll despair when you get even one glimpse of the black as tar lust of that glasses man behind you.
がっかり愕然唖然呆然全然ダメだぜショーノ
She zen dame dazen? Hello? Alright, I got it. You'll be devastated, speechless, no words, no reaction, no expression, no goddamn good at all! Shannon! Whoa! I think something just launched onto a tender spot of Beatrice's. She just omae wa mo shindeiru her ass, yeah. Whoa! I think Beatrice has some trauma, guys. Jesus Christ.
ああもういいや語るな家具が この家具家具家具
Ooh. That's enough. Stop talking furniture. You furniture, furniture, furniture.
何様のつもりだよ語りやがって。愛なんて結局はど汚ねえ汚物をどう綺麗に見せようかって欺瞞なんだよ。
Who the hell do you think you are talking like that? Love is just a fraud. How to pretty up something that's ultimately filthy is all
そ
hell.
いつに気づいて人は大人になるんだろう。死ねよクズ。家具スクラップ。お前を汚らわしいウジ虫に変えてやるよ。それでもそのメガネがお前を愛するか試してやるよ。
Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die, you trash! Furniture, scrap! I'll turn you into a filthy maggot and then we'll see whether that glasses guy still loves you.
そいつの愛のどぎたねえ現実ってやつを教えてやるよ。死ねよガラクタが。てめえが愛を語るんじゃねえ。
I'll show you the goddamn filthy reality of his love! Die, you piece of crap! Don't you tell me about love! The invisible column of light with Shannon at the center started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. Oh, hello, Gold. Congratulations on finishing patch 6.55. we're having a wild time over here. Oh, why would you think Beatrice has trauma? Are you saying she's not 100% normal and rational? And hello, Alone. This definitely looks like someone who could be responsible. Oh my god. Anyway. Yes, hello. The wall did its best to withstand the invisible malice that was trying to corrode it from all directions.
なんだよそれは。抵抗してるつもりかよ。
What is this? You call that resisting?
安っぽいんだよ。薄っぺらいんだよ。お前の綺麗事と同じなんだよ。見せかけだけの薄っぺら。
You're insignificant. You're frail, just like the pretty picture you try to paint. Just a frail
見た
pretense.
くないものをベールで覆って隠してるだけなんだよ。まだわかんないのかよ。だから家具なんだよ。家具。
You're just hiding what you don't want to see, but covering with it with a veil. Do you still not understand? That's why you're furniture. You furniture.
ほら削られてるぜ。カリカリコリコリガリガリゴリゴリなんて薄くて情けないんだよ。
See. It's chipping away. Crack, snap. How thin. How
お前の
shameful.
その薄っぺらな抵抗に比べたらパルミジャーノレッジアーノの方がまだ削るのに苦労がいるぜ。
Compared to your frail resistance, Parmigiano Reggiano would take much more effort to shave. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually shaved away the walls of the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a pattern of resistance, but the wall was beginning to envelop the two, instead becoming a red wall of despair.
庄司さん、ごめんなさい。
George-san, I'm sorry.
やはり私には無理でした。
It was impossible for me, after all.
ありがとう。
Stella, this is a dramatic moment, and you're inserting yourself into the situation when it's still almost an hour until your feed time. Girl, get out of here. Get out of here. All right. Yes. Thank you.
君は僕のために戦ってくれた。
George had no choice but to accept this instantly. Thank you. You fought for my sake.
それだけで嬉しいよ。
That alone makes me happy. As the column that had once protected them was assaulted and covered with a trail of blood-curdling red ripples, it contracted and began to suck the two of them up instead. I don't know, Tao. I think they're
ジョー
toast.
ジさんお願いが
George, son, can I ask a favor? Shannon grasped George's hand behind her. Oh! So George hugged her shoulders just as strongly. Ooh. What is it?
最後に愛してるって聞かせてください
Before the end, please, let me hear you say you love me. Sure.
さよ。僕は君を永遠に。
Sayo, I will forever. He didn't even have time to say I love you. George, you had one job, you idiot. You didn't even have time to say I fucking love you because you had to be like A-N-E. You had one job, bitch. Okay, so it's 9 p.m. It's getting late. Oh, man. Rip Shannon. She sure had a good run this time. And rip George too, I guess. I know, it's... So, that's the English translation to this, newest Switch version, edition that I'm playing. We had like 15 minutes to say I love you and went with monologuing instead, right? Oh, interesting. Are we sure he loved her if he couldn't even finish the sentence? Exactly, Cheebs, exactly. After Genji finished taking his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. And we were led to believe, since Genji was the one being left alone, that he would die for sure, that this is the last time we were gonna see him, and then everybody who left Genji died instead, and Genji is still okay and with us. Oh, the switcheroo. It's anime rules. If he doesn't say he loves her, they can't get married. Yes, they like informally exchanged their vows earlier, but it's annulled. It's annulled by anime rules. All right. After Genji finished taking his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. Everyone thought Genji would be dead, but he's still kicking. He reheated the soup that Goda had started making and ate some random leftovers from the refrigerator. They were all things Goda had made himself and were, of course, delicious. Oops, sorry. He had half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner. But he had been yelled at by a voice telling him that they had canned food, so they were fine, and the door wasn't even open for him. So ironically, it was the servant Genji who was able to eat the more delicious meal. You know what? He deserves it. Okay, it's complicated. I think George's relationship with Shannon is inappropriate, but that doesn't mean they can't be cute, if that makes sense. And clearly, I don't know. I'll just make fun of him relentlessly. I know that sounded bad. I just meant it was complicated. If you can marry a love pillow, you can marry a charred corpse. Oh god. I feel like them being dead would also be a hindrance to their getting married, but maybe it wouldn't be. I don't know how such things work in Japan. I don't want to tease Shannon so much. I want to tease George for saying he's such a good guy, but like very blatantly having an inappropriate relationship. And even though the only people aware of it are like his cousins, they're too young to really see what the issues are. He looks like a gaslighting office man. He is a gaslighting office man. I just think George was being like inappropriate, but I think Shannon is sweet with how like earnest and like how seriously she takes it, even though she's too young. So it's like if that makes sense. I think their feelings are sweet, but also like, George, buddy, this isn't responsible or appropriate, if that makes sense. And not even because his mother would freaking lose it if he married a servant, but because she's too young and he knew her from when she was a child. It's not really like he's all that prepared to deal with magic shit since he didn't believe it existed like 30 minutes ago. Yeah. Sorry, Marinda. Sorry. It's also confusing to me, but I'll just say aw and also make fun of George relentlessly. It's the same thing as when Kanon was like, "Oh, we're not human, we're furniture," and then he's like, "I don't want to be furniture anymore," right? Like, it makes no sense, but he's kind of like arguing both things at once because his feelings are complicated. That's me with George and Shannon. If that's the closest it's gonna make sense. Okay, Higurashi wasn't making much sense at first either. Yeah, I do remember the beginning of the anime there. All right. So, ironically, it was the servant Genji who was able to eat the more delicious meal. Oops, sorry, I need to drink some water. But even though all of those crimes had been committed, and many people had already met a brutal end, why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself? Because Genji is the GOAT. He's a badass. He ain't afraid of anything. Judging by his appearance as he carried out his normal tasks without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal, you might think that all of the horrible events that had happened today were just a dream or an illusion. Was he taking a philosophic view, or was it simply resignation? Genji must have considered it a virtue to systematically carry out his duty until the last moment, since the fate that awaited him was unavoidable. Okay, sorry. I know. Okay, I know what to... All right. So what I mean is that I think George is irresponsible and inappropriate, but I think Shannon's feelings are touching. And both of those things are existing at the same time. So of course it's going to be confusing, and I'm going to be like saying things that contradict myself. If that... All right, that's my explanation for myself. Anyway. Yeah, yada yada, people are complicated, yeah. It would probably be eternally impossible to perceive the depths of his heart unless he told of it himself. I know, Genji is still the most mysterious person. I want to know more about him. Because he had given the master key back to Rosa, the places he could go to were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure that the windows were closed. So he was able to go around that route far more quickly than usual. After the sound of a moderate knock, Auntie Rosa, who had been falling into a doze shortly before, jumped and woke up, pointing the barrel at the gun at the door as she yelled, Jesus Christ, Rosa. Who is it? I was napping on a sofa, and that voice also brought me back to reality. All right, so we're back in Battler POV.
Rosa-sama. Genji de gozaimasu.
Rosa-sama, it is Genji.
何か用なの?
Do you have some business?
扉は開けなくて結構よ。
We'll be fine without opening the
その
door.
ままで話して。
Tell us from there.
はい。
Yes.
それではこのままで失礼させていただきます。
Well then, forgive me for speaking in this fashion.
南條先生と熊沢の遺体を見つけました。
I have found the bodies of Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa. What? Is that a short-barreled Winchester repeating rifle? It sure might be. It sure might be. Does anyone remember what exactly they called the gun when it was introduced in episode 1? Stella. It looks very stubby. Yes, it is. It is stubby. And it looks very funny. It's a sawed-off shotgun. Yeah, but and it was like, or it could be a sawed-off rifle. I think it's technically a shotgun, and it was used in some old movies that Kinzo liked or something. But yeah, but yeah. So these aren't the original sprites. The original release of the game had the writer. Oh, is it a rifle? Okay, that makes what happened to Natsuhi, if you were arguing Natsuhi got shot in the head with the gun in episode 1, and she just had a little hole in her head instead of her head like busting open. If it was a rifle instead of a shotgun, that may make a little more sense. But anyway, the original sprites were the writer of this, like, MS painting his own sprites. And the gun looks freaking hilarious in these, like, stubby little muffin hands. You should look up Umineko original sprites sometime. Yeah, yeah. I hope you can, Google will help. Yes, well then, forgive me for speaking in— oh yeah, this is Genji. Yes, well then, forgive me for speaking in this fashion. I have found the bodies of Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa. Well, this is big. Where'd they go? What did you say?
So,
Also, Tao, finally, you have met the main character. The main character is the dude with the reddish hair on the left. You've finally met the protag. I see.
わかったわ。確認に行きましょう。
All right, let's go and check them. You can immediately tell the original sprites were drawn in Adobe Flash. Were they? I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, he was working in Flash. All right, I see. Let's go and check them.
死体を見ない限り、私は誰も信じない。
Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anybody.
大丈夫だよバトラー。
Ooh, it's all right, Battler.
マリアといれば絶対に大丈夫。
If you're with me, it'll definitely be all right. Maybe my face was shadowed with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Oh! Battler has been like losing his mind this second episode. Since it was Auntie Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of sofas. When I finished, I took a backward glance at Auntie Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, thank goodness not at his back, and opened the door.
ケンジさん、二人の死体はどこに？
Genji-san, where are their corpses?
中庭です。
In the courtyard.
ご案内いたします。
I shall guide you.
バトラ君待って。
Battler-kun, wait!
念のため、部屋の戸締まりを確認していくわ。
Just in case, I'm going to check the doors and windows of this room before we
ちょっと
go.
待ってね。
Wait a second. Is this necessary? The flat shading and overall vector lining with no changing thickness anywhere. He probably traced over his own pencil drawings since it all looks a little wobbly. Ooh, this must be why they call you Tao Technical. No, I'm just kidding. That's really cool. So is it true, Marindo? Was it done in Adobe Flash? Do you know? Auntie Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows. You do tend to get technical. You believe it? You don't know enough of the technologies and you weren't sure what program. You had assumed any number could do this, or any program could do this art style. I'm sure somebody knows out there in the internet somewhere. It would be cool to know. Auntie Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows. But those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. No, maybe she was right to be this cautious. Even though it was called a courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in like the Rose Garden. They're out in the courtyard? On the contrary, wait, we haven't been in the courtyard since chapter 1, I think. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little discomfort, as though it was telling you that you couldn't escape from the mansion even if you tried to escape from the outside. Something tells me that the courtyard feels like an outdoor liminal space. On the other hand, thanks to that, Even though the violent winds could be heard, the wind itself was blocked. Genji-san held out an umbrella, but Auntie Rosa ignored him. She probably wanted to say that the gun took 2 hands, so taking the umbrella would be dangerous because she wouldn't be able to fire the gun. Even without Genji-san pointing his finger, we could tell immediately. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa lay. Auntie Rosa entered the courtyard without even an umbrella, so Genji-san and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Why? I would have opened one. Why are you guys? Would you follow Auntie Rosa off a cliff if she walked off a cliff? She's not gonna shoot you for not opening an umbrella, probably. For opening an umbrella, probably. Only Maria had one open like normal. See, Maria's just like me for real. I would open an umbrella in this situation. I don't want rain on my glasses. Anyway,
Maria.
Battler, what's wrong with opening a damn umbrella? Can you say that for sure? It's what I would prefer to do, unless Stella's trying to bite my mic stand. Girl, what the hell are you trying to do? Are you that hungry that you're trying to like eat my mic stand? She's trying to bother me into feeding her, but it's still about half an hour before her official feed time. Anyway, okay, if Rosa was like threatening me with the gun, like, don't you dare open that umbrella, I wouldn't. But if I was like going outside in the rain to see the corpses, as awful as that sounds, I would want the umbrella up. For one, it would be easier for me to see what the hell was going on, because I really don't like rain on my glasses. It makes it hard to see. But that's just me. That's just me. I don't get what Battler's got a bug in his ass about. Maybe he thinks it makes her seem like she's not taking it seriously. But see, I would take it seriously. I would have a better view of what's going on if I had an umbrella. So that's my argument. Anyway, Maria. Is this, you know, wait, another magic circle? Maybe he wants to be emo in the rain. You know what? He would be. He would be. This would be the second chapter in a row where he'd be emo in the rain in this very courtyard. Ugh. It's the 7th twilight and the 8th twilight, so she did set it up. I see. Certainly, just as Genji-san and the others said, there are horrible wounds on their necks. Very sharp. Almost as though they've been sliced with a katana or something. That gaping wound on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes. But after seeing the Halloween party in the chapel, even though I thought it was horrible, it was no longer enough to make me feel sick. Instead, our gazes were directed to their legs. In Dr. Nanjo's knee, and Kumasawa-san's ankle. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic decoration. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. So if we go to characters... look at all that red. It ain't looking too good, guys. All those red are dead people. So... her corpse, which had gone missing, was later found in the courtyard. At that time, it was found with a weapon shaped like a stake, having been rammed into the ankle. That finishes up the 8th twilight as well. And then Nanjo. His corpse, which had gone missing, was later found in the courtyard. At that time, it was found with a weapon shaped like a stake, having been rammed into the knee. That finishes up the 7th twilight. But things aren't in order. Okay, 1 is the first 6 dying. 2nd, tear apart the 2 who are close. 3rd, 4th, gouge the head and kill the head and the stomach. And then gouge the knee and leg. So, but the thing is, so this means probably, we still need to see for sure, but probably, Goda, George, and Shannon are going to be the 4th, 5th, and 6th, but they died after Kumasawa and Nanjo. But the Twilights, they shoved Kumasawa and Nanjo last, even though they died before the 5th, 6th, 7th. So does that mean that maybe the corpses were left out or stored somewhere until Beatrice killed Shannon, George, and Goda, and put the stakes in them? And after that, she did the leg and the ankle for Nanjo and Kumasawa, and that way they keep the same order? But, like, why did it have to be like that? Why didn't they just, go for head and chest on Nanjo and Kumasawa, and then do stomach, knee, and leg for Goda, Kanon, and Shannon? Maybe it's because if she's really pissed at Kanon and Shannon because that's been one of basically the central conflict of this whole episode. Maybe Beatrice's passion for, like, Shannon and George, for wanting to tear apart Shannon and George, maybe she wanted to hit one in the head and one in the stomach just for well, we'll see who gets hit in the head and who gets hit in the stomach. I'd say if Shannon gets a stake in the head and George gets the stake in the stomach, then she probably swapped the order just because she was pissed at Shannon, but I don't know, that's just speculation, we'll see. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic decoration. They would surely be the same as the one that had pierced Jessica's back. What is this? It's the same as Jessica-chan. Is this supposed to be some kind of occult ritual, I wonder? Rosa! You're late to the game, ma'am. I do not know. Bullshit, Genji. Yes, you do. The last time I saw their bodies, there was nothing like this. Maybe it was done after they were carried out of the servant room. The one that had been stuck into Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect. But the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa-san's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. Oh, that's a little pathetic. The demon in that stake is probably pissed. So it was only when I saw that one had fallen over that for the first time I realized that it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sort. Even without touching it, I could tell that it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part, and it was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe you could describe it like a miniature version of those lances Western knights used on horseback. The grooves that had been carved in a spiral shape also made it also look like a drill. We're at Gurren Lagann in here. However, the grip had an occult-like design of a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ritual to offer up a sacrifice.
間違いない。
There's no mistake.
生贄のつもりなんだな。
They're meant to be sacrifices. Ooh, Battler is so much more accepting of this than he was in chapter 1.
第7の番に膝をえぐりて殺せ。
On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. Maria, your mom's got a gun. I'd be careful if I were you.
第8の番に足をえぐりて殺せ。
On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
待てよ。
Wait,
それじゃ第4、5、6の番が抜けちまう。
wasn't I just talking about this? Wait, then they've left out the 4th, 5th, and 6th twilights. Unless that means they're already dead!
まさか。
Don't tell me. That's right. Why is Genji-san alone? If something like this had happened, why wouldn't George Aniki, Goda-san, or Shannon-san be here? Oh no! Rosa's gonna think Genji killed all of them and she's gonna shoot him! Oh no! Why was Genji-san alone?
どういうこと？
What is
ジョー
this?
ジ君たち3人はどこへ行ったの？
Where did George-kun and the other two go?
夏日奥様のお部屋を探し物に行きたいと言われました。お出かけになりました。
They told me that they wanted to go to Madame Natsuhi's room to search for something and left.
まだお戻りになりません。
They have not returned yet.
なんだって。
What did you say?
その出かけたってのはいつ頃の話なんだよ。
You say they left. When was
2、
that?
3時間前のことだと思います。
2 or 3 hours ago, I believe.
そんな。
No
なん
way!
でそんな大事なことをやっちゃなくて。なんで不審に思わなかったんだよ。
Why didn't you say something that important? Wait, no, why didn't you think that was suspicious?
常に一人、使用人は待機していなくてはなりません。
There must always be one servant awaiting orders.
彼らが戻るまで待機しているのが私のお務めでしたもの。
It was my duty to wait for orders until they returned. Was Genji-san really this much of a robot? This is bad. This is bad. It's really bad. The fact that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san had been killed in this way meant that 3 people had already been killed. We ran towards Aunt Natsuhi's room. Rosa, I make sure the safety's on. You're running with a gun, with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. Before we even saw the inside of Aunt Natsuhi's room, we were imprisoned by a certain resignation. They just already knew they were gonna be dead. On that door was bizarre graffiti. No, filth? In any case, the door wasn't in a normal state, and we were able to imagine what was inside that room without opening it. Oh, so, any non-magic bros would be interested in the state of this door, because this door did some freaky things. during the incident. On the face of the door, how should I say it? Someone had heavily painted their hands with the same red paint that the magic circles from before had been drawn with, and had banged on the door, scratched it, dirtied it. It was dirtied like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down. Even though no one said it, it made us think of blood. You know what? The last time this happened, this was on the same door to Natsuhi's room. There was like the blood on the doorknob where they clawed it but couldn't get in because of the scorpion charm. It happened again to the same door. Does that mean something? Tried my best to confirm it, but the only thing I can really point out is very similar to line work and shading in Flash games with the anime art style from that era. Highlighting and soft shading in Flash is very difficult. I really would not be surprised if you're totally correct, Tao. That's really cool. Oh my god. Stella's knocking stuff over. Or maybe Corel Draw? Kitty, what did you do? Sorry. I should probably go feed her soon, but there's still about 10 more minutes. Okay. The bright red paint. Bad kitty. Thanks a lot, Stella. Did you hear that? They called you a bad kitty. Poor kitty. I'll feed you soon, okay? Genji-san, please open it. Auntie Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji-san to open it. Genji-san approached the door without being particularly troubled by that stuff on it and turned the knob, but he immediately turned around, shaking his head. No kidding! Of course Beatrice locked it back up. It was locked. Of course it freaking was. Explain this, non-magic bros. Like, Goda couldn't lock it from inside the room. Right now, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will, Auntie Rosa. This time, Genji-san asked Auntie Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. Clearly it was magic. Only possible answer, QED. I know there's gotta be a practical explanation because that's how this game is set up, right? I just want to hear what your thoughts are because it looks like magic's winning, but I know there's gotta be some kind of explanation and I'm increasingly curious as to what that might be. After making a slightly disgruntled face, Auntie Rosa handed Battler, okay. I doubt it, it's clearly magic. Okay, yes, it's clearly magic. You explained this one. Handed me a master key and told me to open the door. Battler-kun, would you open it for me with this? Just trusting Genji-san with something like that wouldn't... Auntie Rosa glared at me with an intense gaze. You're gonna threaten your nephew with death just for talking back? No way a human could possibly do this. Of course. Getting into a fight here would only make the environment turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole. Clunk. A light resistance. While listening to Auntie Rosa as she told me to be cautious, I opened the door without being particularly cautious at all. Let's fucking go, Battler. And there was the scene laid out before us, not betraying our expectations in the slightest. How horrible. Maria even had a reaction? Stella, please. As I thought, it was a reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th. God damn it. Stella, move! Ugh. Sorry. Okay. She's hungry. After... I'll take a break after we get a sense of the bodies. Stella! I'll feed you soon. Get off of here. Trivia time. Trivia time. Let's see. Something relevant. Something you haven't heard before. Oh, I need to look around for inspiration. Well, you don't know this game, so probably maybe something related to this game. Let me look at the... Just going past all these dead bodies, casual as can be. Let's see. I was right! I was right! She was hit in the head. It was a crime of passion. Maybe this isn't the right place for inspiration. Okay, trivia time. Yeah, the placement of the splatters are how they died. You saw the woman splatter on their neck? Yeah. Trivia. In English, the most common punctuation is the comma. I guess you could say it's common. That doesn't surprise me. That sounds about right. I definitely... But I definitely probably use commas more than anything else when I write. Anyway, maybe this will... Yeah, so... This game takes place on an island called Rokenjima. And Rokenjima means 6-house island. And the reason... So, Roku is the Japanese word for 6. But the reason why it's not called Rokukenjima is because certain sounds would sound awkward if you just sounded out each one. So things get a little abbreviated when certain sounds are put next to each other. So it becomes Rokenjima. It's kind of like, I know there's something like this in English. Like, I'm trying to think of some contractions. Not like breakfast. God, I know there's a example I think of a lot, but I'm blanking. That we say a lot in English, that we just say it that way because it would be awkward if we pronounced everything like properly, quote unquote. And then it became part of the language. Oh my god, why can't I remember? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? This is a terrible trivia, I'm sorry. I just really had to pull something. Like... You know, my dad called me earlier and asked me questions, and like, I could not come up with an answer. My brain is shot today. Let me think. Maybe like breakfast? Like, it's breaking your fast. But breaking your fast is long, and break fast is awkward to say. So breakfast is less awkward to say, so then that became the term. Something like that, but I know there's a better example that's used in English a lot, but I'm just blanking. So anyway, that's your trivia. In Japanese, there's sounds that would be awkward if you spelled out everything as it reads. Like if you had like kanji, like Japanese characters next to each other. And then there's rules to modify them so they're less awkward to say. So another example is 1 minute in Japanese is ippun. The one is ichi, and then minute is pun. But ichi-hun is awkward to say in Japanese, so it becomes ippun. Ni-hun doesn't have those kind of rules, so you just say it normally. Ni is 2, hun is... So they make them in the combination words so it reads better, yes. And then there's a different kind of... a different kind of adjustment they do to 3 minutes. So 3 minutes is sanbun. San is 3, but sanhun is weird to say, so it becomes sanbun. And then yokuhun, 4 minutes, is also weird, so it becomes yokbun, stuff like that. So Rokkenjima is of the island that they're on in this story is an example of that. So it's not Roku Kenjima, it's Rokkenjima. Letter from the Witch. Welcome to Rokkenjima. That's the... Okay, so that's another thing. 4 is she. Some numbers have more than one word for them. When you're counting just numbers, you do say shi, like ichi, ni, san, shi, go, roku. But when you're saying there's 4 of something, most of the time you're gonna use yon or yo to shorten yon even more. One of the exceptions is April. It's Shigatsu, the 4th month with shi. But for most applications of 4, like 4 of something, it's gonna use yon or yo. Like Yotsuba, that famous like Yotsubato, that famous anime. with the girl with the green hair. Yotsuba is a 4-leaf clover. And Yotsu is like 4 things, and then Ba is like, oh, that's another example of what I was saying earlier. Ha is leaf. So, Yotsu Ha is weird to say. So when you say 4 leaves, it becomes Yotsu Ba to make a 4-leaf clover, because it's less awkward to say. Another example of numbers that have more than one sound is 3. So 3 is san, but it can also be mi. So 3 things, for example, is mitsu. If you are struggling for English, look up intrusive R. Oh, let me see. Linking and intrusive R's. Oh. Like drawing and Kafkaesque. I feel like that happens more in interesting. Yeah, I think that happens in a lot of accents that aren't like my own. Where you kind of put the R sound in there. I think that happens with like British and Australian accents and stuff like that a lot. Oh, so it has a list here on Wikipedia. Scotland, Ireland, most of North America use the R, but northeastern United States and southern United States will be like tuna instead of tuner. So in linking R, intrusive R. Brenda and Eddie, Victoria and Albert Museum. Yeah, so like in certain dialects of English, they put an R in there so it doesn't sound awkward. So British in it. Hydrate, thank you. Oh, what do I mean episode 2? B! Oh, B, if you thought we were done with, all right, I'm hydrating. If you thought we were done with this anytime soon, you would be wrong. I'm on episode 2 of 8 of Umineko. There's 8. All of that was just 2 episodes. Yes, that is Mad Bee. Yes, that is one reason why it's taken me so long to even start this game, because it's like the One Piece of video games. And they all have this level of prose. Yes, apparently it actually just goes up from here, from what I've heard. It is the One Piece of video games, yeah. Oh yeah, Marinda with the stats. All right, Umineko as an entire series is over 1 million words long. The story is amazing, but it's far too long, probably 2 to 4 times longer than it should be. Everybody has their own opinions, I know. Some people think it can't be trimmed at all. Some people think it could be trimmed here and there. Are you the trivia person now? Yes. Anyway, I hope that was good enough trivia. The thing about Japanese. So you guys got a little mini Japanese lesson out of that trivia time. I hope it was good enough. All right, anyway, it's past time now to feed my cat, and she's getting very impatient. So I'm gonna take a short break. Every person you've ever met has agreed Umineko's too long. You've never met somebody who said it could be trimmed. Okay. All right. That's probably so. I think this chapter and the beginning of chapter 1 could have definitely been trimmed, but Yes, alright. I'll be right back, everybody. And then after that, we'll continue. He doesn't know how to write more compact. Ryukishi07, yeah, he probably doesn't. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. You guys keep discussing. All right, I'm back. The cat is feeding. Let's see. Struggle with writing concisely. Yeah, I know some people are like that for sure. You struggle with that too, especially when you're trying to write dialogue or reactions. In my case, it just sounds pompous. I have that problem too. Or more like, I know exactly what you're talking about. I can be like that too. Way too much filler and let's do cute things at school and all that, among other things. So you think they should have cut the entire Jessica concert? The Jessica concert was, essential to— oh, you mean Higurashi, right? Higurashi. Sorry, you meant Higurashi. Umineko, the manga is too long and far more compact than the VN. You only saw the Higurashi anime era from the 2000s. Me too, and that was enough for me. It felt decently paced without too much filler. Though season 2 got a little silly. You write 2, what have you written? Oh, well, I write some fan fiction once in a while, but also, I've done a lot of, online roleplay games, like, I guess kind of like a tabletop, but all typed up, like with, we used to do it on Tumblr, but nowadays we do it basically all on Discord, where we'd have different characters and actually apply to be in games and have our characters accepted and things like that. It's a whole thing. And they'd all be murder mysteries, so sometimes our characters would get killed, kind of like in Umineko. And we'd have to solve the mysteries and point out who the killer was. The Jessica concert is really important. I'll leave it to you to decide if I'm being serious or sarcastic. Fanfiction, yay, yeah. What else? I was more into making my own projects, like super original stuff when I was little. I haven't done that so much nowadays, but yeah, I used to write a lot, but more like when I was a kid. Nowadays I write like fan fiction and character stuff. You're trying to write your first level supernatural thriller VN, which is a struggle. That is a lot of work, and I wish you the best. I've wanted to make big projects like that before, and if you don't have everything plotted out, it's really hard to even get started. I totally understand, but I wish you the best of luck on that, honestly. All right, anything I'm particularly proud of? Yes, I'm proud of all of the fan fictions I've written as an adult. There's only 3 of them, but I was super inspired to write them, and I put like a tremendous amount of effort into them, and all 3 of them I wrote during a part of my life where I was very uninspired. I guess I'm still going through it a bit. That I wasn't really making much of anything, I guess, until the needle felting stuff and then streaming. So that I could make something that I was proud of and seemed to resonate with people. Felt like the biggest accomplishment I'd done in years, really. But I'm not gonna link them in the chat because some of them are inappropriate. But there was but they were but yeah, they were for My Hero Academia and Final Fantasy XIV, and they all involved old men. So I don't know if you guys would be interested. Maybe not old men, but definitely like 30s, 40s, 50s. Anyway, so there's that little confession. Anyway, it's, I guess if you wanted to really dig, you could find something, but I don't think it would probably appeal to most of you guys. But I am proud of what I did do. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going. Anyway, there's my little confession. You could compare this one friend who's self-shipping her persona with a Pokemon character who's like 50 years old. You know what? Your friend, she's valid. Oh, Dre. Oh, the dragon gym leader from Gen 5? That guy? You know what? She's so valid. And you know what? Everybody already makes fun of me for liking old man anime characters, that we'd probably be friends. Yeah, I think, oh, maybe the Gen 3 dragon guy. The guy in the Elite Four? I don't know. There's a few guys with white beards. Anyway. Your friend is valid and we'd probably get along. Anyway. Battler. Crime scene, death. As I thought. It was a reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. A robber did just break in. Her name was Beatrice. Drawers were flung open, pulled out. Drayden. Yeah! I know who you're talking about. Drawers were flung open, pulled out, with their contents thrown all over the floor. The room devastated so that it looked like nothing. It looked nothing like the room of the methodical Aunt Natsuhi. But the thing that caught the eye before that was Goda-san's body lying face down right in front of the door. One of those demon stakes had been rammed right into the center of his chest, almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire. No! Go to the vampire! Exactly how far it would have reached after being stuck. Exactly how far would it have reached after being stuck that deeply into his chest? My own chest hurt just imagining it. Gouge the chest was the 5th Twilight? Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal. But maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where 3 bodies lay. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen Maria be affected. I wonder what's getting to her. Maybe Battler, maybe Battler accepting Beatrice, and she's like, oh my god, finally someone believes it's gonna be okay, we're gonna be okay. And so she got to come down to earth a little bit from her own kind of coping methods, where she's kind of above it all and she knows what's going on. Everybody else is running like chickens with their head cut off. And so maybe since she's a little bit more herself, maybe she's having something closer to an actual reaction to all of these things her young eyes should not be subjected to. This is interesting because this is the first time she's like reacted to dead bodies. And along the wall farthest into the room, George Aniki was dead. This time, one of those stakes had been rammed right in the center of his stomach. Gouging the stomach was the 6th Twilight, I think. Oh no, not Shannon, dead Shannon CG. Shannon-chan's body was face down over the front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. In its horribly broken mirror, sprayed with blood, had she seen her final worldly expression? Because she was face down, I couldn't see her face, but I could imagine even without seeing it. Nearby, in the sea of blood she lay in, a demon stake had fallen. Only the 4th Twilight was left. Wait, so it fell out of her head? Did she fall into the mirror and it knocked the stake that had hit her in the head loose? A dead body, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers, 3 of them. Yes, sorry, yes, this is also a murder mystery, Tao. Even though, if you believe in magic, we know who killed her, but still. Only the 4th Twilight was left. Oop. Gouge the head and kill. Maybe my heart was completely tired out and dead. Yeah, Battler's been going through it today. I believe in life after love. Does that count? Sure, that's on the way to magic. Even though I knew what I was doing was wrong, I lifted her head and checked. Oh, ow. Ooh, Battler. Clearly, Beatrice did this with magic. Only possible explanation. Prove me wrong. Okay, so you're putting the Battler onus on me? Okay, I have the burden of proof, not chat. Huh. I'm gonna wait for some more I'm gonna wait for some more information before I try to bullshit like Battler will. Anyway, even though I knew what I was doing was wrong, I lifted her head and checked and confirmed that my guess was right on the mark. Poor Battler. He's having such a day. There was a gaping hole in Shannon-chan's forehead, and her insides were dripping out. Her brain? Not her brain! No! Not only that, you could even see inside her. No! After seeing that, I finally noticed what I was doing was wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Hey, Battler-kun! We have to leave everything alone until the police come. What do you think you're doing, touching it? What will you do if our precious evidence from the crime scene gets disturbed? Auntie Rosa yelled furiously at me and even yanked the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt and gazed dimly up at the ceiling. Battler is so checked out. I feel so bad for him. He just probably fell in a bunch of blood. Maria. Now, even the 8th twilight is over. What was the 9th? What was the 9th twilight again?
第9の晩に魔女は蘇る。誰も生き残ればしない。
On the 9th twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. I see.
これで黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは復活するんだ。
So now, the golden witch Beatrice will be revived.
そしてなんだ。
What then?
最後。第10の晩。
On the final 10th twilight.
第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里に至るだろう。
On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold.
黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるんだよ。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened.
もうすぐ。
Very soon.
魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
The witch revives, and none shall be left alive, you say.
俺たちはこれから死ぬのか。
We're going to die?
それともこれで生贄の儀式は終了だ。
Or
俺たちの旅は終わり。
or is the sacrificial
黄金鏡へたどり着けるのか。
or is the sacrificial ritual over now, and our journey will end, and we can make it to the Golden Land?
何が俺たちの旅だ。
Our journey. Yeah, right. Oh, he's crying again. Battler is so drama queen much. This is, believe it or not, this is the least dramatic he's been about somebody dying. And in fact, him being this subdued is worrying. Like, he is dissociating. He's usually like, ah, damn you, I'll get you, whoever did this, and he starts crying. Like, he's usually way more over the top than this, believe it or not. Our journey. Yeah, right.
俺たちは今日一日犯人を見つけよう事態を打開しようと散々頭をひねって何も至れなかった。
We've spent the whole day trying to find the culprit, racking our brains as we tried to break out of this situation, and we haven't gotten anywhere.
バカの考え休むに似たりってやつだ。
It's like they say, thinking stupid is no better than sleeping. Who says that, Battler? Who says that?
そうさ、俺たちは今日一日ずっと憎悪と疑心暗鬼で自分を焼き焦がした。
That's right. We've spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. Rosa!
死んだ人間しか信用できないって言ってわざわざ3人の死に顔をここまで確認に来たんです。
We said we could only trust dead people. And we came all the way here just to check out their dead faces.
こんな俺たちがどうして黄金鏡とやらにたどり着けるっていうんだよ。
If we're like this, how can you say we can make it to the Golden Land? That's right. If nothing could be solved, it would have been much better if we had locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather was the wisest of us. Grandpa knew what's up. He shut himself in his room and was like, I ain't talking to anybody. He's been shut up in his room since yesterday without any contact with anyone. Chat, let's go. Trying to get your friend from college into the concept of Umineko. Don't think it's been successful so far. So we will take any words of encouragement. Okay, okay. Let's see. Even though I'm like only something like 20% through the story, it's already compelling. All of the characters are multi-dimensional, even if they don't seem that way at first. And it's fascinating how much the game encourages you to use your brain, even though it's a completely passive visual novel with no choices to speak of. There's my little advertisement from someone who's only 20% through. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Even if you are at the start and people seem flat, keep going. They may surprise you. And the novel really rewards thinking and effort for sure. Yeah. Yeah, like, didn't I, it's probably really minor in the grand scheme of things, but didn't I just say Shannon was probably gonna be staked in the head and George was probably gonna be staked in the stomach? And I was right. Of course they're flat, they're on a screen. But Tish, thanks, Tao. Grandfather was the wisest of us. He's been shut up in his room since yesterday without any contact with anyone. I figured it all out. I've got the whole visual novel down, guys. This is what's gonna happen in episodes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I'm just kidding. That would have been fine. Grandfather was the most correct. Poor Battler, he is totally dissociating. He is checking out. It'll be all right, Battler. If you're with me, it'll be all right.
とても気まぐれで時に面白半分に人間を殺すかもしれない恐ろしい存在だけれど
Witches are very fickle, and they're terrifying beings who maybe kill humans for fun sometimes.
でもマリアと一緒にいれば絶対に大丈夫。
But if you're together with me, it'll definitely be alright.
だから怯えないで。
So don't be afraid.
ありがとうな。
Thank you.
気休めだろ。
Oh god.
嬉しいぜ。
They're killing me. Even if that's just to comfort me. It makes me happy. After Auntie Rosa finished investigating their deaths, she proclaimed that she would seal this room again, chase the rest of us out, stole back the master key she had lent me, and locked the door again. It seemed that George Aniki had been holding the original key to Aunt Natsuhi's room. She had also collected that. What happened to not disturbing the crime scene, Rosa? Wait a second. She had all of the master keys in her hand. And if the original key had been shut up inside that room, wasn't this another locked room? Oh shit! Non-magic bros, how are we explaining this? So this is a fourth locked room? He's just completely overwhelmed at this point. Poor guy. He's probably just gonna be like, I fucking give up. I probably would be at that point. Now that we had been released from our suspicion of those three, we once again returned to the parlor. She's gonna think Genji did it and she's gonna shoot him. Ah! I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. Or Battler. Because Beatrice used magic to lock the room. Beatrice can do anything. Why do you keep saying it's not? Hey, I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying non-magic bros explain this. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are safe and everyone alive is a wolf. Then all that's left is me, Auntie Rosa, Maria, and Genji-san. Only those, grandfather, and that 19th person, the guest who I hadn't even sensed, Beatrice, drop-kicked the door. Beatrice just destroyed and replaced the door. Amazing! Where did she get the other door from? And then that door had its own key, and she like screwed in the hinges, shut it, and then made a big show of putting the bloody hands on. You like how I consistently imagine everyone in this game drop picking things like doors or people? You know what? It fits with the vibe. Oh, I got it. Remember how Kumasawa pretended to be not zombie Kumasawa door theory? Pretended to be the door earlier. Well, this is clearly Kanon's body acting as the door. It all fits. Or Kanon's body was the door when Goda was in the room trying to block the door from like Beatrice getting in. They're all furniture after all, true. Because he kept trying the lock and it kept bouncing back open. Maybe he was twisting Kanon's zombie finger and it kept like falling back into place, right? And he's like, the lock's not working. And then the door was open and Beatrice simply closed the door and or something. No, that still leaves how this door got locked. This is still Kanon. You're right. This is still Kanon, except Kanon locked. It's so ridiculous. Okay. 13 people had died and 6 were left. With only 6 people How would the wolves and sheep puzzle end? I think there were only about 6 in Professor Layton, weren't there? Maybe it was 8. Even though the puzzle, which had 19 people in it, had been reduced to a mere 6. I couldn't find any answer. This is too overwhelming for Battler's little pea brain. I feel really bad for him because I'd probably feel the same way in this situation. Yeah, we need Pico. We need some hint coins right now. Yeah. Please, please, Professor. Okay, if Professor Layton were here, Umineko would be done in 1 chapter. Beatrice wouldn't stand a chance. Especially if Professor Layton had a sword on him, he would block all those demon stakes. All right. Good taste, Tao. All right, we return to the parlor. I felt a little anxious that while we were gone. Hint coin, interrogate the parrot, stand near the wall and wait 2 minutes, try anything. Interrogate the parrot. We're an ace attorney. We need to find. I doubt it'd be done in 1 chapter. Don't you know Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright? You know what? I had that for my 3DS for 10 years. And it was still in my backlog and I never actually started playing it. I'm a fake fan. It's on my eternal backlog. Professor Layton wouldn't solve this in 1 chapter. Okay, maybe 2. Phoenix Wright looks great like a baker, not gonna lie, while still wearing his office suit. Okay, I have seen pictures of that. He is very cute. This is funny because I was just watching my friend stream Apollo Justice just a couple of days ago, and Phoenix got hit by a car. Anyway. Okay, Professor Herschel Layton may take 2 episodes to beat Beatrice. I felt a little anxious that while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the door to the parlor, but thankfully there was none. That's not even half of what happens to him. Oh, I know, Tao, don't worry. In fact, one of my oldest YouTube videos on my, not the Starlight Katie account, but my old account, is a whole video I put together in like 2008 about every wild thing Phoenix has survived. Alexi, you mentioned furniture and I remembered a short film you saw from this thing on Netflix called The House or something. It's about these parents who met this man and they basically get offered a free mansion. They get super greedy by the end of the short film, so they do whatever the man says, which leads them to getting turned into furniture. It sounds goofy, but it's actually really good. You just didn't explain it well. Wow, that sounds familiar. Like a short story. You said it's a short film. That does sound cool. It sounds kind of scary. But that's ringing a bell somehow. You know what? That would definitely happen to the Rosa's brothers and sisters. Here, Rosa's brothers and sisters would absolutely get so greedy that they get convinced to be furniture. I could see them as like the people who get the house in the movie. Thank you, Genji-san. This is far enough. Please rest for the day.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
これで休ませていただきます。
Then, if you will allow me to rest.
おい、ローザおばさん。
Hey, Auntie
この
Rosa,
状況下で源氏さんをたった一人で過ごさせるっていうのかよ。
are you saying that you'll leave Genji-san all alone in a situation like this?
そうね。
You are right.
とても危険なことだと思うわ。
I do think it's very dangerous.
ならなぜ彼は無事なの？
But in that case, why is he safe? I knew this was coming. She's gonna think Genji did it.
彼は3人が夏日姉さんの部屋へ向かった後、ずっと一人でいた。
I fucking called it. After those three headed to Natsuhine-san's room, he was alone the whole
なの
time.
に無事だった。
And yet he's safe.
狼と羊のパズルよ。
It's the wolves and sheep puzzle. God damn it, Rosa.
最も弱い立場となる孤立した羊が無事な理由は何？
Why would an isolated sheep, a sheep in its weakest position, be safe? Because there's no wolves on the same side as him. Rosa?
狼がたまたまいなかったんだろ。
Yeah, what Battler said. Probably because by coincidence there weren't any wolves.
違うわ。
Wrong.
それが羊じゃなかったから。
Because it wasn't a sheep. God fucking damn it, Rosa. Not my man Genji.
源氏さんが狼だっていうのかよ。
Are you saying Genji-san's a wolf? She's gonna fucking shoot Genji. No!
彼は一人で厨房にいたそうだけど、それは証明不能よ。
He said that he was alone in the kitchen, but that's impossible to prove.
南條先生たちの死体を運んだり、ジョージ君たちを殺したりできたのは彼かベアトリーチェだけなのよ。
The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san's corpses and who could have killed George and the rest were him and Beatrice, right?
待てよ。その論法じゃ誰だって。
Wait, with that argument, anyone...
バトラー様。
All right, yeah, it's scary because they get so greedy. They let the man do whatever he wanted as long as they get rewarded with physical possessions. Ooh, I bet this is probably some social commentary. Okay, this reminds me of a horror movie I was too scared to watch, so... There's literally a podcast called Too Scary Didn't Watch that was made for people like me who are too scared to actually watch most scary movies but are morbidly curious about what the hell happens in the movie, and so want to kind of learn from it from a less intense distance. And so there's literally a podcast like that where one friend really likes watching scary movies and the other two don't like it. So so she tells them about it and they're like, ooh, yeah, you know. So I listened to one of those for a movie that one couple with a kid was pushing another couple with a kid to like the limits of what you'll let someone do just to be polite, and it ends with like the parents both dead and their kid kidnapped, and the other couple is pretending that kid is their own kid. So that kind of reminds me of that. It's got similar vibes to what you're describing. The children ended up escaping because the children don't exactly know what greed is. Yeah, I could see that. Sounds like an effective horror story. He also removed all the stairs in their home? Holy shit. Sus. Emergency meeting. That's a lie. Genji said, I need healing. No. There's an explanation, but it's very disturbing. I don't know if you want to hear it. Also, it's a spoiler for said movie, but I haven't even said the title of the movie, so maybe you'll watch it one day and have no idea if this is the movie I'm talking about or not. Do you want to hear? It's kind of bad. Okay. So I'm about to say something disturbing, so just prepare yourselves. So the kid that the bad couple had in the beginning was not their kid either. The kid has no tongue. And the couple, the bad couple, had been explaining to the regular couple that this was like a birth defect. Like he has a certain disorder or he was born without a tongue. And so they end up killing that boy, and then when they kidnap the new kid, they cut out her tongue too. So she can't actually articulate her situation to any other adults. And as for like writing something down or something like that, I think from the description, it was implied maybe that by that time, the kid's will is so broken that they don't even try to escape, or probably nobody believes them. You know, ASL yelling for help. Yeah, but then I think most adults would just think that the kid's being rebellious, right? They'd probably take the parents' word over the kids. You know? And the implication was that they'd done this to many different sets of parents and children. Fiction garbage. All right, there you go. Yeah, it's fiction garbage. It's just a scary movie. Cultural difference, I suppose. Yeah, maybe. I think that was part of it too, because I think it was commenting on Danish, I think, culture, about how people will be too polite. And so I think it was more like European culture, and maybe something like that wouldn't happen in America or something like that. And just showing the mouth and the missing tongue would really... A Danish movie? Now I've got a lead. I think it was Danish. I could be wrong. Now, to be clear, in real life, an adult could probably fast talk their way out of the situation, but it's not trivial or easy or guaranteed. True. True. It is just a silly horror movie, but it gave me similar vibes to like how far you'll let someone go and then suddenly everything's ruined around you or something. Just what Alexi was describing reminded me of that. Stephen King levels of spooky. Yeah. I mean, Marinda, you're right. It is fictional. And I think from what I understand, a lot of the movie made a buzz online, and a lot of people were mad and were saying it was bullshit. But you can't say it's a bad movie if it got people talking and real riled up and passionate, right? So anyway, again, this is something I haven't even watched because I'm too scared, so I heard it vicariously through a podcast, so so don't take my word for it too much. But anyway, Battler-sama,
お気遣いをありがとうございます。
thank you for your concern.
私は信頼を勝ち得るのは常に100の言い訳ではなく、
I
一つ
believe
の誠実であると信じています。
I believe that trust will be won not with 100 excuses, but with a single unending faithfulness. Oh no. Genji's like is just gonna accept his fate and be like, I'm gonna be loyal to the end even when they're killing him. No.
たとえ信頼をいただけなくても、私は最後まで誠実でありたいと思います。
Even if I am not able to gain your trust, I wish to be faithful until the end.
源氏さん。
なら決まりね。
Then it's settled.
あなたが本当に無実なら、それは明日やってくる警察が証明して
Oh,
くれる。
thank God she's not gonna shoot him. Okay. If you are truly innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow.
だから、それまでの間、あなたを疑いから外すわけにはいかない。
At least I hope she's not gonna shoot him. It seems less likely now, but maybe she'll go crazy. Maybe the evil witch will possess her again. So until then, we cannot remove you from suspicion.
長年、後宮家に仕えてくれたあなたに、こんな仕打ちをするのは本当に心苦しいんだけれど。
After long years of service to the Ushiromiya family, I find it truly painful to treat you so poorly. Do you, Rosa? Do you?
今夜は分かってください。
But please understand, for tonight,
そして、明日になったら、もう一度仲直りさせてください。
then, when tomorrow comes, please let me make up with you again. Umineko no nakukoro ni, like that one scene last week. Genji-san gave his head a small shake.
今日も明日も
Whether today or tomorrow,
私は後宮家の使用人であり続けます。
I will continue to be a servant of the Ushiromiya
ご
family.
用がありましたらいつでもお申し付けください。
If you have any business, please say so at any time.
それでは失礼させていただきます。
Then, if you will excuse me. Genji, where are you going? Safety in numbers. After hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji-san bowed deeply and left down the hall. Genji! And we entered the room. Genji of furniture, if Rosa tells him to leave, he must leave. Okay. But I didn't know if that order was still through after the conversation they just had, but apparently so. All right. Even though Auntie Rosa still held all of the master keys herself. One of the 3 short films, because it's like 3 short films in one. Oh, like an anthology. Cool. She began another thorough check of the inside of the parlor. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched, how should I say it? I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything unnecessary, it would turn into another fight. Rosa, you're a little scary, huh? For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor. Figured I had waited just about long enough and entered the parlor behind her. They all take place in the same house but in different times, hence the name The House. Ooh, I'll have to look into it, thank you. And if she can't trust anyone but the dead, she should just go around killing everyone with the gun she's got in her hand. Battler is so checked out. Poor guy. He's never gonna think of his aunt the same way again. Or at least Battler on the ground. Battler in purgatory might be a little more sympathetic. And then in the end, she'll realize that she herself was the wolf. Battler is so salty, rightly so. And then she can blast through the head of the final wolf, and the curtain will close on this insane murder theater. Battler, you want your aunt to shoot herself in the head? His dogs are barking. He is so done. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I'd been encamped before. Damn. And rudely rested both my feet on the table. He is done. Oh my god. Or was about to when I found something there and stopped my feet.
なんだこれ。
What is this? Right there, almost as though it was addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was that envelope from before with the seal of the one-winged eagle. And it was unopened. Wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this? I had been sitting here the whole time, up until I went with everyone to check the corpses. And there hadn't been anything. And when I returned, it was here.
大丈夫。
It's all right.
戸締まりに問題はないわ。
There was no problem with the locks on the
この
windows.
部屋は安全よ。
This room is safe. I heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. This is magic, but nothing else. Okay. Wait. We had made sure this room was safe when we exited it. We had checked the windows were all perfectly locked. And we had locked it, come back, and the windows were still locked. Then, wait, who had put this letter here and how? I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. First was the Triforce. No, I'm just kidding. The first page had a magic circle drawn on it in something like blood. If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. This was in chapter 1. Was this the... This is the magic circle that can open any lock, right? Or something like that, or the one to get out of prison or something. Alchemy, we're bringing your mother back. Yeah, this is a Full Metal Alchemist magic circle. Not the human transmutation. Oh no. If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. And also, Battler's mom is double dead. Like, his birth mother is dead, and now his stepmother is dead too. So, like, which mother? If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. And there was writing on the other page.
気分の謎解きは進んでおりますか?
Are you making progress solving the riddle of the epitaph? No, we're not making any progress at all whatsoever, Beatrice. Thank you. Even better, the magic circle of hugging your dog really close. Now that's the good... No, I was gonna say that. Oh, that's a good magic circle, but then I remembered the freaking Chimera episode. God damn it. Hashtag just solve the epitaph. That's what I've been saying. The symbol means discord. Oh, was that it? Oh, so that was the okay, no, I remember now. To piss everybody off. And last time it was when Natsuhi was all paranoid and shut themselves in, or maybe it was when they left the room. One of the two. How much progress have I made on the epitaph? Not much. I want more information. Beatrice was dropping her Discord link. Yep, that's what it was. It's an invite to her server. It's actually a QR code in the 1980s. Are you making progress solving the riddle of the epitaph? No.
もうじきあっさり時間切れ。
Very, very soon, you'll run flat out of time. Discord and Discord Wolf. Discord howling at the moon. Okay, that was... I hate that I have this knowledge, but that is 100% a fan song and not an official My Little Pony song whatsoever. I hate that I know this. But it's still a bop. Discord is still a bop. Beatrice is a witch, taking the tech from the future and using it as trivial for her. True, but none of them have smartphones to scan the QR code on. Very, very soon you'll run flat out of time.
第9の番はもうじき始まります。
The ninth twilight will start very soon, and none will be left alive. Ah! There was no mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice.
バトラー、それは
Bachelor? What is that?
ああ
Right.
今ここに来たら置いてあった
Sounds like an Ushinomiya family problem, not a Beatrice problem. True, true, true. When I came here just now, it was just placed here.
どうしたのマリア？
What happened, Maria? Huh?
バトラ君、その手紙は？
Battler-kun, that letter?
いやそのこ
Wait,
こに置いてあったんだ
it was just placed
ど
here.
うしてだよ
Why?
この部屋はちゃんと戸締まりをしていたのに
Even though we properly checked to make sure this room was
どう
closed.
してだよ
Why?
どうして
Why?
マリア、いらっしゃい。
Maria, come here. He's... Oh no, the Discord link is gonna make her shoot her nephew. God damn it. Poor Battler. He's gonna be on the end of that rifle very soon. It reads, Dear pesky plumbers. Maria, come here. Auntie Rosa closed her eyes just a little, and after silently thinking something, told Maria to come here. Maria obeyed her mother's words. As she did, something unbelievable happened. I knew it. Auntie Rosa pointed the barrel of that gun at me. This feels like a very Zero Escape-esque moment.
バトラ君、あなたを狼
Oh,
だ
this
と
is
断定す
scary.
るわ。
Battler-kun, I've concluded that you are a wolf.
どうして
Why?
私はこの部屋にたった今帰ってきて、そのテーブルの上に何もないことを見ている。
Now this sounds like some Professor Layton-ass music. When I came into the room just now, I saw that there was nothing at all on the table.
そしてマリアがそのテーブルに近づいていないことも知っている。
And I know that Maria did not approach that
わずか
table.
な時間よ。
It was for a short time.
このテーブルに近づき、そして手紙を見つけたと主張するのはあなただけなのよ。
But the only one who approached the table and claimed to have found the letter is you.
そんなのっていやめちゃくちゃだ
How can you? Wait, that's all screwed up.
なんで俺がこんなものを置くんだよ
Why would I put something like this here?
おいおい俺は不審なものを見つけて報告しただけだぜ
Wait, I just found something suspicious and reported it, right?
なんで俺が疑われるんだよ
Why are you suspecting me?
あなたにしかその手紙をそこへ置けないからよ。
No, that's the magic noise. That's the Discord link. Devin93, thank you for following. I hope you're enjoying this wild Professor Layton situation that we're in. Because only you could set that letter there.
そう、これは自作自演。
That's right. This is all a
あ
charade.
なたが懐から封筒を取り出し、たった今見つけたかのように振る舞った。
You pulled an envelope from your pocket and then acted as though you had just found it.
密室の中に魔女が入って手紙を置いていった幻想を作り出すためにね。
To create the illusion that the witch entered a locked room, set down a letter, and left.
バカ野郎またそういう考えなのかよ
Battler is reaching his limit. His limits. You dumbass. Are you thinking like that again?
そんなことで俺まで疑うのかよ
Because of something like that, you're going to suspect me?
いい加減にしろ
Cut that out.
俺は親父たちを殺されてるんだぞ
My family has been killed. Oh, tell her, Battler. Tell her.
そんな俺がどうして犯人の片棒を担がなければならないんだよ
Why would I, of all people, take part in the culprit scheme?
そうね。
Yes.
たとえ莫大なお金がもらえるとしたとしても、 そんなことで肉親の命を切り売りできるような悪魔がいるなんて信じたくないわ。
Even under the assumption that you could receive a large amount of money, I don't want to believe a demon exists who would sell their own parents. But
いるかもしれない。
maybe he does.
言い方が悪いわね。
No, that's a bad way to say it. Rosa, this is your fucking nephew. If anything, Rosa is closer to the others than Battler. Her position is not unreasonable. I don't think it's enough, in my opinion. No, that's a bad way to say
例え
it.
ば、バトラ君にとってルドルフ兄さんたちが親で
Oh,
なかったとしたら
Also, she is now going with your line of reasoning. Oh no. What if, in your eyes, Battler-kun, Rudolph Nissan and Kirie-san weren't your parents?
は
What?
あ、何を言い出すかと思えば
Think about what you're saying!
親父は親父だろうが
Dad is dad!
確かにキリエさんと血縁はねえが俺の姉貴も同然のお人だ
Sure, I'm not related to Kirie-san by blood, but she's like a big sister to me.
そこだけは聞き捨てならねえぞこの野郎
Don't you dare say otherwise, you bastard! Poor Maria. Oh no. How would you be acting if all your siblings, in-laws, and several nieces and nephews were killed in these circumstances? I wouldn't turn on my last remaining nephew, okay? Dead is dad. Wait. He is dead. Sorry. I would simply not do what Rosa is doing in this position, even if you guys think it's logical. And look at Maria! I also would not point a gun at my nephew in front of my daughter, okay? Well, the magic thing makes me think that it wasn't Battler, okay? Oh, but if I was saying there was no magic, I would at least take a second and not jump to conclusions. I would think of, how could this have happened if I came in and didn't see the letter on the table? And then you claim it was right there. I would start checking the ceiling. Was it in the chandelier? Look, there's a chandelier right over that table. I know it's probably not an accurate representation of how the room is laid out, but what if it was up there and just a slight jostling would make it kind of land on the table or something like that? You know, it's at least a possibility, and I would take the time to, you know, think of how it could be possible instead of jumping straight to pointing a gun at my nephew, okay? In front of my daughter. Stop it!
言うのをやめなさい。
Stop saying ooh.
ごめんなさい。言い方が悪かった。
I'm sorry, that was a bad way to say it.
確かに後ろにはバトラ君、ルドルフ兄さんの子供かもしれない。
Of course, Ushinomiya Battler-kun might be Rudolph Nissan's child.
でもあなた本当にルドルフ兄さんの息子のバトラ君なの？
But are you really Battler-kun, the son of Rudolph Nissan? Oh no! She's convinced there could be two Kanons? Would you really risk that? And look, she's so gleeful in it. She's like, what if you're not really Battler? And what if you shoot him and you're wrong? Like, Jesus Christ!
何わけのわかんねえこと
What the hell are you talking about?
俺がバトラじゃねえんなら誰に見えるってんだよ
If I'm not Battler, then who else do I look like?
ルドルフ兄さんも含めて私たちは6年ぶりにあなたに再会している。
Then she'll have protected her precious daughter. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Is there a jet engine in the background? I think that might be I think that sound usually happens when some kind of magic is happening. And if the Discord link, that is the magic circle that instills Discord into a situation, as in the actual term Discord in the dictionary, then that could be a sound indicating that magic is actively going on, and they're having this big blowout argument influenced by magic. That's what I think that is. All of us, including Rudolph Nissan, reunited with you after a 6-year
あ
gap.
なたが本当に後宮バトラーかなんて誰も証明できないのよ。
No one can prove that you really are Ushinomiya Battler, right? She thinks he was faking it from the beginning? That a fake battler showed up?
あなたは本当は後宮バトラーじゃなくて後宮家の財産をうまく騙し取ろうと紛れ込んだ何者
This is what they thought Beatrice was at first.
かもしれな
That's
い。
probably where she's getting the idea. Maybe you aren't really Ushinomiya Battler, but someone who snuck in, trying to skillfully steal the wealth of the Ushinomiya family.
自分が後宮バトラーだとはっきり証明できる。
Can you clearly prove that you are Ushinomiya
今
Battler?
この場で
Right here, right now!
いい加減にしやがれ
Cut it out! Damn it!
俺は俺だ
How is she even getting to that point? Good fucking question. Cut it out! Damn it! I am me!
後宮バトラーだ
Ushinomiya Battler!
そこまで疑い出したらあんただって本当に後宮ローザなのかよ
If we're going to doubt even that much, are you really Ushinomiya Rosa?
自分は自分だ
I'm myself! No one else! I have no idea why she thinks that Rudolph never at least saw a picture of Battler for 6 years. Okay, so this is in the 80s. So they just have old-fashioned phones. Or maybe the first cell phones were being out. But, there ain't no smartphones where you can take pictures. It's like the goddamn bricks, you know? Yeah, that's an important note. This is in the 80s. Anyway, Polaroids. Yeah, why didn't they send Rosa a damn Polaroid of Battler? Like, Rudolph sending over a Polaroid selfie with him and his son, like, hey Rosa, check out who I'm reunited with. Look at this kid. Look how big he's gotten. You know? If we're really going to doubt even that much, are you really Ushinomiya Rosa? I'm myself, no one else.
ああそうだなあんたの言う通りだぜ
This boy has presented evidence asserting it was magically appearing, faking things, trying to blame Beatrice, is involved with the death of the others. Ushinomiya Battler wouldn't be killing her father and the others. This is not Ushinomiya Battler. This is pretty clear. No! Mirinda, no! Yeah, that's right. It's just as you say. The only one you can trust other than corpses is yourself. No, Battler, that's the magic talking.
反論させてもらうぜ
If you're going to say that much, it's time I argued back.
ジョージの兄貴たちが死んでいた夏おばさんの部屋に鍵がかかってた
Is he about to go on a freaking, again, Professor Layton tirade explaining everything in one go? Let's fucking go. I think Mirinda is being cheeky, or at least I hope so. Tout, I know this is big spoilers, but I think you might legitimately enjoy this game if you played it from the beginning. Because it's like the whole thing is like, the murder mysteries, they say it's magic, but Battler is always denying that it's magic, and apparently there's always some kind of explanation where you could, there's some kind of solution where you could feasibly explain it without magic. Give you like 5 years to get through it, yeah. So with the way you're thinking already, I think you'd really engage with the murder mystery aspect. So yeah, I think you'd enjoy this. The rational explanations and things like that. All right. The door to Aunt Natsuhi's room, where George Aniki and the others died, was locked.
部屋の鍵はジョージの兄貴が持っていたんだろう。
George Aniki was holding the key to that room, right?
そしてマスターキーを持ってるのは今やローザおばさんだけだぜ。
And by now, the only one holding a master key is
あ
you.
の部屋に施錠できたのはあんただけじゃねえかよ。
Weren't you the only one who could have locked that room?
俺の推理じゃこうだ。
My reasoning goes like
あん
this.
たは真犯人と通じ合っていて
You're in contact with the real culprit. He is so done now because she's literally pointing a loaded gun at him and he's yelling at her like this. He is so done. It's not 100%, but it's reasonable. Okay, and Rosa has her family all killed now. She's being wrong for acting this way. I'm saying she's wrong. I think she should take a second and freaking breathe. I know your hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. I think she should take some time to freaking breathe instead of jumping to conclusions. That's just me, okay? You're in contact with the real culprit. Stick your finger in the barrel. I've seen it work on many times. Oh no.
俺たちの目を盗み5つのマスターキーのうちの1つをこっそり貸し出したんだ。
And while I wasn't looking, you lent them one of your 5 master
そんなこと
keys.
しないわよ。
I wouldn't do that.
ほらここに5つあるわよ。
See, there are 5 of them here, right?
そんなの当てになるもんか。
Easy for you to say. You have reader omniscient perspective. You've seen what happened. Rosa hadn't. Okay, fine. I'd still not want to jump to conclusions. That's just me. Okay, anyway, as if that
あらか
matters.
じめ取り決めた場所に置かせて回収したかもしれねえじゃねえかよ。
If I could understand jumping to conclusions. Actually, no. I think she was a little too trigger happy with the servants too. But I think if it was my own family, I would take a moment. That's just okay. I would want to talk it out a little bit, especially if I had the gun. Nobody's gonna like actively threaten me if I have the gun, you know? Okay, so there is a portrait of Beatrice that the grandpa, who's been shut in his room this whole time, grandpa loved Beatrice, and apparently Beatrice died a long time ago. And this whole thing, the sacrifices and stuff, is a magic ritual to bring Beatrice back to life. And there is an epitaph that the grandpa had etched that's displayed below the portrait, and it's like this. It's like a big, really vague riddle, and it actually, this thing, the first Twilight, the second Twilight, the third Twilight, fourth Twilight, fifth Twilight, sixth Twilight, seventh Twilight, eighth Twilight, ninth, 10th, is all this part is about, seems to pretty clearly be about the magic ritual to resurrect Beatrice. So, so everybody who's died so far has followed this list. What did George have to do with that earlier? George, on the 6th Twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. He was just some guy. He's Battler's cousin. Okay, so on this island there is a rich family. This is the family tree. This is Grandpa, Peepaw, the guy I'm talking about, who's like, he hates his whole family. He just wants to revive Beatrice. This is his first son, he's dead. This is his daughter, she's dead. This is Battler's dad, the third son, he's dead. Rosa is his youngest child. And then the grandkids. All right, so this is Natsuhi, Hideyoshi, and Kirie were married to Rudolph, Eva, and Kraus. So this is spouses. And then their children, the cousins, the youngest members of the family are Jessica, who's dead, George, another cousin, he's dead now, Battler, and Maria. So these four are cousins of the rich family. So George is not just some guy. He's because he's the oldest boy, if we went with the whole patriarchal system, he might actually be the heir to all the money. Maybe. Then Nanjo is a doctor, he's dead. Beatrice, no introduction needed. Genji's a butler. Shanon's a maid. Kanon's dead, he's a butler. Goda's the cook, he's dead. Kumasawa was also a servant, she's dead. How annoying the daughter sounded. Well, everybody's told me the anime is terrible compared to the visual novels, so you were probably Marinda is saying it better than I could, I guess. So yeah, this is all about a very fucked up family on a rich family on a mansion on an island that the family owns. And they're completely cut off because there's a typhoon going on right now, so they can't leave the island. They're trapped here. And all these people are dying. So that's kind of the situation. As if that matters. You could have had them set it in. So this is aunt and nephew who are having this big blowout argument right now. And she thinks that he might be an imposter or some shit. People die when they are killed, yes. You could have had them set in a prearranged spot and then collected it back. Astolfo! And weren't you the one who said it was suspicious whether there really are 5 master keys? Then how are you saying that someone other than yourself sent that letter there? This is the conversation y'all should have had. Oh yes, last week Kanon, the younger servant who was dead, he was confirmed dead. He came back with a gaping wound in his stomach, and then all the servants and the doctor were freaking out like, oh my god, and trying to save him. And then he started acting really weird, like he wasn't in pain at all, and he started saying Rosa did everything. Rosa right here. And then he was sticking his fingers in his wound like Videodrome, like being really freaky. And then he was like, and started acting really weird. And Shannon thought that he was an imposter. And I think she saw that the witch's magic used butterflies, so she was like, oh, maybe a spider. Butterflies wouldn't like spiders, so she got like a spider web and she like threatened him with it. And he like burst into butterflies, but like before he did that, he was like, "Ugh!" And he like jumped back. And he slit the throats of Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo. So that's how those two died, was because of the zombie Kanon. And then he like burst into butterflies. So that happened. Explain that, non-magic bros. I sympathize so much. Everything I said is true, but it sounds like a little child trying to explain a story. And so much to say, but not quite being able to piece it together. And then. I'm doing my best over here. It's impossible to explain. It's clearly magic. Not sure why you keep challenging others to prove the impossible. Okay, Mirinda. Okay. How are you saying that someone other than yourself set that letter there? Nutter flies. But yeah, this is what they should have calmly talked about from the beginning instead of pointing guns at your family. As long as you can't prove that, you are a wolf. All right, Battler, time to work that Phoenix right brain into overdrive. Shut up! Oh, Rosa, you've driven him to tears. Why don't you show me some proof? How do you say that the culprit killed George Aniki and the rest in that locked room? How did they lock it? Okay, now I have to explain this. So, there's like everything that's happening, and then there's a version of Beatrice and Battler that are in purgatory, kind of watching everything like a tabletop RPG or a chessboard. They're like seeing the pieces laid out below them, but they're intangible to everybody in the situation. Yeah. So there's a peanut gallery spectator version of Battler and Beatrice, and that's where we're at now. And you can always tell it's that because of this little darkening screen with the leaves and stuff. No, it's not a flashback. It's a timeout. It's like a movie. They're like watching a movie. This is happening before them, and they can't interact. And who are those versions of them? That's a good question. I don't know. It's not explained yet. Okay. Episode 1, there was events on the island, lots of family dying. Then the story epilogue, the characters were all reflecting what happened and surprised it was a magical story. Yeah, and then, yeah. So they were like having a tea party. They're like, oh, that was so funny. Good thing we're all okay now. And Battler was like, but wait, this is bullshit. And then everybody started falling apart because apparently the magic depends upon belief. So Beatrice is the eternal witch. So she can cause events to happen again and again and again. She can like kill people, bring them back, kill them, bring them back, or something like that. And yeah, also what Mirinda's saying. So now they have a little bet. So like Beatrice is like, all right, if you think I'm fake, I'm gonna make you submit like a good little bitch boy and admit to my face that I'm real, magic is real, witches exist. Yeah, so Beatrice is like bringing everybody back and starting the whole mystery on the island over again. Movie magic. She's the witch of movies. And she's and they're basically like, yeah, this torment's gonna go on forever until one of us budges. And so yeah, you have Meta Beatrice and Meta Battler observing and discussing the situation and the peace characters playing at events. Yeah, so if that makes any sense, that's the situation ever since chapter 1. Absolutely and totally correct.
夏日の
Also, whenever Beatrice says something in red,
全く同じだぞいつもの通り
it is the complete and utter truth. So that gives us, the theorists, something to work with, because you could just come up with any bullshit to explain anything, right? So whenever something happens in red, I kind of do this sound, and then basically it's the unimpeachable truth. That Beatrice knows what happened, and you can take her word for it, or else the game is bullshit and no fun at all. Yeah, what Mirinda said. They decided upon this rule. And it's plausible that Beatrice would know what's going on, because clearly she's orchestrating shit. Whether she's actually a witch or not. But it stops them from arguing in circles forever. Because, if they don't stick with this one rule, they're not really playing a game. They're just being tedious forever. So anyway, absolutely and totally correct. Natsuhi's room was exactly the same, just like usual. Does that include the door or not?
扉も窓も内側から施錠されていた
The door and windows were locked from the inside. Wait, afterwards. So if they had screwed on a different door, but then it wouldn't be exactly the same. But does the door count as part of the room? Because you could argue that's a loophole. Because she said Natsuhi's room was exactly the same, just like usual. If the door itself was replaced and doesn't count as part of the room, the doors and the windows were locked from the inside. We know that could have only happened after the murder. So, so the door could have been replaced. And if it's not counted as part of the room, you need to ask Beatrice to clarify. And I could see that happening. If the door was replaced, does it matter? Yes, because then the key to Natsuhi's room wouldn't have been the only way the door could have been locked. Another key could have locked it. Because we're arguing somebody else locked it, right? And Rosa has all of the master keys. And the only other key that could have opened Natsuhi's door was inside the room. If the door was changed, the door is not the same as before. Okay, that's what I'm arguing. Maybe the door doesn't count as part of the room. That's what I would want Beatrice to specify. Tout. Good question. Maybe if you took off another door in a different part of the mansion and screwed it on. Anyway, there are tools in the shed. I'd want Beatrice to clarify, okay? Anyway. Maybe Beatrice likes the ship of Theseus. Maybe she does. She probably, like, knew the dude who came up with that or something. Alright, the door and windows were locked from the inside.
いかなるイカ様も細工もなく、そして隠された通行手段もなければ 隠れる場所もない。
There were no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage, nor places in which to hide. After the murder, okay? 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 I think I could still argue the door replacement thing. I think I could still argue the door thing. Let's say after the door was put in, there were no frauds or tricks or means of secret passages, nor places in which to hide. I think I can argue this. I got Battler's back. I can loophole this shit.
夏日自身の鍵はジョージのポケットに入って室内に閉じ込められていた。
Natsuhi's own key was in George's pocket and locked inside the room. Yes, but what if the door didn't need Natsuhi's key? What if it was replaced with another door?
あとは5本のマスターキーしかないが、それはすべてローザが持っている。
That leaves only the 5 master keys, and quote-unquote Rosa was holding all of them. But, what if there was a different lock of the door? That leaves only being red is poking holes slightly, but it's not sinking the ship. I got this.
ついでに言おう。その客間も同じよ。
And while I'm at it, the parlor is the same. Okay, before they secured the parlor, hours earlier, Beatrice put the letter in the chandelier. Okay? Hours later, it happened to fall at the exact wrong moment.
本来の客間の鍵は使用人室に封印されている。
The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room.
だからマスターキー以外では解錠不能。部屋の密室定義もいつもに同じよ。
So unlocking it with anything but a master key is impossible. The locked room definition of the room is the same as always. Yes, the letter was prepared hours earlier, and maybe, although it's possible somebody would have noticed there's something up there if it was there for hours and hours, so maybe it was tucked really high up in the chandelier, so it was really hard to see from the floor. There we go. Magic isn't real.
おいおい、容疑者はもう一人しかいねえぜ。
Come on! There's only one suspect now! Yeah, it's you, Beatrice.
それでもまだかまととぶんのかよ。後ろ宮バトラー。
Or are you still playing dumb, Ushinomiya Battler?
うるせえ。
Shut up!
てめえも黙ってろ。
You keep silent as well! Battler's not even trying. Poor guy.
どうやってその手紙を受けたというの？
You know, I get the feeling we're drifting away from the fact someone wants to kill their cousin. A little bit. Also, poor Battler in Purgatory is even like, oh my god, I can't handle this anymore. Just shut up. Poor guy. He's checked out in both planes of existence. You're the one who should keep silent. How do you say that letter was set there by someone other than you? Somebody put it in the damn chandelier this morning.
それが証明できない限り、あなたは狼なのよ。
As long as you can't prove that, you're a wolf!
俺が疑えるってんなら、あんただって疑えるぜ。あんたこそ証明してみろ。
If I can be suspected, then you can be suspected. You try showing me some proof.
最初に部屋に入って、戸締まりの確認だのを始めたのはローザおばさんじゃねえかよ。
Weren't you the first to enter the room and begin checking the windows?
そして、俺の座っていた場所に再び俺が戻るだろうことを見越し、
Then you
手紙
didn't.
をそっと置いたんだ。
Then you anticipated that I'd return to where I'd been sitting before and secretly place the letter.
これはあんたの罠だって疑うこともできるんだぜ。
I can also suspect that this is your trap, can I?
どうして私がそんな罠を
Why would I use a trap like that?
私が狼ならこの銃で問答無用で撃ってるわよ
If I was a wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question.
そんなのじゃ理由にならねえ
In
な。
front of your daughter? In front of your daughter, Rosa? In front of your daughter? That's no
マリア
reason.
の目の前で殺人ができねえか。うまく罠にかけようって回りくどいことしてるかもしれねえじゃねえか。
Maybe because you couldn't commit murder in front of Maria, you chose the roundabout way of setting a clever trap. Tell her, Battler, that's what I'm saying.
マスターキーはすべてあんたの手にある。
All of the master keys are in your hands.
ならここもさっきも全部あんたの仕業じゃねえかよ。
So this place and the room just a while ago are all you're doing, aren't they? I'm on Battler's side. But I don't think Rosa did it. I think it's the 19th person on the island that multiple witnesses saw. Including Rosa. But hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. I'm saying she didn't do the murder. Is that good enough? I think she's in the wrong right now. IMO. Anyway, so this place and the room just a while ago are all you're doing, aren't
言い
they?
逃れできるってんなら言い訳を聞かせてみろよ。
If you can talk your way out of this, then let me hear your excuse.
そうさ。ローザおばさんは最初から怪しいんだよ。
I gotta sleep, but I will admit the banter of all of us is really entertaining for how dramatic this whodunit is. Yes, I'm glad you had fun, that you stuck around this long despite raiding into something completely without context. You've been a really great sport. Even though you've seen some spoilers, I hope this inspires you to pick up the game. And hey, even if you don't want to pick up the game, I'm here every Thursday if you want more banter. Thank you so much for the raid, and I hope you have I hope you sleep well. Thank you for the raid earlier. If the streamer is entertaining, it doesn't matter what you play. Ah, yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, what Marinda was saying is also part of the context, yes. This game is amazing to reread. It's good enough to read too. We're still in the early game, so it's not really a spoiler. Are you sure? So all the shit that's happened all these weeks, it's not really a spoiler. Okay. Okay. So this shit ain't nothing compared to stuff that's coming later. Gotcha. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful evening. You too. Have a wonderful evening. So this counts as light spoilers. Okay, you've been lightly spoiled, Tao. Hope I see you next week. Have a good night. That's right. You've been suspicious from the start.
なんで親族会議の大人たちが6人殺されたのにローザおばさんだけが例外なんだ。
Why is it that 6 of the adults in the family conference were killed, and you were the only exception?
なんでローザおばさんだけがあの礼拝堂にいなかったんだ。
Why were you the only one not in that chapel?
一つしか理由がねえ。ローザおばさんが親父たちをあそこに招いて殺したんだ。
There can only be one reason. You called Dad and the rest out there and killed them. Battler, no, this is the Discord magic talking. Next week, I'm expecting the daughter to Wingardium Leviosa her mother out the window. I'm sure she wants to, on some level, really badly. That's a whole can of worms right there, Tao. We'll explain later. Have a great night. Goodbye, thank you. Okay, so, Battler, I know this is not your heart. That's not the only reason. This is the Discord magic talking. It's that damn QR code.
それで全部説明がつくじゃねえかよ。
Oh no, he's losing it.
ふざけんじゃねえ。 わけのわかんねえことを言うんじゃねえ。
Damn it. Damn it. That explains everything, doesn't it? Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Stop saying things that don't make sense! Stop it! You mustn't fight! Poor Maria, holy shit. I really sympathize as a child of divorced parents. Mama too! Battler too! Stop it! Stop it! It's no one's fault! It's not Battler's or Mama's fault! The witch did all of this! She did it with magic! It's no one's fault! Maria thrust herself in between me and Auntie Rosa, both of us incensed. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. Yeah, and listen to that, the jet engine noise isn't happening anymore. So maybe the magic stopped. And at that instant, I became filled with shame. Tears flowed from my eyes. That's right.
全部魔女のせいだったんじゃないかよ。
It's all the witch's fault, isn't it?
鍵がどうこうとかトリックだのアリバイだの全部バカらしかったんだ。
All this about keys and tricks and alibis, all of it was stupid.
魔女の仕業なのに俺たちは同じ人間同士を信じ合うこともできなくて。
Even though it was the work of the witch, we weren't even able to trust each other as fellow humans.
なあローザおばさん、人間の犯人なんて最初からいなかったんだ。
Right?
全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。
Auntie Rosa, from the beginning, there wasn't a human culprit. It was all the work of the witch.
だからローザおばさんが犯人のわけがないし、
So there's no way you're the culprit.
俺やマリアだって、そしてゲンジさんだって他のみんなだって
And there's no
犯人のわけがないんだ。
and there's no way I'm the culprit, or Maria, or Genji-san, or anyone.
どうしてこんなことに。
Why has it come to this?
俺はどうして大好きだったローザおばさんとこんなことの隣り合いをしてるんだよ。
Why am I screaming with Auntie Rosa, who I loved?
優しくって大好きだったおばさんとどうしてこんな罵り合いをしてるんだよ。
Why am I having this fight with the kind aunt who I loved?
なんでみんなで疑い合わなくちゃならねえんだよ。
Why? Why does everyone have to suspect each other?
おばさんを疑ってなんかいないんだ。誰も疑ってなんかないんだ。
I'm not going to doubt my auntie. I'm not going to doubt anyone.
全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。ベアトリーチェの仕業だったんだ。
It's all the work of the witch. It's all the work of Beatrice.
全部ベアトリーチェが魔法で行った事件だったんだ。
It's all a crime that Beatrice committed with magic.
ベアトリーチェ頼むからここに現れてくれよ。
Beatrice, please show yourself
そ
here.
して自分が全てやったと俺たちに告白してくれよ。もうごめんだ。こんな疑り合いはごめんなんだ。
and confess to us that you did everything. I've had enough already. I've had enough of doubting each other like this.
だから俺たちを許してくれ、解放してくれ。互いの死を見届け合うまで疑り合わなきゃならない地獄から解放してくれ。
So forgive us, release us from this hell of suspecting each other until we see each other's deaths.
俺に優しい親戚たちを、いとこたちを返してくれよ。
Give me my kind relatives and cousins back.
もう嫌だ、嫌だ、全部嫌だ。
I hate it, I hate it, I hate it all.
お前は確かに実在する。
You definitely
お前の
exist.
勝ちだ。
You win.
姿を見せてくれよ。ベアトリーチェ。
Show yourself. Oh, Beatrice. Oh, he's sounding just like his grandfather. Oh no.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
私はまだ生きているのか。
Oh shit, Kinzo time. Speaking of which, oh, Beatrice! Now we're in Kinzo POV. Oh damn. Am I still alive? Kinzo seemed to have fallen into a doze at some point. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m.
あやつの儀式はあってどこまで進んだのか。
Her ritual, I wonder how far has it progressed?
時間的にはもうだいぶ進んでいなくてはならぬ頃だ。
It must have progressed quite far by this time. Kinzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch that he had gazed at every day. Kinzo is about to stroll out and get a gun pointed at him by his daughter. Damn. Beatrice.
もうじきお前の微笑みに再会できる。
Very soon, I will be able to be reunited with your smile.
死んでもいい。
It doesn't matter if I die.
お前の微笑みがもう一度見られるならこの命は惜しくない。
If I could just see your smile once more, I would gladly give this life of mine. How can you see her smile if you're dead, bro?
だから交渉だ。お前にもう一度会わせてくれ。
So I beg you, let me meet with you one more time.
そして愛を誓わせておくれ。私の罪を謝らせておくれ。ああ。
And let me swear my love to you. Let me apologize for my crimes. Your crimes? Excuse me. And this is after Beatrice had quite the reaction about men and sex and Kinzo, what did you do?
だが逃がさん。
But I won't let you escape.
お前は私のものだ。
You are mine.
髪の毛の一本からつま先まで爪の赤すらも私のものなのだ。
From your hair to the tips of your toes to the dirt under your nails, you are mine. I couldn't help but think that because of how wildly out of pocket she reacted to Shannon earlier. And also, look at how he's talking about her. Maybe Beatrice had a point. Or maybe this is her experience of men who treat her like this.
お前の肉一片までも全て私のもので、その亡骸の煮汁まで私のものなのだ。
Every fragment of your flesh is mine. Even the broth of your corpse is mine. I mean, listen to this. You could submit this in a court of law and get a restraining order.
皆さん、今度こそこの手からこぼさん。
The broth, the root, the juices of your rotting corpse? Wait, are you saying this isn't normal? You're pulling... Okay, Mirinda. I won't let you escape. This time you won't spill from my hands.
お前を永遠に私のものにしてやるぞ。
I'll make you mine for all eternity.
二度と逃がすものか。二度と逃がすものか。
I will never let you escape a second time. I will never let you escape a second time. Kinzo howled in rage, then suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant, he had started sobbing.
違う。私が言いたいのはこんなことじゃないんだ。ベアトリーチェ。
That's wrong. That's not what I wanted to say. Beatrice.
頼む。もう一度会わせてくれ。
Please, let me meet with you one more
謝
time.
らせてくれるだけでいい。
Even if you only let me apologize.
ベアトリーチェ。
Holy shit, Kinzo. Also, is this not... That's wrong. That's not what I wanted to say. Is this not what, like, domestic abusers often do? Like they'll fly into a rage and then they'll be like, oh, I didn't mean that. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, it just took me over. Kind of like Rosa. Exactly. Like Rosa beating her child. And then she's like, oh my god, forgive Mama. Yeah, you're right, it was the bad witch taking me over. Please forgive Mama. It's exactly like that. Rosa got it from her father. Maybe he would beat Rosa and then be like, oh, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Oops.
お前が愛しい恋しい。私が間違っていた。
You are beloved, yearned for. I was wrong.
お前が微笑んでさえくれれば、他には何もいらなかったんだ。
If you would just smile, I wouldn't need anything else.
私が間違えた。私がそれを間違えて、取り返しのつかないことをしてしまった。
I made a mistake. I got it wrong. I did something that cannot be taken back.
その償いに残りのすべての人生を捧げた。
In atonement, I have offered the whole remainder of my life. Did he kill her?
お前に詫びるために、私の罪を償うために、すべて捧げたんだ。
in order to apologize to you, in order to atone for my sins. I have offered everything.
頼む私の死の際でもいい
Please, even if it is as I die.
せめてお前に一言謝らせて
At least let me say one word of apology.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice! As Kinzo shook and cried, behind his small back, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere, like a flake of gold leaf, and softly fell down. Wait. I just remembered. Wait. Oh, right! A butterfly attached itself to Rosa's back as she went upstairs, and I think she was talking to Kinzo. So that's when a butterfly was able to enter his room through the wards. A butterfly had stuck to Rosa's back. So that was a Chekhov's gun from a long time ago. You fool, Kinzo. Do you think a woman exists who would fall for a man's tears? Well, even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might for a woman who is not human. Kinzo. In hindsight, maybe he shouldn't have sealed himself away in the one room which is built to repel Beatrice. Yeah, I know, right? He wants to see her, and yet he's like not allowing anyone in, let alone Beatrice. Yeah, I know, right? Kinzo, do you remember the board position of our chess game, which we never finished? Oh, of course they played chess. Kinzo, as though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set. The game he had been playing with Nanjo until yesterday remained there still. He wiped the pieces from the chessboard with a wide, sweeping motion and began to line them up again, one by one. It was the setup for a game in progress.
そうだこうだ
That's right. Like this.
私はクイーンを進めた
I advanced my queen.
とても良い妙手だった
That was a very spectacular move.
お前には少々きつすぎるかもしれん一手だった
It might have been a little too intense for you.
お前は駒を見捨てるか見捨てないかに悩みずっと悩み
I deliberated whether you would throw away your piece or not. Deliberated and deliberated. Kinzo waited, with the opposite seat empty. Hi, B. This is Grandpa, yes. Surely, very soon. Take that! Yeah. He would be able to restart. Very soon, his opponent would appear there, and he would be able to restart this game again. You fool, Kinzo. You want to apologize? You want to see my face again? You want to make my smile an eternal thing? Why can't you say a much, much simpler word? Even though that is the single element of the world. At that time, Kinzo muttered. A prayer? An entreaty? It was probably best just to call it muttering.
お前を愛している。
I love you.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice. Get him! The comedic timing. Oh, I love you, Beatrice. Dude, she's banging your grandson. Okay, but Beatrice said early on in this episode that love was the single element of the world. Can't you say a much simpler word? Even though it is the single element of the world, he said, I love you. But also, thank you, I'm gonna sip. But also, when Beatrice had that whole tirade against Shannon, she was specifically calling love this horrible thing that is just lust, and is this thing that men will exploit just because they want your body or something. But she called that love, and she also said that love is the single element of the world. So she's contradicting herself out of emotions, just like how Kanon did. Marinda, I think it's the same thing I was talking about earlier with George and Shannon, where, and with Kanon, and insisting he's furniture, but also he's like, I don't want to be furniture, right? I think it's like, you can believe that two things are true. Or you can believe something. You can believe one thing is true. But your emotions can make you contradict yourself. You can believe something, but your emotions can contradict it. So you might say something that comes from the heart, even though it contradicts something that you know for a fact, or that you believe intellectually. So like I was saying, I was like, oh, at the end with Shannon and George, even though I'd been like criticizing George the whole time and making fun of him, was because I thought Shannon's feelings were touching, even though I think George is being completely inappropriate by pursuing this relationship with her. But it's hard to reconcile, I think, Shannon's feelings are touching with that. And so it sounds like I'm contradicting myself, even though I believe one thing and feel a way about another thing. Same with Kanon, he insists as a coping mechanism that he is furniture and that he shouldn't hope for anything better, and Shannon shouldn't either, and she wouldn't get hurt if she didn't if she didn't dream of shooting higher, then she's been fated, right? But he actually despises how he's treated and how Shannon is treated. And he doesn't want to be treated that way. He wants to be emotionally treated as human, even though he stated such feelings were illogical, but that's how he really feels. And so with Beatrice, I assume because without love it cannot be seen is such a meme phrase. I'm aware of this. Love has gotta have some greater meaning in this story, that if magic is real, love has a greater significance than just being a feeling or a concept, is like my assumption. And so Beatrice can say, because she believes, you know, if love is more significant than just a feeling, that she believes love is the single element of the universe. But if Kinzo abused her, she can, if she, maybe not even Kinzo, not even just Kinzo, maybe B is like here with popcorn for this whole thing. So not even just Kinzo. Beatrice has lived for 1,000 years. So maybe all of her experience with men, as far as we know, witches are all women. So when she interacts with men, she's not interacting with her own people, from what we know so far. So she said her interactions with humans, she said to Battler she can't trust humans because they'll find loopholes and ways to break their promises because they want to exploit her powers and what she can do for them with her powers as a witch. So she said, wasn't she human as well? I don't know. She says that she's not, that she's a witch and that being a witch is different from being human. But her origin story, maybe she was. I don't know yet. I think we need to get further in to learn that kind of thing. Maybe she was. But if she's lived for 1,000 years, then obviously her life as a witch has been far, 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 far longer than any time she spent as a human, if she did start as a human. So if men aren't witches, if her constant, then that, and she would sometimes deign to create contracts with humans, and that was her primary way of interacting with humans. Men are wizards. True. We just don't know enough yet. But like, about what a witch is, you know, in this game. But I'm just assuming from what I've seen so far that like a magician who is a man like Kinzo is not on the same level as whatever a witch is. Battler has no magical power. I think Beatrice even said his potential is like 0. Witch refers to a source of power, not the gender. There are male witches, and witches are different than wizards in this universe, so there are male witches. Okay. We didn't know that much because witches aren't real. All right. Lute's got it. Right, witches aren't real. She likes boy toys, yeah. But what if her desire for a boy toy comes out of feelings of helplessness from being abused by men? And she gets gratification out of dominance because the man's not in control, she is. Anyway, I got sidetracked. What I was saying was, if most of the men she knows are human, and so most of the human men she knew are people she was writing a contract with, and she's been burned over and over and over for thousands of years with them trying to take advantage of her powers or her. And oh, you're referring to the real world. Oh, okay, so there could be only female witches and Umineko. So you, oh, okay, so you're okay. Witches aren't real though. Yes, Sass Nostalgia's got it. Witches aren't real. But I'm just talking about what Beatrice was saying before. If hypothetically witches were real. If hypothetically witches were real. And so, okay, TLDR, because of these contracts Beatrice was in, even if she wasn't a witch, she was still like the quote-unquote family alchemist of the Ushinomiya family, right? And was the source of the gold, right? Even if she wasn't a witch. That's like the whole context for her being even relevant. Interesting and unusual. I don't think I've seen a streamer approach things from this angle before. Well, thank you. Thank you. Interesting and unusual. I don't know about it. I don't know how I should take unusual, but thank you. Okay, so anyway, I keep getting sidetracked. Whether she's a witch or not, if she's just had contractual agreements, and this has been most of her interactions with men, and men are constantly trying to take advantage of her because misogyny, or because of they're trying to take advantage of her contract, finding loopholes and stuff, like what Rudolph was saying, was teaching Battler about if you don't read the contracts you'll get screwed over. And then yes, I'm hashtag blaming the patriarchy. Maybe that would color Beatrice's view of men. And then especially with Kinzo, who would have been the last man she was with before she died, right? And I think with the scene, they're revealing that he was abusive to her, as well as, you know, later on to his own children. So if that colored her view, then maybe she takes, so even if she's like thinks it's her belief, right, that love is the one element of the universe, and then in a moment of heightened emotion she says love is lust, it's bullshit, those men will like show you their ugly sides nowadays, one of these days they just want you for your body, that kind of thing, that she was going off on that tirade on Shannon and losing her mind. Even though that contradicts herself, maybe her feelings can contradict her beliefs, just like me and just like Kanon. Her heart was broken at some point. Yes. So anyway, sorry that I didn't intend that to be that long-winded, but that's the point I'm trying to make, if that makes sense. It might even be a theme of this whole chapter that, yeah, back to Grandpa crying and pleading. Yes, sorry. Anyway, sorry about that. Yes, Beatrice, Kanon, Katie, we're all the same. We're we're actually all the same person. Huh. But anyway, it might be a theme of this whole episode too. Might be how your beliefs can contradict your feelings. Hey, anyway. I love you, Beatrice. They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say, without any evil intent. Do you think Grandpa would have shared the raft? Wait, like in Titanic, or like with the sheep and wolves puzzle earlier? You really are a fool, Kinzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those words could never cause a woman to fall for you. Get him! Both? He would share it for Beatrice, no one else. His whole family, he'd be like, get the fuck off my boat. Roasted! Yes, not without a miracle. Yes, not without a miracle. So this... Wait, is this a miracle? Girl, you're not saying would after all that, are you? Just then, Kinzo definitely heard a small knock with a different tempo than those of the servants. Who is it? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. I'm asking who you are. Will you not answer? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. Kinzo, she's literally dangling it right in front of you. But you fucked yourself over so much that you can't recognize what you want is being presented right in front of you. What's very interesting? Rowan, oh my god. What's the last thing you remember? Could it be? Oh, wait, he's realizing. Could it be? Oh, could it be? It's McDonald's delivery man. Beatrice? Kinzo, open the fucking door and check. They open the door to get out of church, and Beatrice go, okay. Oh boy, all right. So it's probably Genji. He would answer. He would say, yes, my lord, it's me. Okay. Okay. So, I remember there was like the furry goat man that Kanon got in an anime fight with an energy sword. I know you weren't there for that either, but there was like, you know, that happened, right? So they were yeah, sorry, that's a thing too, B. They're like servants summoned from hell by the witch. Anyway, they were running to Natsuhi's room because she had a mirror and they thought it might have spiritual power and it might help them against the witch. Yes, Godo will defeat them all. So they had the key off of Natsuhi's corpse. They opened it, they ran in, and Godo was trying to lock the door, but the door wasn't locking. The lock kept springing open whenever he tried to lock it, and he was freaking out. And then he could hear them from the other side of the door, so he started blocking the door with his body. I was like, hurry to like George and Shannon, who were like very slowly finding the mirror. And then, all right, long story short, Yeah, he was Hodor. He's even like big and strong like Hodor. It wasn't locking because Beatrice replaced the door. Yeah, we had a whole theory going on. So one of those anime girls who are like the demon stakes that kill people for the sacrifices, went through the door, like phased through the door from Gota's perspective. Like hand went through the door like a ghost. And yeah, you missed an anime girl. And it was Beelzebub. And she, the stake went around and then it hit Gota in the chest. And so of course he fell over and died. Rip Gota. F in the chat for Gota. And then Rip King, yes. And of course the door fell open. And they were like just finding the mirror. And Beatrice came in. She had her whole retinue. She had like 6 goat men. They all had their energy swords out and they were all about to go fuck them up. And she was saying, oh, it's perfect. There's 3 of you, because the 2 who had been killed earlier, with this additional 3, she'd have all the sacrifices needed by the epitaph, right? Yeah, stunting on them, yes. And then, right when she's about to kill them, this big red shield goes up, like a bubble pillar thing around Shannon and George. And it turns out this is what Shannon was trained in by Kinzo. So Kinzo had trained Kanon to use the energy sword, right? So Shannon had been trained to use a shield. And so she was protecting her man, right? And George, of course, didn't even think of magic was real 30 seconds ago. So this is all happening in front of him. And Beatrice is surprised by how much trouble she's having with this shield. One of her, he's not worth it. So one of her, you can find a different one. I promise you, George had a rough day. So then, this shield can actually kill things. So it actually destroyed one of the goat men. A goat man turned into Kanon because she wanted to, you know, psychologically attack Shannon, but the shield killed the additional fake Kanon. Hey! 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 That's some twisty wordage you've got there. That's some twisty wordage. Anyway. No! I'll just continue. Okay, so then Shannon, and so then Beatrice was tormenting her. No! Okay, so Beatrice was tormenting her, and was like, oh, don't you have regrets about your life? You're gonna die with regrets. That you got engaged, but then you couldn't like consummate. You never had a night with your dude. Isn't that gonna be a regret? And then she's like, I don't give a shit about that. We like our love is purer than that. And I can't speak for George. This is Shannon talking about their relationship. So she was like, I don't care about that kind of thing. We exchanged. I accepted the ring, and right then, our vows were exchanged, and we're together forever. And you can't change that. And so something about this really, really hit Beatrice someplace tender, and she kind of lost her shit on Shannon. And was like, oh no, like all men are wolves. Don't you know by your age already? They're all gonna like hone in on you, and yeah, she even zen dame daze. It was wild. And yeah, she was like, basically TLDR, like, oh, men just want you for your body. Love is lust. It's just a sham. It's all bullshit. Die, you. So she was, and so then she was like, you know, pelting attacks on the shield, and the shield was eventually weakening. And so when Shannon realized that it wasn't gonna hold up, she was like, you know, having her last moments with George. She's like, I'm sorry, George. And George was like, oh, you protected me, thank you. And then she was like, before we die, can you just say you love me? And then he was like, I'll always, and then they died before he could even say I love you. Beatrice is a heterophobe. Yes, that is what you can take away from this. So, and a misandrist. Yes, you can also take that away from this. That was the amazing George voice. Thank you. and so then we got in a bit of kerfuffle with Mirinda when I was like, oh, when they were about to die, and like Shannon reached behind herself as she was like holding up the defense and weakening, and she like held George's hand, and I was like, no. And then Mirinda was like, Katie, I thought you were anti-George. And then I was like, yeah, but, and then like I was like spending a lot of time trying to explain myself, and then I came up with I think when you turn into a bird mid-sentence. I'll have to watch that later. So basically I said, I think George pursuing the relationship is like wrong and like irresponsible, and but I thought Shannon's feelings were touching. So it seemed like an apparent contradiction. And so I compared, right before you came back in, I was comparing that to Kanon being like, oh, we're just furniture, but also being like, I'm not furniture, I don't want to be furniture, I want to be a human. So he's like contradicting himself because of emotions. You think from Shannon's end it's pure puppy love, yeah, but then that's hard to mentally reconcile with the fact that their relationship is illegal. So then you sound like you're contradicting yourself, right? Same with, yes, George should have put up boundaries, yes. And then he should have put up more boundaries. So so then I was comparing that to Kanon, and then I was comparing this just now to Beatrice, because Beatrice she said, like, love, like, without love it cannot be seen, right? Like, love is the single element of the world. But she was also like, love is lust, it's trash, it's garbage, men will just use it because they want your body and stuff like that. And so then we were having this very intense Kinzo scene where he was saying he's sorry that he did something bad he can't take back, and then he was saying some really gross stuff about Beatrice, how she belongs only to him, and then he's like, oh no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, I want to tell you how sorry I am. And it made me think he might be a big reason why Beatrice feels that way. That's what I'm saying. No wonder she hates men. That's what I'm saying. And so that's why I think she's also contradicting herself about love. Maybe she means sapphic love. Oh, maybe. Yeah, she was like, she says love is the one thing that makes the world go round. And then she was saying, love is gross, it's trash. People will just use it to take advantage of you. And so I think that seems like a contradiction, but I think it came out of an emotional place. So I was just comparing those three things to each other when you came in. Anyway, story. So then Genji's by himself. He goes and knocks on Rosa's door, saying that he found Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses. So Rosa's really paranoid. She makes sure all the windows and doors are secured before she locks the parlor behind her, and they all go together. It turns out Kumasawa and Nanjo's corpses are out in the courtyard, and Nanjo had the stake in his knee, and Kumasawa had the stake in her ankle. So it was still following the epitaph, but the stakes were put in post-mortem. And so then, I wonder what kind of love she means when these be reciprocated some way. Yeah. Remember how last two go-rounds we had a mother protecting children who weren't even theirs? That's a kind of love. Yes. Cogfather, welcome. We are having interesting discussions. And I was catching up Rowan with what was going on, so this might help a little. All right, so then they were like, wait a second. Stake in the knee, stake in the ankle, those are like the last on the list of Twilights. So doesn't that imply the missing 3 Twilights already fucking happened? Well, I mean, people were saying this is longer than War and Peace, right? So then they're like, oh shit, did 3 people just get killed? And then they're like, Genji, why are you alone? And Genji's like, oh, well, those 3 wanted to check Natsuhi's room, but I stayed behind because I must, wait for my master's orders at any moment. And then they were like, what the fuck? Then why didn't you go to blah, 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 blah. So then they ran to Natsuhi's room, and there was a bunch of like bloody handprints on the door, all smeared around, made out of the same stuff that like the magic circles have been made out of. Genji, you useless bastard. The first time anyone's ever said that. So then they open the door, and of course, Shannon, George, and Goda are all dead. Goda is like exactly how we figured he would have been left. George got staked in the stomach. Genji needs healing. What do you expect from him? And then Shannon was collapsed over the dresser, and a mirror broke. And the stake had fallen out of her and was kind of resting next to her. And so by process of elimination, but Battler by this point is on so many different levels of dissociation. Okay. Oh yeah, also important, they opened the door was locked. Even though Goda couldn't freaking lock the door by himself earlier, the door was locked. And the only key to Natsuhi's room was in their possession inside the room. And it was still in George's possession, so it wasn't used to lock the room from the outside. So the door could have only conceivably been unlocked by one of the master keys, and Beatrice said in red that Rosa has all of the master keys. I actually had an idea about how to circumvent all of this, but that's not part of catching you up. So I have an idea of how to explain that one, but continuing to catch you up. Sorry, I need to drink some water. Battler is like so dissociated by this point, and he just kind of checked for sure what happened to Shannon. So he kind of picked up her head, could see she had a hole in her forehead just like he thought. He could even like see her brain. It was really gnarly. He's like, and then Rosa goes off on him. She's like, what are you doing? We need to leave the evidence for the police. What if you ruin the precious evidence? Battle? She's, of course, the whole time she has the gun, right? So they leave, and then she's like, Genji, what if it was you who killed them? Cece, it's Thursday. So much is happening. Oh my god. I'm catching Rowan up. So, you forgot it was Umineko Thursday, Cece? I'm just kidding. All right, so, she was like, oh, Genji, it was you. And then, at this point, Battler's so gone that he's starting to like lose his patience a bit. And Genji's like, I will just, in the face of any of this, I think trust is best expressed through unflinching service. So no matter what you say or do to me, I will serve you faithfully. And so he ended up leaving, even if they de-escalated. She didn't shoot him. She was like, we'll just wait for the police. Maybe you're okay. But Genji's off on his own. So Maria, Battler, and Rosa go back to the parlor, which they locked up, right? And had all checked everything. And, then she went, so then Battler was like, oh, hydrate, thank you, I probably need that. So Battler was like very unhappy with how Rosa has been behaving. And then she's like, maybe they should just die and everybody should just, she should just, even if she thinks everybody else is a wolf, but she doesn't realize she's the wolf, maybe she should just go ahead and kill everybody and then kill herself, and then there won't be any more wolves. And I'm like, damn, you're thinking about this about your auntie? You are far gone, my boy. You've had too much of a day, my boy. And he was like feeling rebellious and was about to like rudely put his feet up on the table. He does need a nap. When he spots a letter there. Now, one of the official letters from Beatrice. The door was locked. The windows were all locked. And that letter was not there before he came back. All right, Cogfather, thank you so much for the hydrate and for the lurkin and for checking in. Thank you so much. Have a happy lurk. So then he's like, wait a second. I don't know. How the fuck did this get here? Wait. And then, so I can get the... So this was the letter. Are you making progress solving the riddle of the epitaph? Very, very soon. You'll run flat out of time. The Ninth Twilight will start very soon. And then, his parents and all these others are dead. He doesn't need a nap. He needs professional counseling. Yes. So then Maria noticed that, and then Rosa noticed that, and they're like, what's that? And he's like, it was just here, you know? Where'd it come from? It wasn't here when we left the room. And then Rosa points the gun at her nephew, at Battler, and then she's like, you're the wolf. Because she actually came into the room when she came into the room after they returned from seeing the bodies, there was nothing on the table. So you can't even argue it was put there while they were gone. It wasn't even there when they entered the room. And so she's like, you had it in your pocket and you put it there. You're the one who killed everybody. And then she's like, what the fuck? No, why would I kill anybody? And then she was coming up with excuses like, maybe you're not actually Battler. Maybe you replaced him. Because hardly anybody's seen you for 6 years and your parents are dead, so they can't vouch for you. And stuff like that. And then he's like, well, if you could accuse me of this shit, why don't I accuse you? You were the only one with the master keys. You're the only one who could have gotten into that locked room and killed 3 people. Because the regular key was in there, locked in there with the bodies. So what about you? What about you? What about you? Also, it turns out a magic circle was a second page in the letter, and I was told it appeared in the first chapter and it appeared again, but it's a magic circle that spreads discord. So there's an implication that they're having this big blowout argument due to magical influence. And of course, eventually Maria is crying and she's like, stop it, please don't fight. It's none of your fault. It's nobody's fault. It's the witch. She did this. It's not Mama's fault. It's not Battler's fault. Please get along. And then Battler starts crying and he's like, oh my God, what have I done? You're right. It's the witch. Oh, it's the witch. It's you win, Beatrice. I believe in you as the witch. I don't have to blame anyone. Witches are real. You win. And then after he says that, he goes like, oh, Beatrice, like just like his grandpa. And then the scene changes to Grandpa waking up. And he's been shut in his room this entire time. He's like, wait, I'm alive? I lived? What time is it? Oh, it's really late. The ritual must be really coming along by now. And then that kind of goes to where we are now. That he was saying like he has a lot to apologize for. And so then I went on a whole tangent about the implications that maybe he abused Beatrice, maybe even killed her. And that's led to everything today, and also how Beatrice responded to Shannon about the love thing. And so a butterfly got in there, and so she technically managed to get in and was like, oh, you fool, Kinzo. That's not how you win a girl. And I think that was from an Easter egg from way, way earlier. Rosa went up to talk to Kinzo, and a butterfly had stuck to her back. Like that scene in Spirited Away. Unnoticed. And I think that's how Beatrice managed to get into the room. Because it's warded off, right, against her. So she's got an eye inside the room. And now there's a knock at the door, and it's probably Beatrice, and she's like, that's where we're at. She's like, oh my God, Beatrice, is it you? And the woman beyond the door answered, and with that, I really have to go to the bathroom, so you're caught up. I'll be right back, I'll be right back. All right. All right, I'm back. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. The woman beyond the door answered. On the 9th twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. Oh, no, they're gonna leave us with that? 11:30 p.m. Can't believe Genji was at the door. My god, what the fuck? You mean you're gonna dangle that carrot that Kinzo's finally gonna talk to her and you're not even gonna let us see it? You can't do this to me. Battler could be found in the dining hall. Unable to summon the will to return to the guest house in the middle of this rain. 30 minutes until midnight, yep. He had wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search of a random place to sit. You know how much I sacrificed to be here for this moment. You're not even gonna show it to me? He had wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search of a random place to sit, and had stationed himself in the dining hall. Battler, I've totally been where Battler is right now. He is Bakamitai Battler right now. Holy shit. He is a dame in his head so bad right now. But I know exactly how he feels. But also, there are places to sit fucking everywhere in this mansion. He hadn't bothered to lock it. He's so done. He's so done. He did think that maybe the shapeless murderer or the Golden Witch might come kill him now that he was isolated. But he no longer thought about resisting that. On the contrary, he had no intention of blocking the culprit with a lock. Dame dame, dame yo, dame nanu yo. Him right now. He had no intention of blocking the culprit with a lock. He wanted that person to come at him openly from the front. If it was a murderer, he thought he'd ask them to tell about some of those wonderful locked room tricks as a parting souvenir. And if it was a witch, he thought he'd ask her to at least take his life with some wonderful magic. He might be Dame Dane now, but the next tea party he'll be Sunao ni I love you. Yeah, you're right, he will be. However, ironically, neither of those two came to meet Battler. Battler opened the liquor cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liquor to his heart's content. He's like, well, I'm underage, but I'm about to die. Let's fucking go. Come at him openly from the front. I know. He's like, yeah, so the Japanese drinking age is 20, so he's like, fuck it. Let's fucking go. No police is bad, but it can be good too. Yeah, exactly. They want to report everything that happened on the island to the police as soon as possible, but let's get drunk. No longer was there anybody anywhere who would have a problem with him drinking alcohol, because everybody who would have gave a shit is dead. He boldly set both of his legs on the extravagant tablecloth and savored the high-quality liquor, which probably had a mind-boggling price, straight from the neck of the bottle. His vibes right now are off the charts. He's got some Lana Del Rey vibes going on right now. At that time, someone knocked. Battler realized that he was about to meet his maker.
鍵なんかかかってねえぜ。
Hey, it's not locked.
誰でも入ってきてくれ。
Come in, whoever you are.
そして自己紹介を頼むぜ。
And please introduce yourself.
人間なら名前を名乗ってくれ。
If you're human, give me your name.
ベアトリーチェだってんなら3サイズを教えてくれ。
And if you're Beatrice, give me your 3 sizes. Battler. So this is drunk Battler. Bonk him. That implies Battler becomes an idol and is missing an eye. Wait, is she missing an eye? Anyway, wait, and missing an eye, so he's a doll? Well, that's exactly what Beatrice wants him to be, right? Oh, Majima. Oh. Yes. Yes. Anyway. Oh, because he's gonna be Sunani, I love you. Gotcha. True. Okay. Toko Todoke yo Hito, you love me, Tsudawaru-sa. Giving Battler the good old bone cube bone, putting 2 bombs in his hands and kicking him off in the... Oh no! That's what you're doing right now. Anyway.
そりゃこう見えてもちょいと知られたおっぱいソムリエなんだぜ。
Oppai sommelier. Oh my god. Do not put that in your notes for later. You might not believe this, but I'm a pretty well-known breast sommelier. You see? He's back. So drinking brings all of this back out of him. It is Genji, Battler some. He is drunk and depressed, so I forgive him. Genji-san, huh?
悪いがあんたのバストのサイズに興味はねえな。
Sorry, but I'm not interested in your bust size. Move out of the way. I want to know.
入ってくれよ。
Please, come in. It's open. Excuse me. Genji-san opened the door and bowed. So Genji-san was the culprit after all. Or maybe an accomplice? That theory would probably explain most of the tricks.
あんたが俺に引導を渡しに来たのかい？
Did you come to give me my last rites? Genji, give your 3 sizes now! Now!
そのようなことはございません。
Nothing of the sort.
お邪魔なようでしたら失礼いたします。
I shall excuse myself if I am disturbing you.
おいおい、要件も伝えず失礼しますじゃ。かえって気持ち悪いぜ。
Wait, excusing yourself without even telling me what you wanted would actually just be creepy.
何の用だよ。
What do you want?
最後くらい好きにさせてくれ。
Please let me do as I wish, at least in the very end.
バトラー様は死せる最後のわずかな時間を
Battler, is it truly your wish
そのように怠惰に過ごされることをお望みですか？
to spend the little time you have left in such an indolent fashion? Ooh, Genji's judging you. Those words stung. Of course it wasn't.
今さら何ができるってんだ。
What can I do at this point?
俺はいつだって死ぬ準備はできてるぜ。
I'm ready to die at any time.
親方様と同じですが。
You were just like the master. Whoa, Genji?
本当にあなたは親方様の血を色濃く受け継がれている。
Indeed, you inherited the master's blood strongly.
あの豪傑なじい様が実はいつ死んでもいいと思ってたってのか。
You mean to tell me that grandfather, that larger-than-life man, was actually willing to die at any moment? Yes, he would often proclaim so, loudly, that he would die at any moment if it meant he could see Beatrice smile one more time. He would yell at the top of his lungs, it's just that he never permitted you to see him. So you couldn't hear it out of his mouth. Yeah, and Battler's been gone for some 6 years.
それは初耳だぜ。
First I've heard of that.
親方様の人生はいくつかの悲しい出来事の末、すべて贖罪のためのものとなり果てたのです。
The master's life, after a number of sad incidents, was completely reduced to atonement.
あんたは何を知っているんだ？
What do you know? Genji knows everything. Genji's finally gonna tell us what he knows, at least a little bit?
ベアトリーチェ様の儀式も第8の晩までをすべて終えました。
Beatrice Sama's ritual has been entirely completed up to the 8th twilight.
もうすべてをお話ししてもよいかと思います。
I believe that I can now tell you everything. I've been wanting this for weeks! Holy shit, Genji, tell me everything you know.
なんだって？
What did you say? My drunkenness was completely blown away. Mine too! I lowered my feet from the table and listened carefully to hear what kind of words Genji-san would say next. Me too.
バトラ様、親方様の書斎へご案内申し上げます。
Butler-sama, I shall guide you to the master's study. Oh no, you guys were right before it was Genji.
親方様たちに直接お話を聞かれるのは
Them?
よろしいでしょう。
So Beatrice is there? Okay. I shall guide you to the master's study. It would probably be better to hear it directly from them.
じい様たち。
From them? This is creepy. I think this is the first time they bolded a word that I can remember at least, and it's a bit creepy. From them?
おい、それは一体どういう？
Hey, what in the world do you mean by that?
さあ、こちらへ
Come this way.
ご案内申し上げます。
I shall guide you.
バトラ様。
After Genji-san told me to follow him, he started to walk down the corridor. Oh, he said Tachi. He said Tachi. It's a plural them. From them? Battler, from them? Am I Battler? Oh no! No, it was a Tachi. It was explicitly in Japanese a plural them. After Genji-san told me to follow him, he started to walk down the corridor. I sobered up completely and went after him. We climbed up the big staircase towards the 3rd floor. Genji-san stopped walking halfway. He then turned back and spoke.
バトラ様、これよりバトラ様は理解できぬものを見るでしょう。
Bachelor-sama, from here on, you will probably see things you will not be able to understand.
脅すなよ。
Don't try to intimidate
理
me.
解できねえもんなら今日嫌になるほど見てるぜ。
I've already seen plenty of things I can't understand today.
見えるものを見えるがままに。
Please accept what you see as you see it.
聞こえるものを聞こえるがままに受け入れてください。
and what you hear as you hear it.
なぜ
Questions like why
も何
or what.
何も必要ありません。
There is no need for such things.
バトラ様はただ真実を知ることになるでしょ
Battler-sama, you will probably simply learn the truth.
う。それをお認めになるかお信じになるか
Whether to accept it, believe it,
あるいは否定されるかも。すべてバトラ様にお任せいたします。
or even deny it, are all choices I leave to you. Genji-san checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to learn the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended, and on the 9th twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already revived, and probably none of us would be allowed to return alive. If I was going to lose my life anyway, I wanted to know the truth in the end. It didn't matter how hard it might be to accept. Yeah.
鬼が出ようと魔女が出ようと覚悟はできてるぜ。
Even if a demon or a witch shows up, I'm prepared.
本当にあなたは親方様の若き頃にそっくりだ。
You really are, just like the master in his youth.
バトラ様、どうかご勉学にお励みを。
Battler-sama, please be diligent in your studies. What a thing to say as somebody who's about to die.
あなたは将来必ずや大きな志を持たれるでしょう。
In the future, you will surely have great
そ
aspirations.
してその時、足りぬ学力に一生後悔されることがありませんよ。
And make sure that at that time, you are not forced into a lifetime of regret by a lack of academic knowledge. He says to a boy who's about to die.
勉学に勤しめる機会がもらえるならぜひな。
If I have a chance to work hard in my studies, then no problem. Genji-san's silence forced me to consider that resignation of mine more deeply. And we could see the door of grandfather's study impregnated with a sweet smell. From his pocket, Genji-san withdrew a gold key with an elegant design. The master keys had been confiscated by Auntie Rosa, but the key to this study alone he had kept with him. He put it in the keyhole, and it made a heavy clunking sound. I knew somebody was going to say that. My lord,
源氏です。
it is Genji.
バトラ様をお連れいたしました。
I have brought Battler-sama with me. There was no reply, but it seemed that permission to go in had been given.
さあ、バト
Come, Battler-sama.
ラ、どうぞ。
Please
お入りく
enter.
ださい。
Yeah,
入るぜ。
in I go. I readied myself and threw the door open. At that moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was somehow a swarm of butterflies, shining gold. The golden butterflies that were completely filling the inside of the study poured out all at once.
なんだこりゃ。
What the heck is this? It was almost like gold leaf confetti. This is the first time he's seen this in this timeline. Oh, God. The interior of grandfather's study was filled with a golden glow. And there were reception sofas and a table for guests placed in front of the study desk. And I could see grandfather's back. This is crazy. We're 80 hours into this game, and this is the first time Battler has, like, laid eyes on his grandfather. Peak fiction incoming? Wah! There was someone on the side opposite from grandfather. It was in shadow, so I couldn't see it well.
親方様、
My lord.
バトラ様をお連れしました。
Is it another Battler? I have brought Battler-sama.
バトラか。
Battler, is it? You know your grandson that little that you'd have to... Alright, anyway.
今思考が忙しい。
I'm busy thinking now.
しばし沈黙せよ。
Be silent for a while. God damn! Kinzo declared that in displeasure, his back still turned. It seemed that he was enjoying playing chess with a visitor. Apparently, the opponent had counterattacked with a superb move. Kinzo seemed to be enjoying himself as he thought deeply, while occasionally laughing and groaning.
30年考えた。この一手をどう切り返すか。30年考えたぞ。
I thought for 30 years. I thought for 30 years about how to counterattack this move. And this is also the first time Battler has locked eyes on Beatrice this entire chapter. Battler on the ground, I mean, not Purgatory Battler. I thought for 30 years about how to counterattack this move.
楽しめ。30年を寝かせた我が一手を楽しめ。
Have fun. Have fun with the move I fermented for 30 years.
まことにこの一手は味わい深き熟成された一手よ。
I know Kinzo finally got to meet Beatrice. Happy days. Holy shit. He sure seems happy. Even though he still doesn't give a shit about his family. Indeed, this is a deeply matured move.
楽しい楽しい。
Such fun! Such fun!
かなわぬかなわぬ。
Unbeatable, unbeatable.
これは何だってんだ。
What is this? What did Genji just tell you?
来たかバトラ。
So you came, Battler.
しばらく待て。
Wait just a moment.
金蔵のために沈黙。
Be silent for Kinzo's sake.
まだリザインは早いぞ、金蔵。
Isn't it too early to resign in English,
わらわなら
Kinzo?
もう数手は切り返せる。
I can already counterattack for several moves. It should have been my first meeting with that witch. However, I knew this witch. Even though it was our first meeting, I knew her from the portrait.
源氏、バトラのために飲み物を振る舞え。
Genji, serve something for Battler.
この男によりふさわしきやつは何か？
What would be the most appropriate for this man?
若き日より親方様が愛されている。
The same,
あれ
the same which the master has loved since the days of his youth. Not the absinthe, really? You're gonna get see, now they're just serving alcohol to him. Himbo juice. the treasured and cultured Ushinomiya recipe for himbo juice. They're gonna get, I can't believe they're gonna get an 18-year-old on the Green Ferry train.
それが良いぞ。振る舞ってやれ。
That is ideal. Serve it to him.
よくぞ来たな。後ろ宮バトラー。
You did well coming here, Ushinomiya battler.
まずは座れ。
First, take a seat.
そなたはわらわの名を何度も呼んだな。
You called my name many times, did you not? Oh, damn, she heard all of that. Embarrassing.
それに免じ、わらわとの面会を許した。
In deference to that, I allowed you to meet me.
そしてお前はわらわに何を聞
So, what will you ask me?
く？何を尋ねるのか？
What will you inquire?
黄金鏡の扉はもうじき開かれる。
The door to the Golden Land will soon be opened.
魔女たちを迎え入れてのわらわの復活を祝う宴はもうじきだぞ。
Soon we will have a banquet to celebrate my revival, to which I will be welcoming the witches. Oh, we're finally gonna meet all the other witches. I had a feeling they were coming in chapter 3.
それまでの間、お前の問いにいくらでも答えてやる。
In the meantime, I'll be answering your questions, as many as you like.
聞きてえことは山ほどある。
I have a bunch of things I want to ask about.
この島で何が起こった？
What happened on this island?
そしてどうしてこんな事件が起こった？
And why did these incidents happen?
密室についても聞きたい。
I want to ask about the locked rooms, too.
礼拝堂は？
What about the chapel? Battler, you already know all the answers a witch is going to give to those questions. You're wasting your time.
ジェシカの部屋は？
What about Jessica's room? Jesus, shut the fuck up, you needy bitch. Get him. It's like, all right, anyway, answers to these questions if you're asking Beatrice. What happened to this island? Magic. Why these incidents happen? Read the epitaph, you loser. It's a resurrection ritual. And then these questions. Magic.
シオニッサ。
And the servant room. Magic.
夏代おばさんの部屋は？
And Aunt Natsuhi's room. Magic.
そして客場は？
Very nice, Starlight Katie. You'd be surprised how many streamers don't get that. Really? Really? About what Beatrice would answer all those questions with? And the parlor. Magic.
聞きたいことはまだまだある。
There's still more I want to ask about. You're wasting your questions. You're asking the wrong questions, my guy. You have a wonderful opportunity, and you're asking a witch how she did locked rooms? A witch? Who does magic? You're asking her how she did it? When there's so many other questions you could be asking? About the witch's true nature. Okay. That's more of a decent question. Are you really a witch? Okay, that's a little more silly. What is your purpose? What do you want to make us do? And why did you call me here? Okay, that's a fair question. Answer me about everything. Be quiet. You think merely asking will get you answers?
そういうな金
Don't say that, Kinzo.
蔵。もろく儚い雲の巣もヘロデの王から守ってくれることもある。
A fragile and fleeting spiderweb did protect from King Herod once. Oh, is that what the whole thing with the fake Kanon was about?
この世に無駄なものなどないように無駄な質問もまたない。
Just as there are no useless things in this world, there are also no useless questions. All right, you hear that? You hear that, everybody? Beatrice believes There are no stupid questions.
よいよい、すべての質問に答えようぜ。
Very well, I'll answer all your questions. Magic, 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 magic.
ただし条件が一つだけある。
But I do have one condition.
なんだ
What is it?
すべてを聞き、わらわの存在に納得できたなら、
Once you have heard everything, if you are satisfied of my
ひ
existence,
ざまずき、わらわの靴にキスをせよ。
kneel and kiss my shoes.
お前を屈服させたくて、わらわはここへ呼びつけたのだから。
I called you here because I wanted to make you submit to me. You're gonna say this in front of Kinzo?
わらわと金蔵は賭けをした。
Kinzo and I made a bet.
金蔵が次の手をひらめくのと、わらわがそなたを屈服させるのと、どちらが早いかだ。
Beatrice, your feet thing, I know. We made a bet on which would come first. Kinzo thinking of a new move, or me forcing you to submit. What the fuck? Battler, your grandfather made a bet with this dominatrix about you? This is so fucked up. Okay.
負ける気はせぬぞ。
I don't see myself losing. Just saying Kinzo being a polydactyl wasn't a coincidence. No! Oh no! More toes. No! Bad words! No! Oh my god. My brain never went there. I would like the jury to hear. What the fuck? Okay. Actually, I think Beatrice is going to lose. That's my prediction. I think, all right, my prediction is Kinzo's going to win the bet. Let's see. I was right about Shannon being the one to get the stake to the forehead, so let's see if I'm right about this too.
でけえ口を叩きやがって。
Damn you, talking so tough.
ああ、いいぜ。
Yeah, all right.
俺を納得させてみろよ。
Try to make me admit it.
お前が間違いなく魔女様ね。不思議で素敵な大魔法を使えるってことを納得させてみろよ。
Try to make me admit that you're a witch and that you can use weird, awesome, and great magic.
屈服したなら、キスでも何でもくれてやる。
If I submit, I'll kiss your shoes or do whatever else you want. She was like, oh, bet? She was like, bet? Her face! The witch cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly, with eyes that said a man can't go back on his word. She's like, bet? She is so horny for him. This is so wild.
よくぞ言った。
Well said.
さて、どの問いから答えようか。
So, from what question shall I begin?
すべて答えるぞ。
I'll answer everything.
さあ、まずは何からだ。
Come! What will the first one be? So we don't even need to see, because obviously the answer to everything is magic. We don't even need to see. I'm fine with that, you know what? Because I knew she was just going to say magic, magic, magic. The credits! And the witch began to tell of everything. And I know I got to read really fast, because it got me last time. She started providing answers to all of Battler's questions. Everyone made logical sense. Everyone satisfied him. And Battler was forced to admit witches truly did exist. Battler, no! The rest is a story that need not be told. After toppling the king and resigning, all that remains is to reflect upon one's moves and to set up the pieces once more. So I was wrong? I was wrong? Second game, Turn of the Golden Witch. Result. Beatrice got tricked into making a contract with Kinzo because she was truly fascinated by those weird-ass feet. No! Peak fiction starts now. Oh, you got... Kraus! Died in the first Twilight, chosen by the key. Alright.
No!
Natsuhi.
God!
Eva. Hideyoshi.
No!
Rudolph.
God,
Kirie.
please, no! 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 No!
Well, alright. Jessica died in the second Twilight. Back pierced by stake of Asmodeus. Kanon, chest pierced by stake of Satan. Shannon, forehead gouged by stake of Mammon. Goda, chest gouged by stake of Beelzebub. George, stomach gouged by stake of Lucifer. Nanjo, knee gouged by stake of Belphegor. Leg gouged by Leviathan. The witch Beatrice revived on the 9th night. She will finally open the door to the Golden Land. Kinzo, missing. Accepted the witch. Prostrated himself and was invited to the Golden Land. Rosa denied the existence of the witch, was not invited. Maria prostrated herself, was invited. Genji prostrated himself, was invited. Battler, will he accept the witch and be invited into the Golden Land? The witch shall praise the wise and grant 4 treasures in the Golden Land. Therefore, they choose to revive the souls of the dead and the love they possess. But for what they desire cannot be gained from Mountain of Gold, not that high. For Kinzo, his lost loved one. For Maria, the love of her mother. For Genji, a peaceful sleep. Excuse me? Rest in peace, Beatrice. May your slumber never be disturbed again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Since of the 18, none have solved the riddle of the gold in time. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Well, time to pack it up. I mean, besides the tea party and the question mark, right? The question mark is the thing. Wow. But they left it hanging. If, I like how Rosa got kicked out of the Golden Land. I was thinking there would be more with Rosa and Maria. I'm a little surprised that they didn't go deeper with that. You really need to do the tea party and the question mark. Oh, yeah. Wait, it's not over yet. 1 minute before midnight. 11:59. Banquet of the Witch. Rosa. Where are you, Beatrice? Show yourself. Rosa finally arrived at the chapel. She pointed her gun around her, screaming the witch's name, but there was no way there would be an answer. After grimacing slightly, she noisily approached the table where her siblings' corpses were still exposed and stretched out her arm towards the gold ingots. What are you doing? They were very heavy, but Rosa paid that no regard. She wrapped one of them in a blanket and slung it over her shoulder. What the fuck, Rosa? At least, just this one. Just this should be worth more than 10 million. Right, she's in need of money like her other siblings, but they never explained why she needs money. Rosa did not part with her gun either, carrying the gold in addition to it. Her shoulders were screaming, but Rosa didn't care. It will happen very soon. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will open. Stop laughing with that creepy voice. Where is Beatrice? Yes, I know it. She's around here somewhere, isn't she? Completely wrong. Wrong building, even. You know, right? Where? I don't know. Even if you don't search for her, you can meet her in the Golden Land. Ouch! Stop that laugh! It almost makes me want to laugh.
間違いなく魔女だった。
That's right. That was definitely a witch. Definitely a witch. Why is Rosa freaking out so bad when she just has to survive till morning? But she does have Maria in her ear for like the entire day. Yeah.
私は分かってなかった。魔女を名乗る人間だと信じてた。違う。
I didn't understand. I thought it was a human calling herself a witch. I was wrong.
あれは本当に魔女だった。
It really was a witch.
私はあんなのにごまかされないわよ。
I won't be fooled by a thing like that.
いるでしょ。
You're there, aren't you?
出てきなさい。
Come
姿
out.
を現しなさい。
Show yourself.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice!
だからもうすぐ現れる
The
よ。
laugh. I mean, she has been responding so far to people screaming. Who would win doubting magic versus coughing 9-year-old? I told you, she'll appear very
黄
soon.
金鏡の扉が開かれるよ。
The door to the Golden Land will be opened. Of course.
そうだ。それでよかったのだ。
That's what I should have done.
構わん。ルークを捨てるぞ。
I don't care. I shall throw away the
持
rook.
てるものすべてを失う覚悟がなければ至ることもできぬキングがお前という女なのだ。
You, woman, are the king who can't even be reached without the resolve to lose everything one has.
追い詰めるぞ、ベアトリーチェ。
I'll corner you, Beatrice.
せめてクイーンと言え。
At least call me a queen. Yes, queen.
ほう、なかなかに妙手。
Oh, what a brilliant move. Kinzo like Pepe Le Pew. Oh my god.
諦めの悪さがそうなったの。いや、後ろ宮の地下。
Tenacity is in your... No. In the Ushiromiya's blood.
心地よし。
How pleasant.
実に優雅な夜だ。
Truly an elegant night.
親方様、ベアトリーチェ様。
My lord, Beatrice-sama. Coughing 9-year-old beats everyone. Apparently so.
そろそろ宴の時間でございます。
It will soon be time for the banquet.
もうか。
Already?
早い。
That's fast.
お前と過ごす夜はいつも早く、月がリンゴのように落ち、川面より跳ねる小魚のように日が昇るのだ。
Already? That's fast. Every night I pass with you goes by fast. The moon falls like an apple, and the sun rises like a fish leaping out of the river. Is that an epitaph hint? Parents being forced to send their kids back to school in 2021. No! Oh no.
行こうではないか。時間だ。
Shall we go? It is time.
立て、バトル。
Stand, battler.
わらわの復活を祝う宴の始まりだ。
It is the beginning of the banquet to celebrate my revival. Ah, they didn't show us, wow. They didn't show us the shoe kissing scene. Damn.
わらわの新しい家具。いや、玩具として紹介しようぜ。
I'll introduce you as my new furniture. No, as my toy.
お歴々の魔女たち。
To the dignitaries among witches. The witch was relaxing elegantly, her feet thrown out from the sofa and sitting on top of a footrest. She's man-spreading on top of human furniture battler right now, excuse me. However, the footrest wasn't part of the sofa. It was a human, which was down on all fours. Ah! All right, that's it. Umineko no Naku Koroni is over. Battler lost the game. She's sitting on him. Ask and you shall receive. No, show us the CG. Beatrice-sama, your silk dress.
主品はお前だ。ホストは私だ。
Battler won. I'm sure some of you guys would think you would be winning if you were in Battler's position by now. I know how Umineko fans are. You are the guest of honor, but I am the host.
私は先に出ていよう。
I will go out first.
着付けの手伝いにシャノンでもおればよかったが、あいにく残れなかったようだな。
It would have been nice if Shannon were here to help dress you, but unfortunately it seems that she no longer remains.
使いたい時にいつもおらん。
She's never around when I want to use her. That sounded weird, Kinzo.
つくづく使えんやつも。
Completely useless. Don't say that! Don't say that about Shannon.
しかし、お前はよく残ってくれた。
Oh, Starlight Katie. Why would you think that Umineko fans would want to kiss Beatrice's soft, shapely, supple feet? Oh, wow. I wonder, Mirinda. However, you did well to remain here.
嬉しいぞ、我が友よ。
I'm happy, my friend. Oh, Ginzo, Ginzo. That should be their ship name. Kinzo Genji shipping moment. Let's go.
ありがたいことです。
I am grateful for your words.
よい
Good.
二人とも先に下で待て
Wait downstairs, you two.
源氏ご苦労そのドレスはそこへ置いていけ
Genji, good work. Set the dress down over there.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
それでは親方様。
Well then, my lord.
我らは先に行こう。
We will go
い
first.
や、鳥一。後ほどな。
Beatrice, I will see you later. Indeed. Hinzo and Genji left the study. After that, only the witch and the dress and the furniture remained.
なぜわらわがそなたに肌を見せることを恥じぬかわかるか
Hello? 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 Do you know why I'm not embarrassed to show myself to you naked? Battler ... Holy shit!
そなたは家具だからだ
It's because you were furniture. See, Battler definitely won. It's because you were furniture.
家
Furniture.
具わかる
Understand?
か家具だよ家
Furniture. Just furniture.
具家具に体をさらして恥じる者がどこにいよう
Who would feel shame at exposing their body to furniture?
だからお前にわらわは恥じる必要がない
So there is no reason for me to feel shame because of you. The witch stood up and removed her jacket just at the shoulders. The jacket slumped down at the back. When the furniture respectfully approached to pick up her clothing, the witch gave it a small kick, and it fell over. Poor Battler. The furniture was afraid of what misconduct it had shown. Meta Battler banging the window in purgatory like, no! No!
そなたは家具の分際でわらわに自らボタンを外させるつもりなのか
So many people like it should have been me, not him. Me. Do you, as furniture, plan to force me to unbutton myself? Oh.
立て
Stand.
そしてこのボタンを外せ
And undo the buttons. I have a very interesting perspective of Umineko things, fans. Oh, you admitted as much as yourself before. I'm taking that. I'm simply reflecting what you yourself have typed. Yeah, Banto looked like she's gonna throw down in a rap battle. She does. Beatrice episode of Epic Rap Battles of History. I'm just gonna screenshot what you said about Beatrice's supple feet. Anyway, stand and undo the buttons. You're right. This is peak fiction.
一つずつ丁寧
One by one. Carefully.
早く
Quickly. Carefully or quickly? Which one?
美しく
Beautifully.
粗相な
With no mistakes. Carefully but quickly and beautifully with no mistakes. Undo the buttons. Was the reason why she picked this outfit, or was the reason why Ryukishi decided to go with this outfit, was that just for this scene? Okay, yes, purely objective to speak of her shapely, supple feet. If that would be an objective statement if you knew exactly what her feet would like, Mirinda, what now? This is simply a reflection of Beatrice's endless feet lust that permeates the entire tale. Okay. Anyway.
客人たちを待たせてしまうぞ早くわらわを着替えさせろ
No, I don't want spoilers! I don't want feet spoilers! Mirinda is not beating the foot guy allegations. The guests are being kept waiting. Change my clothes quickly. Yes. We are not giving feet spoilers.
丁寧に外すのだぞ
Undo them carefully.
そなたの目玉一つよりも高価なボタンであるぞ
Those buttons are each worth more than one of your eyeballs.
間違ってちぎるようなことがあったなら代わりにそなたの目玉を縫い付けてやる
What's a cogno hazard? If you accidentally tear one off, I'll sew on an eyeball of yours in its place. Don't hint at the significance of the feet. What do you mean that's gonna be some important plot point? Oh my god, Battler. Everybody in the chat so jealous of Battler. The entrance hall was bustling with a large number of figures. Cognohazard, something that is actively harmful to no psychic damage. Ah, yes. 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 Girl, I am cooking some crazy shit up in GIMP right now. You're memeing all over the place? The memes? Projecting? No! Stop gaslighting me. No, I'm just kidding. The entrance hall was bustling with a large number of figures. And it was sparkling gold with the gold butterflies flying around. The gentlemen in suits and tuxedos and the ladies in dresses looked like they were having a great number of friendly chats. At a glance, it might have looked like a fabulous medieval ball. But they all had one thing in common, and that thing was exceedingly bizarre. Because all of them had goat heads. It was impossible to tell whether it was a goat mask masquerade or whether they really had goat heads. The latter was a ridiculous notion, but in this bizarre world, there was serious doubt about which was true. Kinzo was amongst those goat nobles, greeting them. Every one of them seemed to be an honored guest, and Kinzo greeted them more respectfully than could ever have been imagined from his normal demeanor. At that time, Genji's voice rang out through the hall. It was a voice calling for silence. That voice stopped the voices of idle chatter, and everyone turned to face Genji. Tonight marks the entrance of our golden witch, who has achieved her revival. The Lady Beatrice. I ask you all to join me in welcoming her with your applause. When Genji began to applaud, it quickly spread through the guests and became thunderous applause. And the Golden Witch appeared at the top of the large staircase. She gracefully waved her hand as she slowly descended the staircase with her preferred furniture in tow. The goat nobles offered unanimous words of celebration in some long-forgotten language. And those with whom she was closely acquainted embraced her, filled with joy at their reunion. She knows lots of goats. As the witch offered greetings of reunion, the witch's furniture followed behind her the whole time. There was a chain. There was a chain around its neck. This was gripped in the witch's hand like it was a trained dog. No! This is... Have you guys seen that picture? That was like promotion for Infinity Pool, that movie from last year, where like Mia Goth was holding a leash and Alexander Skarsgård was like shirtless, crawling on the ground with a dog collar. That's exactly what I'm imagining right now. Wait, that was in that... Did you watch it? Get ready. Okay. The chain wasn't there to restrain it. The only purpose of the restraining device was to injure the furniture's dignity. You read the synopsis. I did not watch it. Gotcha. Gotcha. It was permitted to wear any. It wasn't permitted to wear anything else on its body. So it's worse than Alexander Skarsgård. He's completely naked, except for the dog collar. Holy shit. One of the young woman goats mixed in with the goat nobles softly removed her goat mask as the furniture passed in front of her and spoke with eyes that had no light in them. Castle is seeing his penis! No! That face looked like it belonged to a long-haired young girl. Maybe I should put on the mature warning. I don't know if it record scratch, so I bet you're wondering how I got here. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna put the content label on. They won't let me click mature rated game. I'll just say everything that pertains to Umineko. Okay. All right, content labels. They can't get my ass now. And as you shall receive, is it everything you wanted? I guess so. Damn. Ask and I shall receive, huh? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. The warnings are on. Twitch can't get me now. Absolutely important CGs. Memorize the details because this is necessary for the future. Speaking of ass, you're joking about Battler's ass. Oh my god. Castle is just there. Yeah, she sure did have a goat mask. Wow. How pitiful. We haven't seen Castle in weeks. Weeks, like a month. How are you, girl?
Oh, ベルンカステル卿。
Oh, Lady Castle.
これはようこそおいでよ。
Welcome.
わらわの家具を気に入られたか？
Do you like my furniture?
いい趣味ね。
Good taste. Good taste? After saying only that, the witch called Castle once again put on her goat mask and was swallowed up in the shadows of the other tall goats. Sore loser! She's irritated! Well, that's right. Castle was putting her hopes in me, but I'm just a passive observer. I couldn't help Battler win.
違いないな。
You're right. The young women goats giggled, and the witch once again let out a high-pitched laugh.
今宵はわらわのためによく集まってくれた。
Thank you for gathering here for my sake tonight.
久々に古今東西の旧友たちが集う魔女の宴を存分に楽しもうではないか。
Why don't we enjoy to the fullest this banquet of the witch, where old friends have gathered from past and present, east and west?
さあ今宵を食い明かし飲み明かしすすり明かし食いちぎり明かしてとことん楽しもうではないか。
Come, we will eat all night, drink all night, slurp all night, and chew to bits all night as we enjoy ourselves.
時計を見よ。終わりの時間と始まりの時間が溶け合う時を指すぞ。さあ
Look at the clock. It shows the time when the ending hour and the beginning hour melt together. Come,
魔女の宴を始めよう。
let us begin the banquet of the witch. When the witch proclaimed the beginning of the banquet, the large clock pointed to 2400 midnight, and the sound of a bell began to ring out loudly.
さあ今こそ
Come, now is the time.
黄金の扉を開こうぞ。
Open the golden door. All at once, the butterflies leafed in gold flew all around the inside of the room. Amidst the golden storm and the brilliant gold-colored light, the cross-section joining this world and a different world was cut open. Amidst the goat's delighted voices, the mansion of the human world and the mansion of those not human overlapped. And in the form of golden butterflies, all those folk who praised the resurrection of the Golden Witch poured out of the depths of hell. It was a golden tornado, a rondo of golden demons. Come, tonight we will put aside rank. Throw open the wine cellar, drop the snake's head into the liquor pot, throw cows and chickens into the furnace alive, drink and eat and sing and dance, sneer and kill and desecrate and degrade. They broke the fourth wall, shit, fuck. Take me to the Golden Land now! To the Golden Land! The goat nobles were suddenly crushing in around Kinzo, almost like they were kids demanding the autograph of some famous movie star. There were two differences. First, they were witches, not kids. And second, what the witches demanded were not autographs. Kinzo began to drown in the sea of goat nobles. Only Kinzo's laughing voice echoed throughout the area. What did they do to him? Did they eat him? Ah! They're eating him! It was a grand mixture of laughter and his death throes. And Kinzo became wine and meat and bread. An aroma, if slurped, a rich taste, if gnawed, and pleasant to tear to bits. The voice of his death throes lingered on sweetly. and adorned with melted chocolate and silver dragées. It would make a wonderful dessert. If you took the bones home, you could also use them for a soup. And the remains could even become toys for the children to play with. And they could also become good tools for fortune telling. That always gave misfortune. Beatrice can certainly put on a party, no kidding. That entire scene was watched by the piece of furniture. Well, on top of everything else, Battler just watched his grandfather get eaten alive. It was all fantastical. It was all demonic. Was the quaking of its heart, which should have been paralyzed, proof that it could still feel fear? Just then, its knees buckled, and the furniture's body tumbled onto the center of the carpet. Because the witch had kicked those knees from behind.
ひざまずき敬意を示す
Kneel and show your respect.
額を絨毯にこすりつけて己神の癒しさを示す
Rub your forehead against the carpet and show how vulgar you are. Yes, ma'am. No, I'm kidding. Hi, B. What a time to come back in. All right, I'm gonna stretch. B. Oh my God. Battler is naked and only has a dog collar on, and Beatrice has his leash. And Beatrice put on a party with a bunch of witches wearing goat head masks, and they just ate his grandfather alive right in front of him. Did he agree to it? Yes. Yes. He did. Stretch, thank you. Kneel and show your respect. Rub your forehead against the carpet and show how vulgar you are. He's like super evil now. No, he is super mind broken. He's like completely given up, submitted, become her bitch boy. He's checked out. He didn't eat his grandfather. He watched it happen. He didn't eat him. He didn't eat him. He's just watching it happen. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry.
両手を後ろで組み血肉のすべてをわらわに捧げることを誓い
Join your hands behind your back and swear that you will offer all your flesh and blood to me. How many of you in the chat are like, it should have been me, not him? The piece of furniture let out a painful voice. Fear is the most primal emotion humans have. Was that emotion reviving his sense of self, which should have already been killed?
まだまだわらわの家具にはふさわしくないか
So you are still far from being appropriate for my furniture.
よい
Good.
じっくりそなたわらわ好みにそしてわらわにのみふさわしい家具に仕上げてやる
I will carefully make you into the kind of furniture I like. The kind appropriate only for me. So is this the only reason another cycle is going to happen? They tried to make us feel sorry for her. Yeah. Ah! Anyway, is she like, oh, he's not enough of a bitch boy yet. He needs to completely lose his sense of self before I'll let him rest. Is that where we're at? The kind appropriate only for me.
今のそなたにできるのはせいぜい客人の方々を楽しませることくらいか。
I suppose the best you can do for now is simply entertaining the guests. What more do you want, lady? She wants him to not groan and moan, I guess. Upon being like, are you accepting the... Are you a little pig rolling in filth? He's on all fours wearing nothing but a choker. But apparently that's enough for him to be like... And she's like, no, not even that. You will like this and accept it. I gotta work on you some more. I suppose the best you can do for now is simply entertaining the guests. The goat nobles were surrounding the cowering furniture. It seemed that their blazing, blood-red eyes couldn't hide their ecstasy at this young new food they had been given. Are they gonna eat him? Ah! And from their mouths, from which protruded countless ugly teeth and saliva, grandfather got eaten alive by these goats. Beatrice looking at the start of Fata Morgana like, ooh, losing all sense of self. Let's try that out. While Battler has reaching. Wow. Wow, CC. So what just happened to Grandpa looks like it's about to happen to him. Yeah, yeah. Maybe traces of meat and wine they had just eaten dribbled down. As the piece of furniture let out a wild scream, it retreated, still sitting on its backside. But the circle of goat nobles was closing in. And the piece of furniture looked at the witch's face. It stared at her face one final time, believing that because it had submitted to the witch, she would show it some mercy. But there was nothing but scorn on the witch's face, and she wasn't even facing it anymore. The witch went off to greet an honored guest with whom she had crossed gazes. She is like, nope, I'm done with you, this version of Battler. We're gonna put you through another wash cycle. The CG? Yeah, the CG was something. The CG made me have to put the warnings on Twitch. Oh, they've got a shotgun or a rifle. Rosa had it. But Rosa's not here. Well, they're illegal in Japan, so Kinzo illegally had a gun that Rosa ended up using, but yeah, anyway. The goat nobles looked down upon the furniture. They were, in fact, waiting. Just like how one must remove the cork in order to drink champagne. Before bringing the offerings served at the banquet to their mouths, they were waiting for just one more of those. Of course, the furniture didn't know what that was, but it would come out of his mouth all by itself. In the same way that there is always a pop when the cork is removed, it too would certainly leave his mouth. Not the cut off. A scream. It was a sign that the modest banquet at which he was to be served had begun. The acting. Cece, did you just copy that from an LP? Man's being munched on like some goddamn chicken wing. Just the voice direction going to like Daisuke Ono, that's the name of the actor, right? Like, imagine scream like you're being eaten alive. F's in the chat for Battler. Well, I guess we did see what happened to him. World End Dominator is back! By now, the Rose Garden was a garden of roses and gold. A gold-colored garden where gold butterflies, gold fairies, gold lizards rampaged and flew about wildly.
Maria,
Maria, hurry! Run! How do we F's in the chat boy toys? Okay, fair. Hurry! Holding onto the gun and the blanket wrapping the ingot, Rosa ran at a speed Maria couldn't catch up with, sometimes pausing to call out at Maria to run faster. Therefore, she saw it every time. She saw the gold pursuers chasing them from the mansion. F for Rosa. She's not dead yet. She is the MVP. Okay. F for when she does die. All right. The mass of gold butterflies was chasing after them like a massive crawling hand. And horrifyingly strange-looking shadowy figures with goat heads were chasing after them. There was no need for her to strain her eyes, because those blazing pupils told her what would happen if she was captured. Hashtag Maria did nothing wrong too. No, I'm agreeing with you here. Mama, wait! Ooh. Maria tripped over. Rosa, ashamed that just for an instant she had entertained thoughts of abandoning her daughter and running away. Holy shit, Rosa. Kicked back against the ground and instantly reversed direction. Throw that bitch over your shoulder. I shouldn't say that. No! No, I shouldn't say bitch. Throw your daughter over your shoulder or drop the gold. Girl, drop the goddamn gold if it'll make you go faster. That's one of the goat men. That's what the goat servants looked like. Kanon fought one earlier, and some of them were trailing behind, yeah, they've looked like this. Except those were like ones with fancy dresses. This one's just like a butler because it's a servant. Okay, anyway. Also, appreciate these beats right now. Anyway. As Rosa's own child tried to stand, the goat head that had sprinted over to get the first bite grabbed a fistful of her hair and pulled her up from the back. Oh no, maybe this is a goat noble. Mama! No! Rosa rammed into the goat head with her shoulder, spun, bashed the back of her elbow into the goat's jaw, and buried her knee into its protruding chest. Holy shit, Rosa, you have a gun, use it. Oh. And she thrust the barrel of the gun inside the goat head's mouth as it doubled over from the pain in its gut. Holy shit. bad MVP.
私の目の前でマリアに指一本触れてみよ
Just try laying one finger on Maria in front of me.
元来た地獄が生ぬるかったことを教えてやるよ
I'll show you just how lukewarm the hell you came from is. We got some 80s action lines coming from Rosa. The blast from the 45. Okay, whoever was asking. Oh. The one asking for what kind of gun it was earlier, is asleep. But anyway, the blast from the 45 caliber long Colt bullet exploded inside the goat head's throat, and its medulla oblongata was instantly pulverized. The goat head couldn't understand. It had thought that women were like already opened wine bottles. Ew. It had thought that they were wine bottles and that turning them upside down would immediately cause their deep red contents to come out. Maria'd be like, I'm glad Mama only slapped me. Oh my god. But also, how's Maria feeling if she's like, she wants the witch stuff to be real and good? Misogynistic goat head, I know, right? But like, Maria is being actively traumatized by her mother is about to die, and she wants her mother to be okay. Mama! Mama! Released, Maria flung her arms around Rosa. But the pursuers were still coming. Her mother could okay. They could see the giant goat heads who had given up even pretending to be human, running towards them from across the rose bushes. Rosa spilled several extra bullets, which had been in the pocket of her coat, all over the place, and told Maria to pick them up. What the fuck? Yes! Don't make your daughter do that. Pick up! Pick up!
マリアママがもし倒れたら
Maria, if Mama falls down,
あなたは走りなさい
run.
海岸へ行くの
Go to the shore.
そして泳いで泳いで泳ぎなさい
And swim, and swim, and
こ
swim!
の島のどこにも生き延びることのできる場所はない
I think you may be underestimating how bad their situation is. There's no place on this island where we can survive. No! Together with Mama! Rosa's gun roared 4 times. She's fighting till her last breath. She's a beast. She is. But even though she really did land 4 shots in the chest of the massive approaching goat, it didn't even flinch. So the head's the weak spot, I guess. The goat ran with a violent vigor as though it planned to crush Rosa and Maria with its massive body.
弾を入れて
Put the bullets in!
早く
Quickly! Your 9-year-old doesn't know how to load a fucking gun. Rosa grasped the blanket with the ingot in both hands, and she herself sprinted at the goat, dragging the ingot along behind her. Ooh, she's gonna use the gold bar as a sling. Let's go. Without even an ounce of fear of that strange-looking giant. Mom mode. If it's to protect my daughter, I'll overcome even hell.
見せてやるよ
I'll show you.
黄金の夢ってやつを
What a golden dream looks like! Whoa, Rosa's roar. The goat head's roar. The terribly heavy ingot, even after picking up a terrible centrifugal force and speed, slammed into the goat head's cranium. Woo! She is kicking ass and chewing bubblegum. she's out of gum. Rosa pulled a fountain pen from her pocket, but she had held it crooked. She placed it in her palm, in the gap between her middle finger and her ring finger, so that it stuck out when she made a fist, almost as if it was a stinger growing out. Holy shit, brutal. Brutal, Rosa. She jabbed that stinger into the left eye! The eye! The left eye of the goat head as its head toppled forward. Damn! Rosa's brutal. Was the goat head's roar a scream? But Rosa's roar was different. She pulled back her fist and slammed it into the fountain pen that was still sticking. Rosa's moveset in the fighting game must be brutal. I know, I can't wait for this when we get to the fighting game. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm not Googling the fighting game. I have it, but I'm not opening it. We will play it once I'm done with everything. Anyway, so the fountain pen's sticking out of the socket and she gets her hands and fucking slams it in. Holy shit, brutal. She pulled back her fist and slammed it into the fountain pen that was still sticking into the goat head's eye. Yes, there is an Umineko fighting game and I have it, but it's spoilers, so I gotta wait till we're done with everything to play it. It came with this game in the pack I downloaded. It came with it. Anyway, the pointed tip was gouged destructively into the depths of its head. She hit it like 3 times. Holy shit. Like hammering a nail. Mama! Bullets in! Good job! Oh, now we're from Rosa's perspective. You DM'd me my masterpiece? All right. I can't wait to see it. Rosa is a good mom. Of course Maria knows how to load a gun. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Also ignore the facts that guns are illegal for civilians in Japan. As I grabbed the gun Maria had thrown, I finally heard the thunderous crash of the giant tumbling to earth. However, at the same time, I saw the goat-head pursuers on the other side of the rose bushes increase in number. I've gained some distance, more than enough now. How many bullets are left? Holding onto the gun and the blanket wrapped around the ingot, I once again ran with Maria. Why am I running with a gun in my right hand and the gold in my left? Why don't I free one hand to grasp Maria's hand? I can't let go of the gun that protects my body. I can't let go of the gold that protects my future. Rosa! Put down the fucking gold and grab your daughter. And yet, I would let go of the hand of my daughter, who is my very future? Well, she's questioning herself at least. Run, run, run. She got out of the rose garden and began to run down the staircase through the grove of trees. But Rosa knew that this path through the grove was only turning and twisting many times to make it seem long, because she grew up on this island, she knows. She tore straight through it. She had always played here since she was a kid. So she knew. To the beach. To the beach. The beach, beach. Let's catch the wave. To the sea. To the sea. To the sea. And after reaching the sea, nothing to do but swim. Swim, swim. If Maria can't swim, I'll carry her as I swim. There is nothing but death on this island. As she raced down the stairs, she took a bad step. A violent pain ran up her left ankle and her mind went completely blank. Oh no, ow. Rosa fell down several stairs and stared in shock at her ankle, which was bent at an odd angle. And the blanket with the ingot wasn't there. She had let go of it the instant she fell, and it disappeared somewhere into the darkness. Good riddance. Grab your... Well, she can't even walk. She could hobble. Grab your daughter and hobble. Only the gun was left. The tremors in the earth were getting closer. The plot's annihilating her. You're sticking by Rosa till the end. You're like, that's just the plot fucking her over. The tremors in the earth were getting closer. It was only a matter of time before the goat heads flooded in. She didn't want to imagine how many there would be, or how strange they would look. The lightly dancing gold pursuers arrived. The gold butterflies surrounded Rosa and Maria, sparkling and clamoring as though saying, "The prize is here! The prize is here!" Rosa couldn't even try to get up. The violent pain from her broken ankle was so great that she couldn't ignore it even in her last moments. You can't wait for Beatrice to slip and twist her 1,000-year-old neck. Damn. Umineko isn't a story like that, but something like that's happening to Rosa right now. No one would ever die in Umineko after we've had, what, over a dozen murders between 2 chapters, and we're only 20% through the game. Like, what am I doing? I had the gold. It would have been worth several million yen. I might have been able to start over with that. Yet I fell, I lost it, and that's not all. My own life is in danger. Even Maria's life is in danger. What has my life been? I was born in an incomprehensible house with an irritating older brother and sister since the day I was born. What did I do? Oh my god, and like, so is Rudolph chopped liver? Or were you okay with Kraus? No matter what I did or didn't do, I was always in trouble and bullied and made fun of. What has my life been? The roar inside Rosa's heart shriveled away and disappeared. It disappeared when she listened to Maria's crying voice as her daughter sobbed and clung to her. Maria. Ka-chunk, chunk, chunk. Mama remembered there's something she has to do. Please go on ahead. No! Wanna be with Mama! Don't want Mama to die! Maria, even though I'm such a bad mama, you still say you want to be with me? Yes! Want to be with Mama! Want to be with Mama! I made it look like I was putting you first, but I was always putting you off. I went to your sports day, I went to parents' day, but I was always thinking about how I appeared to the world, and you were never in my eyes. Are you saying that you want to be together even with that kind of mama? Even though I've been such a bad mama? Hey, Mama. Roast your child with your last breath. Oh my god. Her or the roided up goat butlers. We'll see.
知ってる
Hey, Mama. Did you know? Oh, we've got another hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong in the chat. At least she realizes it. I agree.
世界にママは一人しかいないんだよ
Oh, Maria, no! I'm gonna cry. Hey, Mama. Did you know? There's only one Mama in the world.
いいママも悪いママもいない
There's no good Mama or bad Mama.
ただママが一人いるだけなの
There's just one Mama.
だからマリアは世界でたった一人ママがいてくれればいい
Rosa, I did something wrong. Marinda, no. So, all I want is for Mama, the only Mama in the world, to be here. Me neither, Cece. I can't take
そ
this.
してママにとってたった一人のマリアになりたいの
And I want to become the only Maria for Mama.
機嫌が良くて甘やかしたいマリアと邪魔だからいてほしくないマリアは別人じゃないの
The Maria who's in a good mood that you want to spoil, and the Maria who's a nuisance and you don't want to be around aren't different people.
マリアもたった一人のマリアなの
I'm also just one Maria.
だから怖いママも優しいママも一緒
So the scary mama and the nice mama are just like that.
マリアにはたった一人のママなの
To me, there is just one Mama.
私はなんてバカだったの
I was such an idiot.
黄金なんかいらなかった
I didn't need gold.
あなただけの手を引いていればよかった
If only I had just pulled your hand.
私はなんてバカなママだったの
I was such a stupid mama. The shadows of the goats covered the sky, even more than the trees of the forest. Their roars blotted out the world with fear. You would have still slipped, but with a little less weight on her, maybe she would have had her footing. Maybe she wouldn't have fallen so hard. Rosa, still hugging Maria, readied her gun with one hand. Yeah, because she said she should have left the gold behind, and the gold is really heavy. It was weighing her down. Something might have changed if she threw it away. The plot punished her, you think? Maybe. Maybe Beatrice made her break her ankle. I don't know. Rosa, still hugging Maria, readied her gun with one hand.
マリア一緒に行こ
You're not allowed to murder suicide your daughter, Rosa. No. Maria, let's go together.
うと一緒よ
Always together.
ママが迷わないようにずっと一緒に
Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong till the end. This happens in the mist. So eager to find fault with Rosa. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Oh my god. Okay. Maria, let's go together. Always together. So that Mama doesn't lose her way. Always together. Yes!
すぐに会えるよ
Can see each other soon.
ずっと一緒だよ
Always together.
黄金鏡で会えるよ
I need you to watch the ending of The Mist sometime. It's fucked. So it's a movie, right? Was it like M. Night Shyamalan or something? Yes! Can see each other soon! Always together! Can see each other in the Golden Land!
そしたら一緒に遊ぶの。
And then we'll play together.
狼と羊のパズルで遊ぶの。
Play with the wolves and sheep puzzle.
ママはまだ1問しか解いてないけど、マリアは全部解いちゃったんだよ。
Stephen King. Oh. You still haven't solved more than one question, Mama, but I solved them all.
だからマリアが
So, Rosa didn't even know what the fuck she was talking about with the wolf and sheep puzzle. She only solved one ever. So, I'll be the questioner. She had bought that as a birthday present and then hadn't played it with Maria after that night.
遊ぼうね。一緒に
Yes, let's play together.
約束する。
I promise. Those eyes sparkling like red hot lava. So Rosa solved one and based her whole personality around it. Fucking Rosa, affectionate question mark. Hashtag Rosa may have done nothing wrong, maybe. we seem to be confused in the chat right now. Those eyes sparkling like red hot lava look just like a group of fireflies. They danced, closed in, and attacked. Oh, come on!
マリアが込めてくれた銃弾を食らいたいやつから前へ出ろや
Whoever wants to eat these bullets, Maria chambered for me, step forward! When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Oh, and with the title screen, that was sick. That was good? Oh, thanks. That was sick. That was sick. Oh, that was really cool. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? Visual novels can be entertaining. GG. New elements added. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift in commemoration of your recent sojourn. Tea party time! Well, that ending was a lot longer than I thought it would be, but it was great. What an ending. Rosa did a variety of things of ambiguous morality. Hashtag Rosa did, hashtag Rosa is, hashtag oh come on. Now we press F. Gamers, today we press F to pay respects for Rosa Ushinomiya. See, Battler only wished he was this badass. You know what? True. You're right. So yeah, isn't Rosa awesome? But from today on, we must press W to move forward. W? This isn't that kind of game. iRaptor Gaming TV, thank you so much for following. I hope you're enjoying this wild ride. All right, we're back at the start. All right, I know how this works this time. You must press left stick. You know what? Crazy enough, left stick does oh wait, no, not continue. Shit. Wait, that was a lie. I actually don't know what I'm doing. I actually don't know what I'm doing. Okay. No. Sorry. Gotta start. Sorry, wrong one. Start the tea party. There we go. Now I got it. But actually, the left stick does progress the text as well as A. It's pretty funny. So I can't even say you're wrong, Rowan. Right, tea party, please. Oh, look, episode 3, Banquet of the Golden Witch. And she was like, welcome to the Banquet of the Golden Witch. And that's gonna be all of episode 3. Right, please pull up a chair and wind down. Was your sojourn on Rokenjima a pleasant one? The Golden Witch has gifted you an invitation to her tea party. I hope that you'll participate. Why do I like Beatrice so much? I think she's very entertaining. I know, that's why you said it earlier. Oh, I said that earlier. Oh, okay. I totally forgot that I mentioned it. All right. Tea party, yay! All right, so what kind of tea does everybody like? I ran out of sugar Purgatorio. Here we are in Purgatory again. Episode 2 is over. Now we've got an interlude. Ooh, Rosa. Legally, but no, it's legally over. Rosa woke up from her doze. It must have been a very deep sleep. Her mind was fuzzy. Ooh, last time there weren't any adults in the tea party. This is new. It must have been a very deep sleep. Her mind was fuzzy and she wasn't even thinking clearly. Where was she? It felt like some mansion, but at least it didn't seem to be the Ushiromiya family mansion. I like how that's phrased like that's a relief, like she hated that place so much. The home she grew up in. She was in a room that looked like a parlor, and there was some tea that had been prepared. It had almost certainly been prepared for her. Sparkles like gold leaf were dancing around the room, and it looked very dreamlike. She eventually realized that they were gold butterflies, which made that stand out even more. There was someone across from her. A woman. The witch of the portrait. Characters updated. Everybody's fucking dead. Missing. Finally reached the golden land he so desired. The idiot with a capital I. The idiot was once again unwilling to accept that, so the magic was spoiled for a second time. Except what? Except what? Even so, he was probably happy. After all, he managed to be reunited with the Golden Witch, if only for a brief time. Afterwards, he was crunched to pieces and eaten by demons and went to hell. It's hard to say, but they might have been the second Twilight. That finishes up the seventh Twilight. The Golden Witch, who has lived for 1,000 years, she has already surpassed the limits of humans, and it is said that she will appear in response to a human's summons, just as demons do, to lend them her power for a price. Wait, Battler is a black box. Wait a second. Yeah, we realized at the same time. Where's Battler? Holy shit. Likes black tea and ice cream. Hates boredom and those who deny her existence. It doesn't let me select it. Look, it just goes straight from Maria to George. Holy shit. It doesn't even let me select it. Ah! Holy fuck. Who? Oh my god! There is no Battler. There's never been a Battler. Who's Battler? Missing. The unselfish piece of furniture sought nothing but repose in the golden land. However, since the idiot, capital I, Kinzo, stubbornly rejects the golden land, or, oh no, the idiot, capital I, is Battler. So the idiot Battler spoiled the magic so Kinzo couldn't go to the golden land like he desired. I understand now. I understand now. Why am I trying to break the game? I'm not. I'm not. The unselfish piece of furniture sought nothing but repose in the golden land. However, since the capital I idiot Battler stubbornly rejects the golden land, his repose is unlikely to come anytime soon. Afterwards, he was munched to pieces and eaten by demons and went to hell. Ushinomiya Rosa, missing. In the golden land, she finally found a treasure more precious to her than gold. Wow. Gaslight Katie. Wow. That's me. However, that was short-lived. Thanks to the idiot, capital I, Battler, she would once again have to lose that which she had finally found. Afterwards, she was chewed into a pulp by demons and went to hell. Sorry, that's what happened to Rosa. Ushinomiya Maria, missing. In the golden land, she learned that her mama still loves her. Satisfied for now. She's satisfied for now. Okay. She got to spend her last moments with the man she loved. There is no corpse, but he is dead. Which declared it in red, so even without a corpse, its death is incontrovertible. The chef's goose was cooked. Maria, why would you say that about Goda? Okay, so we can't select the idiot. Amazing. The witch of the portrait. She looked like she was having a one-sided conversation. She was probably talking to Rosa, but Rosa's mind was clouded up by a deep fog, and she didn't have a clue what was being said. All right, Magic Bros have another opportunity to prove themselves. She may have been drugged, and she hallucinated everything. That's how the magic deniers can still win. It can be anything.
そなたが望むものがあるならば、そのすべてを与えよう。
If there is anything you desire, I will give you it all.
その強運への褒美と思うもよかろうし、わらわの求めに対する正当な対価と考えてもよい。
You may think of it as a reward for all your good luck, or as proper trade for my demands.
そなたにとっては全く大したことではないかもしれん。
Okay, Miranda, I see. To you, it may not be that great a thing at all.
しかしわらわにとってはそれだけ意味がある取引だということだ。
But that is how significant this transaction is to me. What is Beatrice talking about? Literally what I just said. What is she talking about? I don't know. I don't know.
せっかくわらわは魔女なのだから。
Only considering that I am a
魔女
witch.
にしか叶えられない願いを求めるのが利口ではないかと思うぞ。
I think it would be wise to ask for something that only a witch can grant.
せっかくの機会ではないか。
Isn't this a rare chance?
この黄金のベアトリーチェから恩恵を得られるなど。
You can actually receive a favor from me, Beatrice the Golden. Finally, Rosa started to feel the blood flowing through her body. Her movements were still sluggish, and she couldn't even voice the words she was thinking.
わらわの通り名は黄金の魔女。
I am commonly called the Golden Witch.
金蔵に与えたように山なす黄金を与えることは造作もない。
Bestowing a mountain of gold, like I gave to Kinzo, is no problem for me.
何しろ人の世の快楽はすべて金で換算できる。
After all, every pleasure of the human world can be expressed in terms of cash.
すなわち黄金こそが人の世の快楽そのものなのだ。
Put another way, gold is human pleasure itself.
そなたは想像ができるか？
Can you imagine?
生涯をかけても使い切れぬ黄金の山が。
A mountain of gold that you couldn't use up as long as you lived. The witch blew on her pipe, and 7 colors of smoke covered the area. I just realized you could have sold your grandma's opium pipe to some cosplayer for Beato. Cosplay. No, you lost your chance. When she did, the inside of the parlor had suddenly become filled with stacks of gold ingots. It looked like a shining, gold-colored wall. If each ingot was worth tens of millions of yen, how much would all of this be worth? It seemed sinful to even think of that number.
しかし人の世は難しい。
However, the human world is difficult.
どれほど空高く積み上げた黄金であろうとも満たされぬものがあることを知っている。
I know that there are some things that cannot be satisfied no matter how high into the sky you pile up gold.
埋められぬ隙間があることを知っている。
I know that there are cracks that can't be filled.
わらわはそれをないがしろにしないし、それこそが魔女であるわらわにしか与えられぬ褒美であると考えている。
I won't make light of that, and in fact, I believe that is why this is a gift that only a witch such as I can give.
そなたのそれをわらわが埋めてやるというのはどうか。
Why don't I fill those cracks in for you?
なるほど、これはいい。
Yes, how about this?
わらわにしか与えられぬものだ。
It's something that only I can give.
そなたもさぞや喜ぼう。
You should be very happy.
口にせずともよい。
You don't have to say it out
そ
loud.
なたの心の隙間など顔に書いてあるからすぐにわかるぞ。
I can understand it right away. The cracks in your heart are written on your face. Rosa felt a touch of discomfort at the switch, who kept on talking even though she herself hadn't uttered a single word. But since she still couldn't speak well and found it difficult even to move a finger, she could do nothing about it, and was unable to do anything but listen.
そなたの深き心の傷はどこまで遡れば癒せるのか。
How far back must I trace the deep wounds in your heart in order to heal them?
これは深い深い。
This is deep, deep.
時に破片を飲み込んだまま傷口が閉じてしまうこともある。
Sometimes wounds close up while a fragment of something is still inside.
そういう傷は見た目には癒えていても永遠にうずきを感じ続けるものだ。
Even when those wounds appeared to have healed, they will continue to throb for all eternity.
完全に治すため今一度傷口を開くこともあろう。
Sometimes you have to open the wound once to completely heal it. Cognitive behavioral therapy. Oh my god, I need to drink water. Therapy time with Beatrice! Beto, like, damn, bitch, you have problems, and I'm a 1,000-year-old witch who died. Wow. It's cognitive behavioral therapy time with Beatrice! As the witch spoke, she was staring deep into Rosa's eyes. Oh yeah, Beatrice, you would love CBT. She loves both kinds. What in the world was she peering at? Rosa felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't look away.
そなたの痛みすでに生まれながらにして運命づけられたものか。
So this pain of yours was preordained from your very birth.
これはなんとも辛いものよ。
How heartbreaking.
言わずともよ
You don't have to say it.
い。わか
I understand.
る。わかる。
I understand. Gradually, Rosa, in turn, was drawn into the witch's eyes. Gradually, the world grew dark, spinning round and round as she was sucked in.
Rosa, Rosa,
The fuck is this song?
どうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか。
Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? This is Krause's voice. It's me, Reprisal, hi. We're at a moment. Oh, that's Kraus Nissan's voice. Kraus Nissan is very grown up, so he's very smart. I agree, this is a banger, but also holy shit. So he hated the stupid kid, Rosa. And he was a very scary person, and I was often hit, and my toys were taken away from me and broken. God, it's amazing you're not Catholic. I understand. He would say it as a punishment because I did something. He would say it was a punishment because I did something bad. But I really didn't understand what that was or why I was being punished. I was always punished suddenly, and then after the fact, I was told in a contrived manner that it was a punishment for something or other. But it was always something I didn't remember doing. So I really hated Kraus Nissan. Damn, Kraus, all your sisters hate your guts. Yeah, fuck that guy.
ローザ、
Eva time.
どうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか。
Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Eva Nissan's voice. Not even Natsuhi wanted to fuck him. Oh, fuck. You're right. Oh, that's Eva Nissan's voice. Eva Nissan is very grown up, so she's very smart. So she hated the stupid kid, Rosa. Natsuhi running to Goda's arms. I know, we need to get that, Natsuhi Goda train going. Come on, shaders, you can do it. And she was a very sly person, and I was often lied to, tricked, and bullied a lot. Eva sure is gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Excuse me, Goda is not a harlot. Okay, CC's a professional. Anyway, the vibes. Okay, she would say it was because I was stupid, and that it was only natural for stupid people to be swindled by those smarter than them. So I wanted to become a wise person like Eva-ne-san, and I listened to what she said. But when I obeyed her, for some reason, someone always got really mad at me because Eva would trick her. So I really hated Eva-ne-san. Eva-ne-san sounds like Evanescence, kind of does. Eva-ne-san, yeah. Ooh, we never have. We never hear many details about Rudolph because he keeps dying. So let's hear this.
どうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか
Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Rudolph Nissan's voice. Rudolph Nissan is very shrewd. So he hated the stupid kid Rosa. When Kraus Nissan was around, he was friendly with Kraus Nissan. When Eva-ne-san was around, he was friendly with Eva-ne-san. Hello, Brown Sugar Babe. Quite a scene that we're in. It's something. And when Kraus Nissan wasn't around, he was violent like Kraus Nissan. And when Eva-ne-san wasn't around, he played dirty like Eva-ne-san. And even though he too was bullied most of the time, when Kraus Nissan and Eva-ne-san weren't around, he gave me 2 people's worth of bullying. So I really hated Rudolph Nissan. Oh, but these are my memories from when I was a kid. Quite a lot of unfair things happen when you're a kid, and you can't drag them out forever. In time, you bury them away in the far reaches of memory and forget them bit by bit. That is supposed to be what it means to grow up and become an adult. So becoming an adult is the same thing as separating yourself from all of those memories. And so, no matter how much time passed, Rosa couldn't become an adult. Even though she had been blessed with a daughter called Maria and was called a mother, she didn't at all feel like she had become an adult. The witch pitied that, and she smiled, saying that she could heal that pain herself.
どうやって癒すの
How to heal you.
可能ではあるが簡単ではない
It's possible, but not easy.
時間を巻き戻し そなたに兄と姉がいなかった世界を与えることもできよう。
I could even rewind time and give you a world where you have no elder siblings.
しかしそれではそなたは兄と姉に苦しめられた記憶が残らず、
But that way, your memories of being hurt by your elder siblings wouldn't
故
remain.
にそれをもって褒美であると言われても納得はできまい。
And therefore, you would be unable to acknowledge it as a reward.
飢えは癒してこそ満たされる。
It is the relieving of hunger that brings satisfaction.
飢えそのものをなかったことにしても誰も感謝しない。
If you erase hunger itself, no one will thank you.
日々の飽食に感謝する若者がいないようにな。
Just like how there are no young people who give thanks for their daily gluttony.
わかる
Understand? I think she just told me something really difficult. In short, even if she makes it so that I never had elder siblings, the pain wouldn't be removed. Maybe that's what she's saying. Strictly speaking, it's different. Healing isn't the same thing as removing pain. It's the pleasure earned for withstanding pain. Therefore, there can be no healing without pain. To know the joy of healing, you have to know the pain.
となれば、そなたの痛みに報いる喜びがいる。
In that case, you will require joy that compensates for your pain.
そなたは苦難の過去を誇っている。
You can feel proud of the past you have suffered.
苦難を知らぬ者には味わいの快楽を知る資格があるからだ。
Because you are qualified to know a kind of pleasure that those who have not known suffering cannot taste.
この快楽を知る者は同じ喜びを他者にも与えずにはいられなくなる。
Those that have known this pleasure cannot help but give the same joy to others. So she's speaking for herself, again hinting that Beatrice has deeply suffered. The witch snapped her fingers, and even though the room was still filled with a mountain of gold and was already like something from another world, a fabulous tablecloth appeared on top of the table, and wonderful cooking was laid out, almost as though it was the opening of a banquet in a castle from some fairy tale. For an instant, Rosa felt a pleasurable surprise at how fabulous it was, but at the same time she felt a bit of anticlimax, because she found herself thinking that being bullied by her siblings couldn't be wiped away by just one meal, no matter how delicious.
食は人の快楽の多くを占める。
Food contains many of the human pleasures.
生涯生き続ける限り豚のように食い続けなくてはならぬ。
You must eat like a pig as long as you live.
一食で足りなければいくらでも。
If one meal isn't enough, then as many as you want.
その心の痛みが癒えるまで美食の宴を続けようではないか。
Let us continue this gourmet banquet until the pain of your heart is healed. Beatrice, I don't think this is how therapy works.
始めろ、家具ども。
Begin, furniture. Beatrice, I think you're doing it wrong. Oh, wait. Oh, the goat furniture. Okay. Goat furniture, gotcha. As the witch clapped twice, there were suddenly goat head servants there. Oh yeah, nice fresh PTSD for Rosa. That emote is so good. There were suddenly goat-headed servants there, and they began to prepare the meal. These goats make you nervous. Understandable. From the beautiful food dishes adorning the table, they efficiently took some food and began to pile it up on Rosa's plate. It really did look delicious, but Rosa's body still felt as heavy as lead, and there was no way she could eat. Maybe they also understood that. The goat head servants tied a napkin around Rosa's collar. God damn. And gallantly brought a glass of before-dinner alcohol to her mouth and even tilted it for her. They're feeding her, oh my god. She remembered an old servant who had once carried rice porridge to her mouth when she was laid up with a high fever. She couldn't drink it well, and it dripped down from her mouth, but she felt the fragrant sweetness spread throughout her mouth.
ドイツ産の寄付ワインにあやかった甘きアペリティフよ。
It's a sweet aperitif of noble wrought German-made wine.
白ワインを赤きゴールデンドロップで染めたワインカクテルだ。
A wine cocktail of white wine tinged with crimson golden drops. Crimson golden drops of what?
名付けるならば
God damn it.
ブラッディ・クラウスか。
If I had to give it a name, I'd call it a bloody Kraus.
そなたの兄を圧搾機にかけて絞り出した血のゴールデンドロップだけで染めてある。
The color comes solely from golden drops of your brother's blood obtained by placing him in a compressor. This is not how therapy works, Beatrice. Rosa coughed violently, and the bright red that stained her face made it look as though she had coughed up blood.
そなたは紅茶に詳しかろうから意味がわかろう。
You know a lot about black tea, so you should know what it means, right?
ゴールデンドロップとは最後の一滴のことだ。
Golden drop refers to the last drop.
紅茶で最も貴重な一滴と言われている。
It is called the most precious drop in black tea.
そして血のゴールデンドロップも同じ。
Beatrice, what's therapy? Oh dear, what now? That's what I'm thinking. Holy shit. Is this actually some... what's the show I'm trying to think of? Like, this is turning around at the last minute to be horrific. Yeah, this is turning into some... Like if Hannibal invited somebody over for dinner and it started out as a beautiful feast and you thought you're having such a good time, and then suddenly it turns into him murdering you after he told you you were eating people the whole time. That's kind of the vibes I'm getting right now. Okay, so a golden drop of blood is the same. If you only knew what was in your plate. Yeah, exactly.
人間から絞り出せる血液の貴重なる最後の一滴。
The last and most precious drop of blood squeezed out of a human. You know what I'm imagining? Those like duck presses. Like in French cooking, right? Like they make the sauce out of the duck and they put it in a press where you like turn the wheel and it compresses the duck and the sauce falls out of a spigot. That's what I'm imagining this is of Kraus. It's squeezed with that. Oh, not a, the duck's already cooked, CC. It's not a living duck that they do that to, but it's a cooked duck that they compress in the hydrate. Thank you. Ah, thank you. Anyway, that's what I'm imagining. Anyway. As the witch snapped her fingers, a bright red veil was pulled off something large which had not been there moments ago. The solemn and massive machine there was just like a coffin for a large-sized person, with many large bulb-like things stuck to it, and it looked like a sinister torture device. Who is she talking to? The player? I think she's talking to Rosa. By its unnerving shape. Wait, you just looked that up? Ah! Was I wrong? Uh-oh. Oh. And people thought Fagua was bad. I'm gonna have to ask Ned why the French are so mean to ducks and geese. I was completely right. Okay. Anyway. Oh wait, you mean they asphyxiate the duck and then cook it and then press it? I see. Yikes. Anyway, does that taste good? Apparently, I mean, French sauces and stuff are like really famous. Supposed to be really good. Anyway. By its unnerving shape, you could tell that it used manpower to tighten and compress something. No, she's showing her the duck press that she used on her brother. French cuisine, Katie. I guess I am. Now I am. Damn. Okay, anyway. And it seemed that there was still some squeezed dregs remaining inside because of the bright red remains that stained it.
しかしゴールデンドロップは一度に一滴しか取れぬ。
But you can't take more than one golden drop at once.
どんな人間からも一滴以上は取れぬというわけだ。
No matter what kind of human you take it from, you can't get more than one drop.
しかしわらわは魔女。
But I am a witch.
人を蘇らせることもまたたやすい。
It is also easy to revive a person. When the witch snapped her fingers, suddenly the human compressor began to shake. No, you could also hear a groan. It looked almost as though someone had been sleeping in that man-sized coffin, had woken up and was now struggling to get out. But that was wrong. What was inside had definitely been squeezed dregs. Using her magic, the witch had once again revived the squeezed dregs to how they had been before they were squeezed. 3 goat-head servants with muscular physiques approached the compressor and forcefully started tightening the large bulbs. As they did, an unearthly moan came from the inside of the coffin. Rosa thought she knew the owner of that voice. Beatrice, is this necessary?
料理は料理場でがふさわしい。
It is fitting for cooking to be done in the kitchen.
もう十分だ。下がれ。
That is enough. Stand back.
ゴールデンドロップがどれほど貴重なものかお分かりいただけたかな？
Do you understand? Do you understand now how precious a golden drop is?
それを集め、それほどに赤く染めるには何十人分も絞らなければならない。
To have it stained this crimson requires that several dozen people's worth be squeezed. The witch had definitely said that only one golden drop could be taken from a single human. And yet she had dozens of people's worth of golden drops from a single human. Only a witch could do this. So she revived Kraus just to kill him again dozens of times. Great. The Golden Witch Beatrice could kill a single human endlessly. In other words, before Beatrice, even death did not mean release.
二口目はいらぬか？
Want a second sip?
この男に殴られて口中に滲んだ血を飲み込んだ日を忘れたか？
Have you forgotten the day this man hit you and you swallowed the blood that ran into your mouth?
そうそう。あの味を思い出せ。
That's right. Remember that
こぼ
taste.
し尽くして枯れ果てた涙の味を思い出せ。
Remember the taste of the tears that you spilled until you were dry.
その悔しき思い出を癒して足りるアペリティフであると信じている。
I believe this aperitif will be sufficient to heal that regrettable memory. Beatrice, that's not how this works! Once again, the goat-head servants tilted the deep red glass against her mouth. Rosa attempted to close her lips in resistance, but the deep red liquid was relentlessly poured into her mouth, which was hanging open with shock. And the inside of her mouth was filled with a ghastly sweetness. It was definitely a fragrant sweetness. Her brother's blood in this wine that was fragrantly sweet. Amazing, amazing. Her brother, who she had thought of so hatefully and who had made her soak her pillow so many times, had died dozens of times over to tinge this wine crimson. So it must have tasted sweet. Are you sure this isn't how it works? I'm pretty sure. I mean, Beatrice probably also does this to herself, looking at how well she's doing mentally. Oh god, maybe. Rosa, like, I mean, it's not the worst. But Rosa tried to spit it out. Because of that, the deep red wine that spilled out of Rosa's mouth made her look as if she was covered in blood. If this ghastly substance was only the aperitif, Rosa couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about what would happen if this banquet continued.
それは旬の野菜による二枚舌のサラダ風だ。
That is a fork-tongue salad made from vegetables in season.
お前がいつか食いちぎってやりたいと9歳の誕生日の日に願ったエヴァの舌で作った念願のサラダよ。
On your 9th birthday, you wished you could bite it off sometime, so here is that salad you desired, made from Eva's tongue. Oh my god, it is like Hannibal. When Rosa heard the true nature of the pink-colored meat piled up on the salad, she had a sudden impulse to vomit her guts out. Furthermore, the goat servant stuck a fork in it and carried it to Rosa's mouth.
姉の二枚舌のお味はどうか？
How does your sister's forked tongue taste?
さぞや柔らかくとろけるであろう。
It must be quite soft and enchanting, right? How sweet, soft, and enchanting it must have tasted in her mouth. After all, Eva's lies were always sweet, and young Rosa had always listened to them. So you could say that the taste of the stimulating pepper seasoning that had been added expressed the details of those lies well. Rosa spat out the tongue salad that kept being pushed into her mouth, covering it with saliva. But the goat head servants carefully returned it to the plate and carried it to Rosa's mouth over and over again. This isn't healing. This isn't therapy, Beatrice. This is a new form of torture.
言うに及ばず、そのサラダにはエヴァの舌を5枚も惜しげなく使っている。
It goes without saying, but I made this salad generously, using 5 of Eva's tongues.
舌は1人から1枚しか奪えん。
You can't steal more than 1 tongue off of 1 person.
しかしわらわなら何度でも奪える。
But I can steal it over and over. As Rosa's tears dripped down, she resisted, half crazed. However, the only way she could resist was by refusing to swallow. Even if she didn't swallow it, the taste of the French dressing increasingly violated Rosa's mouth.
お気に召さぬか？
Is it not to your satisfaction?
まだまだ料理は続くぞ。
There's still much more food.
ルドルフの顔の皮で包んだ鈴木のパイ。
Sea bass pie wrapped in the skin of Rudolph's face.
脳みそを茹でたスープに肝臓のフォアグラ。
Soup with boiled brains, liver pate.
デザートにも期待せよ。
And in Japanese, or what she was saying, the pate, she actually said foie gras. So I guess this is all French, including the pressed duck of Kraus that got added to the wine. Anyway. Oh my god, not the French dressing, like a French kiss. Beatrice, I swear. Oh my god. Damn. Soup with boiled brains, liver pate, and look forward to dessert.
兄弟だけではないぞ。
It's not just your siblings, see?
お前が信頼し、にもかかわらず裏切った人間たちをふんだんに調理した。
I have lavishly arranged all of those who you have trusted and yet betrayed you.
この宴をそなたの心が満足するまで永遠に続けようではないか。
Why don't we continue this banquet for all eternity until your heart is satisfied?
永遠
For all eternity.
嬉しいだろう、後ろ宮ローザ。
You're happy, right? Ushiromiya Rosa?
嫌がるふりなんかするなよ。本当は嬉しいってのは分かってるんだぜ。
Don't pretend that you hate it. I know that you're really happy, alright?
笑いたくば笑えばいい。
If you want to laugh, then laugh.
ムカつく兄貴や姉貴の悲鳴の生演奏がないとご機嫌になれないってんならいくらでも聞かせてやる。
If you won't feel better until you've heard a live performance of your annoying elder sibling's screams, then I'll let you hear them as often as you want. You know what? I'm starting to come around to what you guys were saying about how this is how Beatrice copes herself with the torture of anybody who wronged her. I think this is how she feels better about herself.
いいんだよ。いやいやで。
It's all right that you were so unwilling.
それがお前の性分なんだろ。
That's your personality, isn't it?
本当は全身が泡立つほどに嬉しいんだよ。
You're actually so happy that your skin is crawling all over.
なのに表向きは苦しんでるふりをしてるだけなんだよな。
And yet on the outside, you're just pretending to act like you're in pain, aren't you?
いいんだぜ。ここにはお前が気にする世間体も体面も何にもない。
It's all right. There's no need to worry about honor or your public image or anything here.
存分の大笑いして食い散らかせよ。
So laugh as much as you want and chew it to bits.
最高の宴だろ。後ろ見やろうぜ。
Isn't this the best banquet? Ushinomiya Rosa! She can talk. Please stop.
すまぬすまぬ。デザートを驚かそうと思って内緒にしていたが、やはり明かしておこう。
It's Kinzo, isn't it? Kinzo's the dessert, isn't he? Oh, I'm sorry, but I was keeping the dessert a secret to surprise you, but let me reveal it anyway.
明かせばフルコースを食べ遂げようという励みにもなるだろう。
If I reveal it, maybe that will be enough incentive for you to eat up the full
デ
course.
ザートはお前が愛しているふりをし続けなければならないマナ娘。
I said Kinzo, and then a deeper part of my brain was like, it's Maria. And I was like, no way, it's Maria. And now I'm like, fuck! Because I thought Beatrice was on Maria's side. Damn, okay. The dessert is that beloved daughter that you had to keep pretending to love.
マリアとリンゴのオーブン焼きだよ。
Oven baked Maria and apples.
うまそうだろ。
Beatrice does the most incredible parties and most incredible banquets. Oh god, I guess. Doesn't she? Doesn't that sound yummy?
こいつを食べればお前は全てから解放される。
If you eat this, you will be released from
自
everything.
由だよ。自由。
Freedom, you see. Freedom.
やっとローザという一人の人間として自由を得るんだよ。嬉しいだろ。
Finally, Rosa will gain freedom as an individual person. Aren't you happy?
嬉しいはずさ。よだれが垂れてるぜ。鏡を見てみろよ。
Of course you are. Drool is hanging from your mouth. Just try looking in a mirror. Suddenly, a muscular goat-head cook was holding Maria under his arm. And Maria gazed at Rosa with a face that was just slightly sad. No, not the disappointed look from your child. Critical hit.
Mama, マリアのこと邪魔だった。
Mama, was I a burden?
邪魔じゃない。
You aren't a burden! As Rosa spat out the food that was continually being carried to her mouth, and as she was covered with a mess of and saliva and blood, she resisted filthily and screamed.
ママがマリアのこと邪魔なら、
If you think I'm a burden, Mama,
マリア食べられても平気。
I'm fine being eaten.
だって、マリアはいつもママにひどいことばかり。
After all, I always do horrible things to you, Mama.
ママが男の人を連れてくる時も静かにできなかった。
Even when you brought a man over, I couldn't stay quiet.
ママが男の人とお泊まりしてくる時、寂しくて暴れてお部屋を台無しにした。
When you stayed over with a man, I got lonely and unruly and made a mess of the room.
勝手に探しに行って迷子になって警察のお世話になってママに恥をかかせた。
When I went to search by myself, I got lost. The police had to pick me up and I brought shame on you, Mama.
何日も帰ってこなくて泣いちゃって近所の人に慰めてもらってママに恥をかかせた。
When you didn't come home for days, I cried and had to be cheered up by the neighbors and brought shame on you again, Mama. Holy shit! Rosa left Maria at home alone for days?
こんなマリアだからママの迷惑になってる。
Because I'm like this, I cause trouble for you, Mama.
生まれてきてごめんなさい。
I'm sorry for being born.
だからマリアはママのために美味しいリンゴのオーブン焼きになるの。
So I'll become delicious oven-baked apples for you, Mama.
そしたらママに初めてマリアがいてよかったって思ってもらえるかな。
And then, maybe I can make you happy I exist for the first time.
マリアを食べて美味しかったって思ってもらえるかな。
Yeah, the depths of abuse Rosa has suffered and the depths of the abuse she's made Maria suffer. Yeah, it's shocking. And then, maybe I can make you happy I exist for the first time. Maybe if you eat me and think I'm delicious.
美味しいよね。
She will be, right?
感類にむせべよ。娘がここまで行ってるぜ。
Be choked up with tears of gratitude. Your daughter is saying this much for you. See?
マナ娘とリンゴのオーブン焼きなんて最高のデザート。
Oven-baked apples and your beloved daughter make for the best desserts.
これだけ美味しい食材に育てられるなんて。
You
あんた
better.
最高の母親だぜ。後ろ宮ルーゼ。
You've managed to raise such delicious ingredients. Aren't you the best mother? Ushinomiya Rosa!
ママ、今までありがとう。
Mama, thanks for everything.
バイバイ。
Bye bye.
待って
Wait!
待ってマリア、違うの。
Wait, Maria, that's wrong!
もうやめて、もうやめて、こんなの嫌。
Stop it already! Stop it already! No!
私はこんなこと望んでない。
I didn't want something like this!
もうやめて、もう許して。
Please stop! Please let me go!
いややめて。口に入れないで。
No! Stop it already! Don't put it in my mouth! Ew! Ew!
我がもてなしに満足してもらえたか。
Have you found my hospitality to your satisfaction?
ならばそなたには認めてもらおう。
Then I'll have you accept it.
わらわが魔女であることを。
that I am a witch.
宣言せよ。
Proclaim it.
後宮ローザはベアトリーチェを魔女と認めると宣言せよ。
Proclaim that Ushinomiya Rosa accepts that Beatrice is a witch.
認めます。
Is that what this was all about? I accept it.
後宮ローザベアトリーチェを魔女だと認めます。
Ushinomiya Rosa accepts that Beatrice is a witch.
だからマリアを返して。
So, give Maria back.
私を解放して。
Release me.
ついに認めさせたぞ。
I finally made you accept it.
小賢しきバトラはすでに屈服し、黄金鏡に招かれながらわらわを否定する愚か者ローザにも認めさせた。
That smart alecky battler has already submitted, and now I've made even Rosa accept it, the fool who denied me after being invited to the Golden Land.
完璧だ。
Perfect!
It's perfect!
It's perfecto! It's perfect!
成し遂げたぞ。完璧な勝利を。
I think I have heard that line before. It's perfecto! I think that was a meme. I've accomplished my perfect victory! Game over! Thank you for playing Umineko no Nakukoro ni! There are not 6 more episodes. Ignore that.
さあマリアを連れて行け。ローザに美味なオーブン焼きを振る舞ってやれ。
Now, take Maria away. Prepare a delicious oven roast for Rosa. No! Maria! Looks delicious.
俺には
Oh.
てめえの牛乳をスライスしてサンドイッチを作ってくれ。
Battler? Looks delicious. Slice up your cow tits and make me a sandwich.
その声は。
What? That voice? What? An arm grabbed the back of the witch's head and smashed her face into the table? Hello? We're in the WWE now. As it did, the witch broke to pieces, turned into a group of gold butterflies, and reformed into her body a short distance away. Battler?
貴様、家具となって魂まで屈服していたはず。
You cursed man. I thought you'd became furniture, that you submitted down to your very soul.
そのつもりだったんだがな。
I thought I did too.
てめえの趣味の悪いレシピに耳を貸してるうちに腹が減ってきちまってよ。
But while I was listening to your gross recipes, I started to get a little hungry.
魔女の丸焼きが食いたくなってきちまったのさ。
Now I feel like eating a whole roast witch. Oh!
それからマリア。
And Maria.
自分を食べてなんてセリフは10年早いぜ。
It's 10 years too early to talk about having someone eat you? Battler! Battler? What the fuck? Oh my god. got something similar. He's a pervert.
ただし10年経ったら必ず俺に言えよ。
But in 10 years...
だぞ。
Okay, he doesn't mean that. But in 10 years, you have to say that to me. Promise.
約束する。
Promise. That's a normal thing to say in anime. Okay, okay. It's 10 years too early for you to challenge me. True, true. But Battler-kun.
待たせたなローザおばさん。
Sorry to keep you waiting, Auntie Rosa.
俺は忘れてたぜ。
I had forgotten.
こいつは俺とこの女の一騎打ちだったんだ。
This was a one-on-one fight between me and this woman.
俺が屈するわけには断じていかなかったんだ。
I was never supposed to give in.
ローザおばさんが粘ってくれたおかげで再び戦う気力を取り戻せたぜ。
Thanks to your persistence, I've regained my will to fight. This man, he was broken to the depths of his soul and capitulated to me. I see. He doesn't know when to give up. Just what I'd expect from Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandson. So, the chick of a phoenix is a phoenix after all.
威勢が良い。気に入った。
How vigorous! I like it!
そうでなくてはな。
I wouldn't have it any other way!
わらわの期待する後ろ宮バトラとはそうでなくてはならん。
This is exactly what I would expect from you, Ushinomiya Battler!
わらわを否定してみろ。そしてそれをわらわは完膚なきまでに叩き潰す。
Try to deny me. I'll completely and thoroughly smash you to bits!
何度でも屈服させてやろうぞ。一度靴を舐めたそなたに何度でも敗北の味を教え込んでやる。
I will break you over and over again, and I'll teach you, one who has licked my shoes, the taste of defeat over and over.
上等だぜ。この後ろ宮バトラ。泥をすってでも立ち上がる男だってことを教えてやれ。
No problem. I'll teach you that I, Ushinomiya Battler, am a man who will stand back up even after crawling in the mud.
俺は喧嘩で無敵だった試しはね。
I've never had the experience of being invincible in a fight.
何度か負けてる。
I've lost many times,
だがな、必ず泥を吸って立ち上がる。
but I always crawl through the mud and stand up
そ
again.
して必ず蹴りをつける。
And I always finish what I started.
男の喧嘩はな、負けを認めない限り、どれだけ叩きのめされようと負けじゃねえんだよ。
In a man's fight, you don't lose until you accept defeat, no matter how much you get beat up.
一本取られただけで俺が参ると思うなよ。
Don't think I'm out just because you took a shot at me. It was the turn of the Golden Witch, right? Not the game of the Golden Witch.
楽しませてやるぜ。ベアトリーチャー。
Entertain me, Beatrice!
受けて立とうぞ後ろ宮バトラ。
I'll accept your challenge, Ushinomiya Battler.
家具ども、次なるゲームの準備を始めよ。
Furniture, begin preparations for the next game.
その間に貴様にはたっぷりと聞かせてもらおうではないか。
And while we're waiting, I have much I want to hear from you.
こたびのゲームでは密室も多いぞ。
There were many locked rooms in this
その
game.
家工場のほとんどをわらわが赤で叩き潰した。
Using red, I've smashed to bits most of the methods by which you tried to talk yourself out.
その上でさらにどのようなへりくつで言い逃れてみせるのか。
What other evasive quibbles will you show me now?
礼拝堂の鍵、ジェシカの部屋の鍵、使用人室の鍵、夏日の部屋の鍵、客間の鍵。
The lock to the chapel, the lock to Jessica's room, the lock to the servant room, the lock to Natsuhi's room, the lock to the parlor.
お前らのお得意な奇想天外、妄想暴言空想はったり、とんでも超展開斜め上でわらわをとことん否定してみせろよ。
use all those things you humans are so good at pulling out of the blue. Your delusions, rantings, daydreams, bluffs, all slanted with ridiculous, incredible turns of events, and show how you can thoroughly deny me!
ああ、ダメだぜ。
Ah, it's no good.
全然ダメだ。うおー
It's no goddamn good at all! Oh boy, is it time to theory craft? Whoa! Objection! Everybody, it's time to redeem. Oh no, he's gone. Too late. Oh, well, that was something. Ryukishi! Oh, 7! Hold it. We got lots of people doing the music. Thank you, FFC. Thank you, Kabushiki Gaisha, Axes. Graphic. Tsuda. She already... Kabushiki Gaisha, Axis again. Okay, okay. Thank you, Kabushiki Gaisha, Creep. The opening done by Kabushiki Gaisha, Entagram. Thank you, Entagram. Okay, true, true. Maybe I should sneak in a little break. Okay, look at all those Ushidomiyas pass by. Alright, I'm gonna run. Alright, I'm back. It's funny how I could read the credits from the kitchen as I was filling my water. That's how big the text is. Alright, thank you, Sunny. Thank you, Zaki from Palm Mix Granite. Thanks, Cap from Round Booster Architecture. Thank you, Pyong. Thank you, Kimura. Me. Okay, the first one I should know. Alright. Thank you, Motoki? Sakuro? Sakukuro. He's not. Thank you, Sakura Kanae. Thank you, Yudai. Thank you, Katagiri. Oh god, I should. I'm blinking. No! Thank you, Patrick Leonhardt. Thank you for the sound effects. M. Zaki. Thank you, Zitz. Episode 2. Umineko no naku koro ni. Mitose Noriko. Thank you, Shikata Akiko. Thank you, Sweets. Sakura Kanae did a lot of work. Thank you. Shikura Chiyomaru, maybe? Thank you. I need to study, man. Thank you. Special thanks. All 7th expansion staff. All Konshima staff. All Kabushiki Gaisha Happinetto. Thank you, Kabushiki Gaisha Frontier. It went too fast. Okay. Kobe Works. Thank you. Shinka. Thank you. Bortowin Company. Thank you. Ebaya. You. Thank you, Shirakawa Daiki. Shirakawa Daiki from Mouse Promotion. Thank you. Written by 7th expansion. Made. Created by 7th expansion. With special cooperation from Eel Flag. Thank you, Entergram. Music is so full of pathos, yeah. Umineko no naku koro ni saku. Neko bako to. Anyway, I need to. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Yukishio7. You've kicked my ass again. Thank you. Akiko? Is that the singer? You're back just in time, Cece. New elements! Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 4 question marks this time have been added. The new elements may be accessed from the title screen. Okay. Wow. Ooh, we can look at the CG. Well, if you were wondering what it looked like, here it is. This music, though. Ooh. Stella, chill out, girl. 2 out of 4? Oh, expressions. so many that we haven't seen yet. Portrait collection. Ooh, 2 out of 8 portraits. Okay, okay. HD Batlass. Akiko Shikata did a lot of the Umineko vocal music. I know her from Gust Games, mostly art and Nelico, but I think she did some Atelier too. Oh. So now we get Beatrice in HD. And we get Beatrice again in HD. And as we will be able to unlock portraits 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 later, but they're not available yet. Ow, Stella, stop it. How much music are we missing now? Ooh, quite a bit. Most of the music, actually. Stella, stop fucking scratching my... Oh my god, she is like, you've been streaming for too long. It's 10 a fucking clock, but I gotta do the question mark, Stella. Okay, okay, okay. The difficulty level is standard. Let us begin on the trodden road. The difficulty level is first rate. The witch plans to make you surrender in an instant. That worked. That worked, didn't it? All right. Anyway, that tea party was fucked up. Did you hear her? Oh, that's funny. Welcome to the tea party of the unhuman. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. What sort of tea should I prepare next? Oh, another witch friend? Or is it Burncastle again? You have free choice of any brand that ever was throughout the ages. It is Burncastle again. This is exactly how the last one started. Wait. Dried plum tea. Am I doing the right one? Am I on episode 1 accidentally? Those dried plums that go for 200 yen a pack. Am I doing the right one? Episode 1! I did fuck up. Okay. Okay. This is episode 1's. Alright. I don't know how I managed that, but... I don't know how I managed that, but, I was like, they're not doing the same thing again. Alright, episode... Oops, shit! God damn it! Amazing. Sorry, guys. Episode 2. Oh, it's because every time I push left and right, it switches me back to the top. So when I'm here, I have to go down specifically. All right, it doesn't remember by the tabs, or I have to manually set by the tabs. That's how it works. Oh well. All right, episode 2, Turn of the Golden Witch. Welcome to the tea party of the unhuman. For sure this time. I better meet some new witches. Well then, did you enjoy it? Our game just now. Wait, is she talking to me? Or Burncastle? It's Burncastle.
見応えを通り越して退屈よ。
A game that one-sided goes beyond captivating and becomes boring. Well, at least they're aware of how one-sided and overwhelming it was.
これは相変わらずお点が辛い。
My, a harsh critic as always.
退屈を愛さないベルンカステル教にふさわしい迫力ある展開だったと自負していただけに、これは手厳しい。
And I was so certain that even Lady Burncastle, who has no love for boredom, would surely be satisfied by this compelling development. How remorseless.
迫力についてはまあ認めるわ。
Well, I'll accept that it was compelling.
ただフェアなゲームとしてはひどいものね。
However, it was horrible as a fair game. I agree.
もう少し対等な条件でない
You need the conditions to be a little more even, or
勝ち目がないと言われるか。
am I about to be told there's no way to win?
ベルンカステル教に
By Lady Burncastle?
どういう意味かしら、ベアト。
I wonder what you mean by that, Beato.
ごまかさなくてもよ
There's no need to play ignorant.
い。すでに知っておるぞ。
I already know
そなた傍観者でないことを
that you aren't a bystander. Uh-oh, she's been found out.
隠し通せているつもりか。
You thought you were hiding it.
そなたは人の領地まではるばるやってきて、わらわの逆の目に貼る不届き者よ。
How insolent to travel all that way and come into territory that isn't yours. Am I the territory? Just a bet against me.
わらわのゲームを傍観するつもりでいて、わらわの敗北に熱く張っておるのだろうが。
You came here planning to watch my game from the sidelines while having a large stake placed in my defeat.
図星であろう。
I've guessed right, haven't I?
だって
And if so, I'm a born hater. What are you gonna do about it?
実に面白い。
Truly interesting.
あのラムダデルタ教を退けた最強の魔女、ベルンカステル教と戦える機会を賜れるとは、本当に愉快よ。
That I should be granted a chance to fight against Lady Burncastle, the strongest of witches who defeated Lady Lambadelta, is truly a pleasure.
え
Yes,
え、私も愉快よ。
it is pleasing me too.
そこまで自信満々のあなたがボロボロに負けるところが見たくてはるばるやってきたんだもの。
After all, I came all this way just because I wanted to see you brimming with that confidence, only to fall apart and lose.
なんと素直
A hater! A true, natural born hater. What an honest person.
それにしても
Incidentally,
わらわと大ベルンカステル教との対決を
if the contest between me and the great Lady Burncastle
ただの一人の感染者もなくというのはいくらなんでももったいないというも
were not to have at least one observer, what a tremendous shame that would be. We're gonna meet someone new?
呼んだのね、
You called her, didn't you?
あの子。
That child. There she is! She has like the most shit-eating face the first moment she appears. Okay, so there was that screeching. Okay, so at the party, when Beatrice was talking to one of the goats and was kind of like throwing shade behind Burncastle's back, and another goat spoke and she was like, ah, with this voice, I had a feeling it was Lambadelta. Did I ever say I hated anyone? I don't think I ever said that. But anyway, anyway, I know, the only thing I know about Lambda, I don't hate Rosa. I just think she's done a lot wrong. Anyway, Lambda Delta, I know that she and Burncastle are like gay, and that she's supposed to be the equivalent of Satoko, right, from Higurashi, and Burncastle is Rika, right? So I knew that, and I also knew that Lambda Delta is punk ass, like, yeah, she always has the crazy faces, right, from what I've seen. And so that's all I know. I don't know anything beyond that, but I had the strong suspicion that that was Lambda Delta at the party, and I think I've just been proven right. They were both talking shit behind Burncastle's back. She's so short, she's barely clearing the text box. I found you! I finally found you, Burncastle! How are you, Lambda? Stella, what are you doing? She's not, I know, I was confused when somebody told me that Burncastle was supposed to be like Rika and Burncastle was supposed to be like Satoko, because their personalities are nothing alike. Who she is would spoil Higurashi beyond repair. Okay, never mind. Interesting, though, that you say that. I think I'm fairly spoiled on Higurashi. Anyway, you don't have to say. Sorry. How are you, Lambda? Looks like you also have time to kill. I wonder if it's fate that we who share no love for boredom should run into each other again. Such a dumb kid. Why can't you realize the only reason you won against me was because of a little luck and a not so great matchup? That made you so snobby, and now you're even picking a fight with Beatrice. Shouldn't you learn your place? I'll say this because you have already been spoiled. You dramatically disagree about Lambda Delta being Satoko. Subvert audience expectations that Ryan Johnson does. You are sort of spoiled. She is the culprit. Okay, that's what I thought. Because you guys were... I remember that being said before, that, like, about the bad guy. Yeah, I was that spoiled, right? But if I'm that vague on the spoilers, that means I can probably still get a lot out of Higurashi. Anyway. Beatrice is strong, you know. And she's more brutal than I am. Just a teensy bit. Oh, and also, don't just shorten someone's name to Lambda. The jack-o'-lantern on her. Oh my god. You're a fool too, Beato. This kid won't make exceptions for your game. She'll turn everything into a preposterous farce. Oh boy, not Rika and a blonde? It must be Satoko. Surprise are actually a lesbian metaphor for the Higurashi story dynamic. Oh, interesting. I didn't bring Lady Lambda Delta here solely to watch from the sidelines. Alright. Lambda Delta. Oh, interesting. The Endless Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She is known for being exceptionally cruel, even among witches. She loves bullying the weak and is capable of using trial and error endlessly to find the cruelest fate they can possibly be given. And she toys with her victims even further by piling on one after another. This witch is extremely powerful. The word has it that she is sometimes becomes obsessed with the art of creating certain patterns, so that her means end up becoming her goals. Burn Castle. When the game loads. She's so small! They're so small! Why are they so small? Look, look. Beatrice like this, and then they're so tiny. They're so teeny tiny. Burn Castle. The Witch of Miracles who has lived for 1,000 years. Oh, so she's about, obsessed with the art of creating certain patterns. Neurodivergent Beatrice Cannon. Oh! Also, Burn Castle's about as old as Beatrice. The Witch of Miracles, who has lived for 1,000 years. Her vast power is capable of creating all kinds of miracles, but her heart has broken a bit as a result. Back when she was a human, so she was a human once, all right, Lambda Delta once imprisoned her within a cruel fate, toying with her the whole time. Now that's a Higurashi thing, isn't it? It seems that she's unable to abandon others who are caught within a similar fate. In theory, she holds the strongest power of any witch, but in practice, that is no more realistic than saying that a piece of paper can reach the moon if you fold it 100 times. And fold it 100 times she did. That seems deep. Okay. Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty who has lived for 1,000 years. Okay, so they're all 1,000 years old. Okay. What happened 1,000 years ago that made so many witches? Anyway, she embodies the idea that hard workers are rewarded and is highly respected even by humans. Though she is a witch, she does not stray far from the concepts of humans. For that reason, her power as one worshipped by humans is incalculable. So she's got a cult? However, she is fickle about whose efforts she chooses to reward, and in many cases she bestows her favor upon those who can please her the most. Her massive, swift, and terrifying power can cause any witch to submit in an instant. However, she is often reckless, and Burn Castle was able to take full advantage of that. Oh, the Witch of Certainty, the Witch of Miracles, and the Endless Witch. Okay. I didn't bring Lady Lambda Delta here solely to watch from the sidelines. After I informed her that you were betting against me, she said that she would bet against you. You're still holding a grudge, aren't you? Because I'm the strongest witch in the universe. But I lost to you, so I'm not the strongest. You like the phrasing of that? Actually, like, witches are Cthulhu, but Lambda is close to comprehensible for humans, for better or worse. I'll have to see how that turns out. So I'm taking the side of anyone who's against you.
というわけだ。
There you have it.
大ベルンカステル卿が相手ならば、この程度ではハンデにもならぬだろうが、余興にはふさわしかろう。
With the great Lady Berncastle as our opponent, this may not even count as a handicap, but it will be suitable for entertainment.
好きになさい。
Do as you like.
バレてる以上、私も本格的にやらせてもらうわ。
Now that the cat's out of the bag, I'm going to get serious.
それがよかろう。
That would be suitable.
もとより、わらわの辞書に手加減の文字はないので。
Leniency has never featured in my dictionary.
ラムダデルタ卿、この度の貴重な縁を楽しもうではないか。
Lady Lamba Delta, let us enjoy our valuable new relationship.
こちらこそよろしくよ、ベアトリーチェ卿。
Yes, I'll be counting on you, Lady
こい
Beatrice.
つには私も散々に栄養を飲まされてるの。
This girl really put me through the ringer.
私たち二人で叩き潰して2倍でお返ししなきゃ腹の虫が収まんないのよ。
I'm not going to be happy until the two of us have smushed her up and paid her back double.
こちらこそよろしくよ、ラム
I look forward to it, Lambda
ダ。そしてベ
and Beato.
アとどういう勝敗になろうとも、これは私たちにとってとても有意義な戦いになる。
No matter who wins or who loses, this will be a very meaningful battle for us.
そうね。
That's
も
right.
ちろん負ける気はないけど、私たちには勝敗以上に意義がある。
Of course, I'm not going to lose easy, but this is more important than winning and losing.
何しろわらわたちは退屈を愛さない。
After all, we have no love for boredom. The three witches giggled, cackled, and guffawed. Really? Even Berncastle?
その通りよ。
That's right.
感謝するわ、ベアト。
I should thank you, Beato.
やっと退屈から逃れられそうだわ。
It looks like I can finally escape boredom.
せいぜい私を楽しませなさい。
Do your best to entertain me,
ラムダデルタと二人がかりで。
together with Lamba Delta.
そうさせてもらうぞ。
I shall do just that.
そうと決まればベアト、早速作戦会議をするわよ。
That's that, Beato. So let's start a strategy meeting right now.
その子の弱点は知り尽くしてる。それをすべて伝授してあげるわ。
I know all of this girl's weak points, and I'm gonna teach you all of them.
にもかかわらず、ラムダデルタ卿はお破れになられたと。
And yes, Lady Lamba Delta, you were defeated by her, I note.
もう教えてあげない、教えてあげない。
I won't tell you, I won't tell you. Soon.
退屈しない御人であるな、ラムダデルタ卿は。
She never bores, that Lady Lamba Delta.
でしょ。
She doesn't, does she?
面倒よろしくね。
Take care of her.
あれで寂しがり屋なのよ。
She might not look it, but she gets lonely. Oh, you do care about her. Ho 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 ho.
なる
I see.
ほど。今流行りのなんとかというやつか。
So she's one of those newfangled whatchamacallits.
さ
What?
すがはラムダデルタ卿。
What does that mean? As expected from Lady Lamba Delta.
最先端でおられる。
Quite cutting edge. What does that mean?
もう行きなさい。
Go already.
あの子、あなたが追っかけてくるの待ってるわよ。
Tsundere's? Oh, she's one of those newfangled whatchamacallits. It's tsundere. Okay. Deretsun. Gotcha. Go already. That child's waiting for you to chase after
そ
her.
れでは失礼しよう。
Oh yes, that's a very tsundere thing to do. You're like, no! And then you want me to run after you. A tsun. Aw, spoilers. No, I meant the phrasing sounds like that, not this is a legit interpretation. Oh. Then, if you'll excuse me,
また次のゲーム
see you next game! I can't believe it's a spoiler that Lambda Delta is a
ごめ
tsundere.
んなさいね
I'm sorry.
厄介なのが来たけど気にしないで
Oh, Birdcastle's talking to me now. I'm sorry. A troublesome one came, but don't mind her.
それよりひどいことになったわね
Stella, come on, soon. Just a few more minutes, okay, girl? Ah! Sorry, just a sec. Okay. More importantly, things sure got ugly. They sure did. They sure did get ugly. The tsundere stuff earlier in the chapter. You zoned out. Your tsundere was your first honest answer to her question. Oh, okay. I just noticed that Burncastle's dialogue doesn't have quotation marks around it. Oh shit! You're right! So does that mean... You're right. Yes. Shit, you're right. So now that she doesn't have quotation marks, that's an indication that she's talking to me, the player, directly. Yo, that's really cool. Nice catch. I didn't catch that. More importantly, things sure got ugly. Burncastle's talking to me now.
私もラムダとのゲームでだいぶ悲惨な末路というのを経験してきたつもりでいるけど今回のは群を抜いてひどいわ
I thought I had experienced some particularly gruesome ends in my game with Lambda, but this time, it's exceptionally horrible.
あなたが膝を抱いて心を閉ざしてしまう気持ちもわからなくない
It isn't as though I don't understand your desire to hug your knees and close your heart. Is this, maybe a reference to... Okay, so... This is an assumption, right? This is like... The player can't interact, so it's an assumption that you hug your knees and close your heart, which is basically what happened to Battler by the end. And that's why he submitted at the time. But it was overwhelming. Like, I feel like I barely had any time, even though I'm the one pressing A to progress the text. I had barely any time to like process everything, let alone come up with a, you know, solution. I just woke up and I'm still going, almost done. I'm going till the end of the question mark. This is the end. I just got to finish the question mark, and then I'll stop. Good morning, Ned. So, since chapter 2 is so overwhelming, she's assuming you just kind of turned your brain off because it was too traumatic, which is fairly accurate. But Cece, I remember you saying that people said that chapter 2 was too hard, but but the tea party and the question mark were already with the I gotta finish this before I start chewing. Explain that, anti-magic people. Yeah, that I was saying over and over and over, right? Okay. I'll wait till I'm done. Okay. It isn't as though I don't understand your desire to hug your knees and close your heart.
こんな末路あと何度もやられたら
If you meet that end several more times,
100年を待たずに心が殺されてしまうわ。
Your heart will be killed within 100 years.
ベアトにカンパされてしまったから白状す
Beato saw through me, so I'll confess.
る。今のあなたはかつてラムダの世界に囚われていた頃の私にそっくりなの。
You are now just like I was in the past, when I was imprisoned inside Lambda's world.
過酷な運命の迷路に閉じ込められ、魔女にいいようにいたぶられている。
Shut inside a labyrinth of cruel fate, tormented at the whims of a witch. Higurashi no Naku Koro ni, get it on Steam.
私はそこから生まれた魔女。
I am a witch who was born from there.
あなたの姉に当たるのかもしれない。
So maybe I'm like an older sister to you.
だからあなたに力を貸そうと決めたの。
So I decided that I'd lend you my power.
しかし私の運命に比べてもあなたのそれはあまりにも無謀。
However, even compared to my fate, yours is truly brutal.
同情どころか涙までもらってしまいそうなあまりに悲惨な運命よ。
Not only do I sympathize with you, I'm almost brought to tears by your tragic fate.
でもどうかくじけないで。
But please, don't lose heart.
ベアトになんか決して屈しないで。
Please don't submit to Beato, no matter what.
確かにあの子のゲームはあまりに卑劣。
Certainly, that child's game is quite
ゲ
unfair.
ーム版を少しだけ見させてもらったけどあまりに卑劣かつ狡猾な
Stella,
仕掛け。
soon, okay? You're being disruptive. Yeah, the tea party and the question mark weren't made later in response to that. They were part of the chapter from initial release. That's what I thought. So I don't get the criticisms if it's self-aware. Anyway, I took a glimpse of the game board, and the tricks are so mean and cunning.
その舞台仕掛けのいやらしさは多分ラムダデルタのゲーム版のそれをはるかに上回るわ。
And the scenic tricks are filthy to a degree that probably far surpasses that of Lambda Delta's game board.
しかも恐ろしいことにあの子は駒を指すとき常に最善手を指しているわけではないの。
Stella, okay. Please, Stella, soon, okay? And what's even more frightening is that when that child moves a piece, it's not like she always makes the best possible move.
ここがラムダとは大きく異なる点。
This is where she is very different from Lambda.
ラムダは勝つために常に最善手で圧倒的な数の駒を指してくる。
Lambda always uses an overpowering number of pieces and makes the best possible move in order to win.
しかしベアトは
Stella will not
た
be
まにわざ
denied.
と手を抜いて駒を指してくるの。
But Beato sometimes intentionally eases up when she moves her pieces. Like when she was feigning sympathy towards Rosa earlier, only to like be like, no, actually, this is torture. But Beato sometimes intentionally eases up when she moves her pieces.
困ったことに相手の指し手から手の内を探ろうとしている私たちにとって
This is unfortunate for us, trying to seek out our opponent's strategy by looking at her moves.
これは非常に手強い情報のノイズ。
Because it creates a formidable amount of noise in our information. That is so true. It's hard to parse the truth when she's like doing all kinds of shit and there's so much information, but a lot of it's noise.
厄介な撹乱になりうるわ。
This disorder could be troublesome.
しかし チェスに例えるなら、
However, as in chess,
無駄な一手は相手にノイズを与えるかもしれないけれど、貴重な一手を損していることに違いはない。
a player might be able to create some noise for their opponent with a useless move, but they would still miss out on a more valuable move.
つまり、付け入る余地はゼロじゃないってこと。
In other words, it's not like your opponent, it's not like your opportunities to take advantage of it are zero. Interesting.
あなたには信じられないだろうけども、今回のゲームもそう。
Although you may not be able to believe it, this game was also like that. Ixtoy, thank you so much for following. I hope you're enjoying. So in a meta sense, is this Ryukishi talking to his readers? That it's like, this may have seemed crazy, but you probably think this is all bullshit and you might be giving up at the moment, but trust me when I say that was solvable. Like that? Oh, absolutely. He's talking to his readers directly. Although you may not be able to believe it, this game was also like that.
あれだけ圧倒的な展開に見えて、実は隙がある。
Even though those developments look so overpowering, there actually were weak points. Like my door theory? Alright, but I'll wait till this ends to talk about that. Anyway.
つけ込ませたいかのように隙がある。
It almost looks as if she wants us to take advantage of them. Yeah, because she likes to be resisted.
それが罠なのか、こちらを試しているのかわからないけども。
Although I don't know if it's a trap or if she's testing us. I think because she likes to be challenged.
とにかく屈服しない
Stella! Anyway, don't surrender.
思考を止めないで。
Don't stop thinking.
あらゆる可能性を否定しないで。
Don't deny any possibility.
あなたが戦う意志を持ち続ける限り、ベアトに勝ちはない。
As long as you continue to hold the will to fight, Beato will not win.
魔女の戦いは守りが肝心よ。
Defense is crucial during a witch's battle, you know?
勝とうとするより負けないようにしなさい。
Rather than trying to win, try not to lose. That's why there's gonna be 6 more of these.
認めたら
Ah!
負けない。
God damn it, Stella. Alright,
断じて認めて
you're jumping off. If you lose when you accept her, then you definitely must not accept her. Don't stop thinking! Cars blows by his face. So even if you're like, none of this bullshit with me talking with Burncastle in some pocket dimension right now could not even be possible if it wasn't for magic, I still gotta be like, no, there's a way everything could be explained, and as long as you keep that up, you won't lose her game. I see.
あなたに魔女を認めさせること。
Making you accept witches, says another witch.
これがベアトリーチェの勝利条件の一つであること。もはや疑いようもないのだから。
There is no longer any doubt that this is one of Beatrice's victory conditions.
私もあなたの味方であると公言した以上、できる限りの力になれるよう努力するわ。
Now that I have announced that I am your ally, I too will make an effort to lend you as much as my power as I can. Ooh, thank you, Burncastle.
あなたも努力なさい。
Make an effort yourself as well. Me, the passive reader who can only press A? Yes, I'll try.
もしまだ膝を抱いているなら、早く立ち直って。
If you're still hugging your knees, quickly stand back up.
こういう時、なんて言ったかし
In times like this, what did I used to say again?
その
Fi-
ファイトニパ
Oh, Higurashi reference? Say the line. Not her gap moe. Fight! Yeah! Nipa!
恥ずかしいわね。
So embarrassing doing this.
私がここまでしてあげたんだから。早く立ち直りなさいよね。
I've done this much for you, so hurry and stand back up. Okay, Lady Burncastle. What? Suddenly Lambert Delta. Ah, there you are. Oh, fishy aroma, I missed you.
ベルンはいじけてどっか行っちゃったかしら。
Did Burn shrink off somewhere?
本当にざまあないったらありゃしない。
Could she be any more lame?
それにしても
Anywho,
相変わらずベルンが選ぶ駒はしょぼいわね。
the pieces Burn chooses are crummy as usual, huh? Wow, thanks.
チェスだってそうでしょ。
It's the same with chess, right?
駒が全部ポーンだったら勝ち目ゼロでしょ。
If all your pieces were pawns, you'd have zero chance to win,
駒
right?
が全部ルークやビショップだったら絶対負けやしないわ。
If all your pieces were rooks and bishops, no way you'd lose.
まあ前回は私がついつい哀れになって好きな場所から駒を進めていいわよって言ったら
Lamba Vine Boom Teleportation. Why did I just do that to Lambda? Why did I just do that, Lambda? Why do you have one line in quotations, then start talking about that? What? You're right. It started with, ah, there you are. Did Burn shrink off somewhere? Could she be any more lame? So maybe that was supposed to be diegetic? So that Burn Castle was here. Okay, I get it. Burn Castle was here, and then she disappears, and then Lambda Delta's like, ah! Did she shrink off somewhere? And then that could just be like, Beatrice could hear and be like, okay, maybe. I don't know. And so from then on, she's speaking directly to moi. And so that's why there's no more quotations, something like that. Anyway. Well, last time I felt just a little pity and said that she could start her pieces anywhere she
ベ
wants.
ルンのやつお情けの空気も読めずに手持ちのポーンを全部入場させた状態から始めて
Lamba telling you to get Bambi for the PS2. And then that idiot Burn totally didn't pick up on my compassion and started with all of her pawns promoted to the 8th rank.
何よあれあんなの負けでも何でもないんだから
What's up with that? That wasn't a loss or anything.
思い出しただけでもムカムカするわ
Oh, just remembering that makes me queasy.
そんなわけでこの私はベルンがギャフンとする顔を見ないと腹の虫が収まらないわけ
So, see, I'm gonna be ruffled until I see Burn's stupid, speechless face. Gay.
そんなわけなんでベルンの駒のあんたがそんなざまなんで私は最高にいい気分なわけ
So, it's like seeing you in this state as Burn's piece just makes me feel just awesome. Like, you're depressed, you're overwhelmed. That's amazing.
しかもあの子はあれでいて本当に負けず嫌いだから
Plus, believe it or not, that girl really hates to
きっと
lose.
今頃悔しくって歯ぎしりをして涙をポロポロ流してるわよ
So, I bet she's definitely grinding her teeth in frustration right about now, crying like a baby.
本当にざまあないわよ
She's so lame.
ほらあんたも一緒に笑いなさいよ
Come on, laugh with me. Oh!
ちょっと
Wait a sec.
あんたまだ膝を抱いてるの
Are you still hugging your
レア君に
knees?
ちょっと本気出されたくらいでもうそのざまなの
You're already like this just because Beato got a little serious?
情けないったらありゃしない。
Could you be any more pathetic? Damn, okay.
あんまり情けないから、ちょっとだけ力を貸してあげるわ。
You're so pathetic. I'll help you just a little bit. Alright, Tsundere.
この宇宙最強で絶対の魔女である大ラムダデルタ卿が
I, the great Lady Lambda Delta, the witch of certainty and the strongest in the universe,
あんたの絶望的な勝率をほんのちょっぴりだけ絶対に近づけてやるわ。
will bring your hopeless chances of winning just a teensy bit closer to certainty.
感謝なさい。
You better thank me.
ベアトリーチェはね、確かに残酷で強力な魔女かもしれないけれど、この私の敵じゃない。
You know, Beatrice may really be a cool and powerful witch, but she's no match for me.
なぜか
Why?
甘いからよ。
Because she's soft.
あの子はあと数手でチェックメイトできる局面を作りつつ、わざと詰めない。
That kid will make the board so she can win with just a few more moves, but she deliberately won't finish you off.
くだらない駒を取ったり、余計な駒を置いて、より一方的な盤面にしてみたり。
She'll do stuff like take worthless pieces or put way too many pieces on the board to make things even more one-sided.
早い話が勝ちが見えると遊び出す悪い癖があるってわけ。
The point is, she's got this bad habit of playing around when she thinks she's going to win.
あんたやベルにとって辛い様々な攻め手のほぼ全てが
Almost all the various attacks that are painful for you and
私
Burn
から見ればやりすぎの無駄もいいところ。
look like a total waste and overkill to me.
つまりそれこそ好きでありチャンスでもあるってわけ。
Basically, that's her weakness, and it's also your chance.
ね、
See?
恐れるに値する相手じゃないでしょ。
She isn't an opponent to be afraid of, right?
手段と目的を時に履き違
I'm
え
like, why did Beato add Goda to the story? Does not understand Goda Moe. Useless pieces. Why do you have 18 people on the island when you only need 13 to die? Ridiculous. She sometimes mistakes the means for the end. That's what the character page was saying.
そして悪い遊びが過ぎる。
And she has too much bad fun.
その結果、自ら弱点を作り晒してさえいる。
As a result, she makes and even exposes her own weak points. So yeah, Beatrice ain't all that.
私のような最強の魔女から見れば、なんでこんな余裕ぶったことをするのか理解できない。
It's impossible for a strongest ever witch like me to understand why she acts so relaxed,
自ら勝率を下げてるなんてね。
lowering her own chances of winning.
でもまあ、
But, well... There were only 13 people on the island, and then all of them died, and then there were none all over again. You know, I actually watched and then there were none miniseries because I heard it gets mentioned in here, and so I thought I'd have some preparation before I started reading Umineko. But, well...
そのせいで、ベルンみたいな相手を読んでかわすタイプの魔女には非常に相性が悪いってわけよ。
That's why the type of witch like Burn, who reads her opponent and dodges their moves, is a really bad matchup with her. So, Beatrice is hard to read because she's, likes to play around.
読みが効かないから。
Because reading her doesn't work.
ベルンにとっては、私みたいな素直で正直なタイプは読みやすくてやりやすいんでしょうね。
It's probably really easy for Burn to read and handle an obedient and honest type like me.
ムカつくことに。
And then they were none, maybe the best mystery story ever written. It may not be, but it's certainly in the running. The miniseries was pretty cool. It's probably really easy for Burn to read and handle. Oh, wait. That makes me so mad.
まあでも、
私みたいな超火力タイプはベアトみたいな軽くて広い弾幕タイプなんか真正面から打ち破れちゃうわけだから。
Well, still, a super firepower type like me can easily go head on against a light, wide-range barrage type like Beatrice.
相性のじゃんけんみたいなものかしら。
So I guess it's kind of like rock, paper, scissors.
私がパーならベアトがグー、
If I'm paper, Beato's rock.
ベルンはチョキってとこね。
I guess Burn would be scissors. She can cut you because she beat you before.
どうでもいいことかしら。
Well, maybe none of that matters anyway.
確かに私のパーはベルンのチョキに負けるけど、
Sure, my paper loses to Burn's
パ
scissors.
ーよりはるかにすごい超パーだったらチョキにだって勝てるでしょ。
But if it was the way more awesome super paper, which is as thick as wood, it could even beat scissors, right?
つまりこのラムダデルタ卿は超パーってわけ。
In other words, I, Lady Lambda Delta, am super paper and super thick. Girl, you are so tiny. You see no flaw with Lambda Delta's argument.
少しは
Gotcha.
血色が戻ってきたみたいね。
You are not dummy thick. You're like 2 feet tall. It looks like the colors come back to your face a
ベ
little.
アトのやつ、ローザとかいう駒をいじめて遊んでるわ。
That Beato, she's having fun torturing some piece called Rosa. So tea party's happening right now.
一見すると本当に趣味の悪いやつだと思うでしょ。
At a glance, you'd think she has really nasty hobbies, right? 2 foot thick paper, that's super thick. That is true. You'd think she has really nasty hobbies, right?
違うのよ。
Wrong
あんた
though.
が立ち直って戻ってくるのを期待して時間を潰して待ってるだけなのよ。
She's just killing time, hoping you'll get up and come back. So she's doing that to Rosa just to kill time? Damn.
わざと憎まれるようなことをして
So, in
あ
a
んたの自
sense,
分を引き出そうという手ね。
see, she's talking to me, the player, but in a sense, she's also talking to Battler, right? Because that's what ends up happening. Battler's righteous indignation got inspired. Lamba and Burn are basically just giving Battler love advice. Yeah. You'll get her. Oh, yeah, I'm like, Lamba's like, I'm your right wing man. Burn's your left wing man. We'll get you to bag Beatrice, don't worry. It's a move to fire up your righteous indignation by doing something to make you hate her on purpose.
ああ、やだやだそういう子って。
Oh man, I hate kids like
じゃ
that.
あ、私は戻るわね。
Well then, I'll go back.
私があんたにちょびっとだけ力を貸したのは内緒よ。
Don't you tell anyone that I helped you out just a teensy bit.
別にあんたを助けたくて力を貸したわけ。
I mean, it's not like I helped you because I wanted to save you, okay? Okay,
こ
Tsundere.
の宇宙最強の魔女の私はベルに負けて最強の座を奪われちゃったの。
I, the strongest witch in the universe, had my seat as the strongest seat stolen when I lost to Burn.
それで私はベルンからその座を取り戻さなくちゃならないわけだけど、
So it's like I have to take that seat back from
もし
Burn.
ここでベルンがベアトに負けちゃったら最強の座が今度はベアトに移っちゃうじゃない。
But if Burn loses to Beato here, then the position of the strongest will be moved to Beato this time, right?
まあ別に私はベアトから奪い返す方が楽だからいいわけだけど、それじゃあ私の腹の虫が収まらないのよね。
It'd be easier to steal it back from Beato, so who cares really? But that won't satisfy me, you know what I mean?
ベルンは私が打ち負かす。
I'm gonna be the one to defeat Burn.
そして最強の座も私が取り返すの。
And I'll take back my position as the strongest.
別にあんたに力を貸すわけじゃないんだからね。
It's not like I'm really helping you,
ベ
okay?
ルンを泣かせたら許さないんだから。
I won't forgive you if you make Burn cry. You want to beat her, but also I won't forgive you if you make her cry. Mm-hmm. New elements added. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift in commemoration of your recent sojourn. The new elements may be accessed from the title screen. Writing save data. Okay, so ooh, new title screen for episode 3, which we'll get to next time. But ooh, I like how the portrait of the 3rd episode is some bitch we haven't even met yet. And they didn't even bother showing her in the tea party or the question marks. Anyway. Congrats on beating episode 2. Thank you. We will do start episode 3 next week. So, speculation. Episode 2 is still solvable. I don't know about all of them, but I think I had an idea for the parlor door and the room where Goda, Shannon, and Kanon were killed. So first of all, I think one of the weak points that she exposed was that by putting herself in the game as a 19th person, and being freaking gone for, like, not appearing for like 90% of it, that means she has absolutely no alibi, and she had every opportunity to do everything. So Battler could be right. You know, maybe nobody else did do it, and it was all Beatrice. Whether she's a witch or not, you know? And then, anyway, so the locked room trick for, I thought I could find a loophole maybe in the one where Goda, Shannon and George were dead. Not Kanon, George. George is the one who died in there. Because Beatrice said very specific things in red. She said, there's no... What was it I was saying before? I mean, you know what I should do from episode 3 onward is write down everything that's in red so I can, like, remember the exact phrasing and points. But anyway, the gist was, she was like, nothing in the room was fucked with, really. And, Rosa had all the master keys. And the key to Natsuhi's room was in George's pocket, and yet the door was locked. But that's also weird, because when Goda was trying to, you know, stop the procession coming in, he was trying to lock the door and it wouldn't stay locked. So there could be something wrong with the door. But all of the red that Beatrice described that had to do with that room sounds like it could be for after the murder. Like, there were no tricks and no one was hiding after the murder. Nothing in the room was fucked with. But I wanted to ask a clarifying... If I was Battler, I would have wanted to ask a clarifying question, which was, does the door count as something in the room? Because it's a boundary between rooms, right? And there was some weirdness with doors before where she was like, Oh, a hidden door means anything that would allow you to exit the room. It wouldn't apply to like a hidden closet or something. But Battler never asked, so I couldn't clarify whether or not the door counted as something in the room. Or if it was more like technically also part of the hallway because it's between the two, right? So maybe it doesn't count as an object in the room. So how that could have worked is the statement that the room was as it was. You can't see a changed door wouldn't count as an altered room. See, that's why I would ask for clarification. I'm just saying, that would be the clarification I'd ask for. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not convinced. That's all I'm saying, Marinda. I'm not convinced. I would clarify if I was in Battler's shoes. Anyway, there's plenty of tools available in the mansion. Beatrice could have, undone the hinges to the door to Natsuhi's room because it was open when the murder occurred. It was swung wide open. It didn't lock during the murder. It was locked after the murder. So the door was already open. Beatrice could have fucked with the hinges, taken the... Do I want a spoiler clarification? No, I don't. Anyway, not in this case, anyway. Beatrice could have undone the hinges, taken the whole door off, and then gotten one of the many doors throughout the mansion that had its own key and wasn't in, like all of these different rooms, like somebody's bedroom, for instance, there's the master key that can open it, and then there's like a key to the room, like how Jessica had a key to her room, but the master key could also open her door. The same with Natsuhi's room. And I assume the same for the other... Oh, so you're looking back, Cece. All right. And the same for the other bedrooms except Kinzo's. So she could have taken somebody else's door, like Krause's door, for example. Natsuhi's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door and windows were locked from the inside. Yeah. The room was exactly the same, just like usual. All the objects in the room. The door and the windows were locked from the inside after the murder, when they found the body. There were no fraud or tricks, no means of secret passages, nor places in which to hide. In the room! That's why I wanted to clarify whether the door itself counts as part of the room or if it also counts as part of the hallway. I feel like replacing the door with another door falls under fraud or tricks, but I'm saying fraud or tricks in the room. If the door doesn't count as part of the room, then it could be a loophole. That's why I wanted her to say in red, the door counts as part of the room. Anyway, so it's like, clever theory for sure, thank you. So it's like, once you're in the room, once you're through the door, which may or may not count as part of the room, nothing else in the room has been fucked with, only the door. And so nobody was paying attention to where Krause's keys were, right? Beatrice could have stolen that out of the servant room before it was sealed by Rosa. And so she could have that key, or like somebody else's room. I'm just using Krause as an example. And then undo the door, come back, There was plenty of opportunity to do this though, because like 2 hours passed between the last time Genji saw those three leave and then when he went to get Rosa and they discovered the bodies. So 2 whole hours passed. I think this could have been done. So she got the door off of somebody else's room and nobody's fucking checking any of this shit either. Maybe Genji, but Genji wouldn't say anything. So, no, it was sealed with Krause's key because it was his door, or whoever's door this was. Beatrice could have stolen the regular key from Krause's body. Not right, probably not the servant room. She probably stole it off of Krause's body. Nobody checked the corpses thoroughly. When at the Halloween, yeah, sorry, this is where I'm going with this. At the Halloween party, nobody thoroughly checked the bodies, and they made a point of this. Battler was even doubting himself, right, when it came to the bodies. So the only person they checked to see if they still had their key was Natsuhi, and Natsuhi still had her key. But someone else, Krause, for instance, maybe he didn't have his key in his pocket. Maybe his killer took it. Nobody checked. Oh, after they discovered it? Rosa had all of the master keys that, so Natsuhi's key was still in George's possession inside the room. That's why it was a locked room. Rosa had possession of all of the master keys, and Beatrice confirmed in red that all of the existing master keys were in Rosa's possession. So that was like the locked roomness of it. So the way Rosa took out a key. She had her hands on the gun. She was like total mode, yeah. After Aunt Rosa investigating their deaths, she proclaimed that she would seal this room again, chase the rest of us out, stole back the master key she had lent me, and locked the door again. It seemed that George Aniki had been holding the original key to Aunt Natsuhi's room. She also collected that. So she probably relocked the room with the master key. Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably. That was what, right, sorry. That's what you were specifically asking. Yeah, probably. So, you're right, though. She relocked it with a master key. Natsuhi's key didn't work. It could have been another door. Thank you, Cece. This is great. Thank you. It could have been another door. So, Beatrice took Krause's door, went over. No, there wasn't any confirmation that it didn't work. Just that she didn't test it. Yes, but nothing's contradicting me so far. Unless the way I'm interpreting the red text. Anyway. You know, the devil's proof, right? Or whatever. Anyway. So Beatrice took Krause's door, replaced it with Natsuhi's. She already had the key off of Krause's corpse. Maybe she even switched the doors and put Natsuhi's door on Krause's room so that the jig wouldn't be up to anyone to Genji, who'd see that like a door was empty, and maybe to like also eliminate the possibility that the door would just be found somewhere, so it would hide the evidence if the doors were switched. So and since they're both bedrooms, they probably have the same kind of door. So yeah, then she got the hinges and the tools, and she put Krause's door on a Natsuhi's room, and then she simply had Krause's key and locked it. And locked Natsuhi's key inside the room. And the door could only be opened from then on by a master key. So that's my Beatrice. I think the 19th person in the schoolgirl outfit, Beatrice, was the killer. So anyway, then for the parlor, Rosa was freaking out. Because of the letter, she re-entered the room after they had left to see the bodies in the parlor. And she saw there was nothing on the table, and yet, like, seconds later, maybe not seconds, maybe minutes later, there was suddenly a letter in front of Battler. How did it suddenly appear there? And I know the background isn't probably supposed to be like an accurate representation of the room, but there is a chandelier right over the coffee table where Battler was about to put up his feet from the couch. But where was schoolgirl Beatrice in the first game? Well, that's the same question you would ask for why are we seeing games over and over? Anyway, I think she wasn't strong enough yet. Anyway, I think hours before, in the morning, there was barely anybody in the parlor. Kumasawa was like wandering around. Nobody realized at first that anything was wrong. Everybody was just like going around because all of the family was in the chapel. All the people who were dead were in the chapel. So when everybody woke up that morning, nobody thought anything was super off at first. So there was plenty of opportunity really early on for Beatrice to sneak into the parlor where nobody was there and put the letter. There's probably a ladder in the shed, like by the rose garden. She probably got a ladder, climbed up the ladder to the chandelier and put the letter in the chandelier. And then either she had some kind of timed thing that would knock the letter out of the chandelier, like some device or something, or it was a complete coincidence that the letter happened to fall from the chandelier right at that moment, right before Battler noticed it on the table. But if it was like way high up in the chandelier so nobody could see it properly from the floor, then it would make sense that Rosa hadn't seen, nobody heard it fall. It's paper. It's not that loud. But you're right, somebody could hear it fall, especially Rosa, who is like being mega jumpy. But is the room quiet though? Because it's raining outside. There's a typhoon. They didn't say anything about it letting up. Maybe it blended into the background noise from the storm. The movement would have caught people's eye. They weren't looking in that direction. Battler was like totally checked out. Maria doesn't give a shit. Or Maria doesn't notice because she was doing whatever. And then Rosa was focused on the door. Because at that point, she didn't think, this is an extremely Battler line of reasoning. You love it? All right, thank you, thank you. I mean, isn't that the whole point? The game wants to make us all battlers. So Rosa was staring at the door because she was expecting some kind of threat to come in. She wasn't staring at the rest of the room. She wasn't as concerned with what Battler and Maria were doing. She was trying to protect them, so she was focused on the door. She wasn't looking in Battler's direction when this happened. So, and Battler was freaking dead to the world. Stella, don't step on my laptop. Okay. She was, so Battler was freaking dead to the world at that point. Oh God, what did you do, Stella? All right, is it good? Am I moving? Am I working? All right, am I good? Okay. Sorry, things froze on my end at some point because Stella sat on something bad. What about Maria? She simply didn't notice. She was surprised that the letter was there too. So I think she just simply was not looking in that direction and didn't notice the movement of the letter dropping from the chandelier. It's possible it was just a complete coincidence that it happened to fall from the chandelier at that time, and Battler happened to see it at his feet and it made him look so bad. It could be a coincidence. And it could be a coincidence, Battler, that nobody saw it drop. And that it happened to drop on the table right in front of Battler, where he was about to put his feet. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. And it fits with all of Beatrice's red text. Anyway, that's my TED Talk. Oh my God, it's so late. It's almost midnight. Jesus Christ. I'd have to review the red text and think on it more for the locked room murders before that, but I have an explanation for the last two. And yeah, I think one of the weak points that Lambda and Byrne mentioned might have been that because Beatrice inserted herself as the 19th person, you could very easily blame all of the murders on her. And because she never showed herself, she has plenty of opportunity to do so. She has no alibi for the day of the murders. The why done it? I mean, that's not as important, I feel like. Because the game is deny that Beatrice is a witch. And so Battler has just been doing that by saying how it conceivably could have been done by a human. So it's not as important to find out why. I mean, you're not in a court of law. You don't have to find motive. You just have to find out if it conceivably could have been done by a human. Then for whatever reason, the motive doesn't matter in the question, is Beatrice a witch? What matters is if the murders could have truly been done only by magic. That's important, not the why. Even court of law frequently doesn't care about the why done it. Yeah, it ain't like Ace Attorney all the time where they're like, you gotta have a motive, right? Depends on the case specifically, of course. Anyway, yeah. I'm getting tired. It's almost midnight. That's probably where I'm gonna leave it for there, but chapter 2 was, I think, purposefully overwhelming. So I don't get why people were whining about it. because it's obviously very self-aware that it was overwhelming. Well, it was fun. Thanks for sharing. Thank you. Well, the way you guys are talking, I know I'm going to be probably totally fucking wrong for the proposed solution as to how it actually could have been done without magic, but no, those are my thoughts. Anyway, yeah, I don't get why people were complaining about chapter 2 so much. I really enjoyed it. And I saw people's kind of lists without spoilers, just numbers next to each other, what their tiers were for like favorite to least favorite episodes, and it was cool that everybody's answer was different. But and sometimes there are a couple of people who had the second episode is like their number one favorite, but it was fairly common to see the second episode at the bottom of everybody's lists. Not everybody's, but it was noticeably frequent for people to have number 2 at the bottom. And I'm surprised because I think I enjoyed it more than chapter 1. You've been semi and quasi spoiled on lots of things, so that changes your perspective on chapter 2. Oh, I have been quasi and semi spoiled. Oops. Whoopsie. Episode 2 is what really got you into Umineko. The moment it introduced the red truth, you were 100% on board. All right, nice. So you like chapter 2. Nice. Episode 2. Yeah. Nice to hear that, a fellow episode 2 fan. Oh, I think I'm going to like it. But I also like it because, yeah, the red truth. But I also thought all of the over-the-top stuff was just terribly fun. Episode 3, Truther. Well, you're not the only one, CC, because also on people's lists, the third episode was frequently number 1 or in the top 3. He just went to sleep and woke up. Umineko Fridays, Heaven Herons. It's not quite. It's still Thursday in my time zone. I'm going to stop soon. I was just on the. Oh yeah. Which episodes are high on the list of most and least liked? This is just a generalization from remembering forum posts, but like 3 was pretty high up there, and 4, and 6, 7. I think 5 wasn't up there so much. Episode 7, the GOAT. So that's your top favorite is episode 7. 8 was surprisingly low on most people's lists, and I was like, isn't that the finale? Shouldn't that be like the best one? But then of course, everybody was different. Some people had 8 as their top favorite. Some people had 2 as their top favorite. But generalizing, it seemed like 8 and 2 and 1 were fairly low. And then 3, 4, 6, and 7 were high, and then 5 kind of bounced everywhere. That's the impression I got. You actually like 5 a lot. 5 seems controversial compared to some other ones. Yeah, there are a lot of different opinions. You don't actually like episode 3 that much, even though it's clearly a crowd pleaser. And you like 5 a lot. 7's your favorite. Interesting. I really gotta go to sleep soon, but I would never be averse to you guys doing something like this, like this type of thing, to like list out your rankings of personal favorite episodes. You didn't like 5 and 6 on your first read, but you're warming up to 5 more and more. Yeah, 5 did seem the most people felt completely differently about it, depending on the person. 5 seemed like the most individual preference, whether you liked it or hated it, or Not hated it, but, you know, thought it was high tier or lower tier. Anyway. If you go and spell those... Okay, oh, so Yaya's... You assumed episode 5 was the most universally liked? Well, maybe you really like it. Some people did have 5 as their top favorite, but I feel like it was all over the place on people's lists. Maybe your tastes are different than most. You're not a fan of episode 4. See, this is what I'm talking about. It was really cool to see this forum post and everybody's lists were different. Like, everything that had been at the bottom of somebody else's list was at the top of another person's list. So, Miranda, I think that's what you're experiencing. Looking forward to my thoughts. Ah, thank you. Okay, so Yaya's first favorite is 4, then 7. 1, episode 1's your first favorite. 2, the one we just experienced, is your least favorite, and I was just arguing why I liked it better than episode 1. So we're already at odds. 3, middling, 6 lower, and 5 lower, and then 2. Yeah, Yaya's list, I think, the lists I saw usually had 1 lower and 3 higher, but otherwise, other than that, I think Yaya's list is pretty normal for what I was seeing in that, like, forum thread. Same, you're so curious to see what I'll like best. I'm also curious to know, so that's why I want to get through. Not gonna lie, you always forget what happens in chapter 2 aside from World End Dominator. That's the only important thing that happens is World End Dominator. Well, I had way more fun in chapter 2 than chapter 1. So I may be a chapter 2 liker. So I guess we'll see. Anyway. But like Miranda said, I might have been more primed to enjoy chapter 2 more than someone who went into this completely blind, because another thing, non-spoiler thing they were frequently saying on the forum posts is the people who put 2 really high up were saying, oh my god, you guys, you gotta play chapter 2 over. After you beat the game, chapter 2 is like the best one in the whole game. So that lines up with what Miranda said, that chapter 2 you probably liked better because you were quasi-semi-spoiled on various things. Chapter 2 is notably recontextualized, so a lot of people who put 2 really high had replayed the game. And maybe because I was a little aware of that, I was like really trying to like read deep into chapter 2 as much as I could among the like barrage of overwhelming locked room murders and shit. But that could have meant that that could have made me more enjoy chapter 2 more than someone who went in completely blind. Or I could only feel that way because I don't know what the fuck is ahead of me, and it could just be so great that it just blows 2 out of the water. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it's going for me. Anyway. Yeah, Umineko reread with the answers of the mystery as a whole experience. Yeah, I feel like I definitely want to play it again. And then when I play it again, I'll play it with the original sprites. Imagine Jordan Shannon's date played on a projector while Burn and Lambda Doodle football plays all over it. Yeah. I feel like that's probably what Burn was doing. Ooh, they both got salads to look mature. What a fumble. Yeah. I feel like that's another reason why people don't like chapter 2, because they hated the whole like slice of life, like romance in high school bits too. I feel like is another reason 2 is kind of low. Anyway. I didn't mind it so much compared to like the way they were documenting every single minute of the day in chapter 1. I kind of preferred the the silly dates and high school culture festival to the slow crawl, but that's just me. Anyway, we're all individuals and have our own opinions, and apparently for this game that's true. I've been streaming for almost 10 hours. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the longest stream I've had in a long time. Okay, let's raid Gravy Robber. Gravy Robber is playing Xenoblade Chronicles X. I thought you were gonna get some rest. Thank you. I thought you were gonna end 4 hours ago. I just wanted to finish everything, and then we needed to theory craft, right? Jessica Tsurupetan is extremely important to establish early. So CC agrees. It's almost 3 a.m. But Umineko, you can sleep satisfied. You can, CC. And if you're curious about earlier things, there's always the bot. So I'm gonna put out a raid for Gravy. Make sure I didn't misspell anything. Robber. All right, raid is going out. I'm officially finishing the Stam stream. I'll be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy IX. That I'm playing for the first time ever. Well, not ever, but that I'm continuing past the beginning for the first time ever. So look forward to that. And next Thursday, we'll be starting Umineko Chapter 3, Episode 3. So look forward to it. All right. Thank you, everybody. Good night.